Chapter 351, Si Duo's Arm. I know, these are the undead, I've read about them in a book. They're dead people, they're too terrifying, why are they here? Let's run. We can't run. If we leave, Teacher Adeline will be angry. Then what should we do? These guys are too repulsive. Kill them, just like those people who intruded before. I wonder if their bones would taste good. Okay, I want to eat bones. The fear devourer stood in place, its eye on the chunk of meat, incessantly scanning the skeletons and constantly chattering. Just like children discussing a problem, they argued back and forth. In the end, they reached a unanimous decision, to devour these strange bones. Fang Hao watched with a frown. Through the fear devourer's conversation, he could also infer some information. Apparently, a teacher named Adeline asked this fear devourer to hide within this secret room underground. This temple orphanage was really not so simple. The fear devourer wiggled its body and began to launch an attack. Without any hesitation, Fang Hao immediately gave the order, attack, kill it. The skeleton warriors that had already spread out started to launch an attack on the fear devourer. Spit acid. One of the fear devourer's mouths said. Plop. The rest of the mouths took a deep breath and spat out a green, sticky liquid at the encroaching skeletons. Blinding spit. It was the fear devourer's method of attacking enemies. Targets that were hit would immediately be blinded. This would last for a while. Such an attack was particularly effective in narrow, underground spaces. There was simply nowhere to avoid it. In the blink of an eye, the blinding spit was sprayed onto the skeleton warriors. But, the bodies of the skeleton warriors only paused for an instant before they continued to attack the fear devourer. The undead in themselves were immune to these negative statuses. Without eyes to begin with, they don't have to worry about being blinded or not. Why are they still approaching? These skeletons aren't afraid of our attacks. Yet, they're not scared. Then let's eat them. The fear devourer quickly reached a conclusion and wriggled towards a skeleton on its left. Like a pile of meat, it instantly crushed the skeleton warrior underneath it and began chomping away, making crunch-crunch sounds as it chewed the bones. But with the fear devourer's bloated body, it wasn't eating fast enough. That gave the remaining skeletons time to attack. They surrounded the fear devourer, swinging their weapons to chop at the gigantic piece of meat. Ah, it hurts, ah. The mouths on the fear devourer's body were still feasting on the skeleton underneath it while making painful moans due to the attacks. The fear devourer's body displayed its incredible toughness. The Black Iron Knight's sword could cut across their bodies, but the wounds it made were not that deep. But there were still a lot of skeleton warriors, they circled around and hacked away. When the fear devourer ate a skeleton, fresh meat grew new mouths, but they were skeleton mouths, unable to speak. Thump thump thump. The fear devourer pounced on another skeleton and continued to eat. The remaining skeleton warriors surrounded it and launched a frenzy of attacks. A series of blows made mincemeat out of chunks of the fear devourer's flesh. These bones don't taste good. It hurts so much, my eyes have been cut off. We can't win, let's run. When the teacher returns, we'll kill these ugly creatures. Let's run, the exit's over there. Half of the fear devourer's body had already been severely maimed, its eyes and mouths hanging down from the shredded flesh, looking incredibly terrifying. Seeing that these skeletons were not afraid of death and knowing it couldn't finish them off, the fear devourer decided to run away. It quickly wriggled towards the opening. Black Sword, stop it, don't let it get outside. Fang Hao ordered. There's no way he could let it escape. If it gets out of here, and successfully flees, it's likely to cause serious problems. Considering its trait of growing new mouths and eyes every time it swallows someone, it would be even more troublesome when it grows bigger. And a lot of people would die. Black Sword nodded, his foot tapped the ground and instantly blocked the fear devourer's path. With one swing of his sword, he slashed a large chunk of flesh off the fear devourer. The fear devourer's body twisted and all of its mouths let out painful screams. The vibration shook the underground slightly. I will kill you, I have to kill you. It hurts so much, quickly kill them, quick. Charge through this ugly creature, once we get out we can find something to eat. Like a mad beast, the fear devourer launched itself at Black Sword, trying to swallow him or push past him to get away. Thump. The Black Sword's shield collided with the fear devourer. He once again pushed the bloated flesh back into the middle of the skeleton warriors, causing another round of attack. More and more mouths were cut and shredded, the chunk of meat now shrunk to half the height of a man. You damned undead, Teacher Adeline will revenge for us. Right, Teacher Adeline will take revenge for us, she will hang you up, peel your skin off, then take your skulls. Stop talking, I don't want to remember these. The remaining 3 mouths cursed at Black Sword. They firmly believed that their teacher Adeline, mentioned in their conversations, would revenge for them and kill Fang Hao and the others. All right, after death, you won't feel hunger and fear anymore. Fang Hao suddenly spoke. At Fang Hao's words, the 3 constantly talking mouths abruptly stopped. All eyes simultaneously turned to Fang Hao. Really? So, you won't be lonely, one of the mouths suddenly asked. No, I won't. Oh, okay then. The fear devourer ceased its random squirming. Fang Hao nodded, and the black sword beside him swiftly swung its blade once more. Truth be told, I don't particularly like Ms. Adeline. I'm merely afraid of her. All 3 mouths shut up, the writhing flesh mass slackened. It looked like a deflated doll. The black sword bent over, pulling out a white orb from the rotten flesh. The orb was thumb-sized, containing a greyish vapor within its translucent surface if one looked closely. The greyish mist roiled slightly within the sphere as it was agitated. Forgotten Soul. Category, Special Material. Description, a lonely, despairing soul, lost in the darkness. The soul inside? Fang Hao looked at the transparent orb in the black sword's hand. Black sword, you hold onto it for now. Get some men to scour around here and take away anything that can be moved, Fang Hao continued. Yes, my lord. The black sword began directing the skeletons into action. The secret chamber wasn't vast. But the illumination from the nightstone was limited, requiring close inspection. Soon, Fang Hao saw a skeleton warrior emerge from the shadows, holding a chest of gold. So, the chest was hidden here. Fang Hao stood to one side. Seeing that the chest had been found, he nodded approvingly. Just as he was about to follow the skeleton soldier out, another voice from Black Sword came from the corner. Lord, there is another secret room over here. Fang Hao was taken aback. Another secret room? With a flap of his wings, he headed for where Black Sword's voice was coming from. In the dim corner, an even secret door opened in the smooth wall. The material of the door was the same as the nearby stone wall, making it hard to spot when closed. The door opened to reveal another small room. You go in and check, Fang Hao uttered to the skeleton who had a nightstone hanging around its neck. The skeleton took large steps into the room, illuminating the small space. It was a room even smaller than the previous one, with a metal chair in the middle. One could see iron chains and leather straps on the chair. One side of the wall had a workbench which contained assorted jars and utensils. To Fang Hao, it seemed like a combination of an interrogation and experimental room. It was apparent that the secret room was well sealed, with its contents relatively well preserved. The wood and leather items had only a minor sign of rot. Hold on, take a look at what's in that bundle. Fang Hao called out to the pacing skeleton. On the workbench of the secret room, a linen-wrapped object lay, looking like an arm from its shape. The linen wrapping was moldy and rotten, but the item inside was still intact. The skeleton warrior acted on command. Moving forward, it unwrapped the linen cloth to reveal the item. Sure enough, it was a white bone arm. It was a left arm of a creature. The arm bone was excellently preserved with a lustrous, like jade. Under the illumination of the nightstone, one could see patterns engraved on the bone. Seeing as no danger presented itself, Fang Hao flew in as well. He landed beside the white bone arm. Arm of the Chalice, orange. Category, Alchemical product. Ability, Purification, Healing. Description, an arm covered in alchemical symbols, retains some of its powers from its previous life, might have a special use. Chalice? Is that a person's name, or a title? Fang Hao was unsure. But judging from the retained abilities, the original owner's identity had some association with the church. Although its function was still unclear, anything with an orange rating was, without a doubt, quite exceptional. Once he gets it back, he'll let Nelson have a look. Maybe it could be attached to one of the skeletons. Once he finished examining the arm, Fang Hao continued, Black Sword, search around in here. Anything that can be moved, take it out. Also, wrap this arm up and bring it along. Yes, my lord. All right. Black Sword affirmed again. The skeleton warriors began to remove the items upstairs, and Fang Hao too followed them out. Outside of the old castle, Grey Bear and the others were still on their guard. From outside, they could hear sharp cries coming from beneath them. Without a doubt, they knew Fang Hao ran into a new creature inside. Listening to the sounds of battle, this new monster was not an easy foe. They didn't go in, they stood at the entrance, ready to face any enemy that might emerge. As footsteps drew nearer, they all grew tense. Just as Grey Bear was about to order an attack, a skeleton soldier emerged carrying a chest, a little grey bird perched on its shoulder. Only then did people release a sigh of relief. Seems like the danger below was taken care of. Chapter 352, DM Doll, looking for recommendations, subscriptions. Chief, everything went smoothly. Grey Bear approached Fang Hao for an inquiry. Yes, we encountered a monster. Do not approach the tunnel, in case there are any poisonous gases, said Fang Hao. The basement was not very spacious. In the fight, the fear devourer spewed its saliva more than once, which lingered in the basement for a while. While the undead were not afraid, it was uncertain whether Grey Bear and his men would be affected. It would be very foolish to get poisoned after the fight was over. Hearing Fang Hao mentioning the presence of poison below, the bandits instantly stepped back several steps. All right, load everything you can take onto the cart and get ready to depart. Fang Hao didn't say much more. Yes. Soon, everything that could be moved out was piled up in the open space outside Stone Castle. After a simple inspection, everything that needed to be taken was loaded onto the cart, and everyone began to return. Returning to Grey Bear's village, Fang Hao thought for a moment and said to Grey Bear, in the next few days, I'll send the skeleton soldiers over here. You are responsible for accommodating the skeletons in the troop hiding cave. Currently, missions around Lyss City have begun to increase in frequency. It's a bit of a hassle to transport the soldiers with the bone dragon every time. Fang Hao planned to station an undead army in Grey Bear's village without alerting the nearby villagers during the night. Fang Hao could just use God's presence to appear on the battlefield for future battles. Well, boss, how many troops are you planning to send? Grey Bear asked further. At least more than 100,000 troops. 100,000. Grey Bear exclaimed in surprise. Even Lyss City might not have a force of 100,000 troops. Did Fang Hao have that many undead at his disposal? Yes, by that time, arrange them into the troop hiding cave. If you stay careful, there should be no problem. Oh, all right. Once Grey Bear recovered from the shock, he nodded in agreement. Once everything was assigned, they secured the spoils of the battle onto the bone dragon. And then they began the return journey to their territory. Fang Hao cancelled God's presence. Checking the time, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After quickly eating something, Black Sword also returned with his troops. The loot from this fight was a golden chest, he didn't know what kind of spoils it contained. My lord. Black Sword respectfully handed over the booties from the fight, a forgotten soul, a shadow stone, and the arm of Chaplain. Aside from shadow stone, which he was familiar with, he wasn't sure what the other two were for. Fang Hao received them and continued, well, send all these iron implements to the blacksmiths to melt down. Yes, my lord. Black Sword agreed and began directing the skeletons to transport the iron tools and damaged equipment brought back this time to the blacksmith's shop for smelting and repair. As Black Sword left, Fang Hao's gaze returned to the golden chest at his feet. He opened it. Obtained, a blueprint for a Zealous Faith Assistant Priest robe, green, a blueprint for an Oathbreaker wristlet, blue, a Demon Doll note, 17 soul crystals, 23 demon stones and 202 warfire coins. Looking at the rewards in the chest, Fang Hao was slightly stunned. A single chest contained both human soul crystals and demonic demon stones. He had never seen such a situation before. It seemed that the temple was also somewhat connected to demons. He continued to look at the first piece of blueprint. Zealous Faith Assistant Priest robe, linen cloth 5, spun yarn 5, leather 3. Description: a dedicated outfit made for devout assistant priests. Assistant priests are not orthodox priesthood personnel and are mainly responsible for assisting in the temple. The first person Fang Hao met during his previous visit to the temple in Lyss City was an assistant priest. From their attributes, they belonged to the category of ordinary villagers. Only the elderly priest, who had reached tier 10, was likely to have some powers of the priesthood. He had also committed to donating clothes to the temple. He wondered if this could serve as an alternative. It would be much more convenient if he could produce them directly, compared to what the skeleton tailor could make. He would make one later and compare it with the blueprint from the temple. If they were similar, he would mass-produce them himself. After all, they were for donation, what else could he ask for? He continued to examine the second item. Oathbreaker's wristlet, leather 1, thick leather 1, linen cloth 2, spun yarn 5, mithril 2. Description: she. Kneeling on thorns, devoutly praying to the endless abyss. The she in the description was probably a member of the orphanage in the temple. She broke her faith and transformed the orphanage into the ghostly place it is now. In Fang Hao's opinion, blind belief in anything was wrong. If you abandon your belief, and then they get angry, it's not worth it. He continued to examine the final item, the Demon Doll Note. This book is not a blueprint, but a slightly crumpled notebook. Demon Doll Note. Type: Special Item. Description: a book recording the method of making a demon doll. If the materials are collected, a demon doll can perhaps be recreated. Fang Hao frowned slightly. Lately, why do he keeps getting notes? Did he look like a book lover? Carelessly flipping open a page, the pages were filled with hand-drawn diagrams and dense lines of text. Apparently, the author of the notebook had a high level of drawing skills, and the accompanying illustrations were complete. The page he was reading clearly recorded the method of making a demon doll's head. Fang Hao took a quick glance. It mentioned that the basic material was the skull of a hero, and on top that an alchemist skilled in demon alchemy would engrave runes. Below that were alchemical runes that Fang Hao couldn't see, let alone translate. The last line also clearly recorded that the higher the hero's rank, the better the quality of the skull after death. The stronger the demon doll made will be. Seeing this note, Fang Hao was dumbfounded. This author was too amazing. Whether it's the puppet doll or any other alchemical creation, they weren't perfected in one go. It always required countless experiments, and the gradual accumulation of knowledge from countless failures. Only then, could the production method be perfected. Where did this author get so many hero bones for his experiments? Suddenly, Fang Hao spotted the arm of the priest one nearby, so the person in that secret chamber had already started the production process according to the records from the notes. Fang Hao continued to flip through the book, noticing a small curse experiment recorded on the final 2 pages. Fear Devourer production. Damn! So the Fear Devourer from the orphanage was also made according to the method in the book. It seems the requirements for the demon doll are too high, and very hard to fulfill. This person, disguised as an orphanage worker, created the ghastly Fear Devourer. He carefully packed away the demon doll notes. Fang Hao went directly to an open space, intending to create the 2 blueprints. To see their style and attributes. Zealous Faith Assistant Priest Robe, linen cloth 5, thread 5, leather 3. Produce 1. 100-fold amplification triggered, received 101 Zealous Faith Assistant Priest Robes. A flash of light, and 101 Assistant Priest Robes appeared before his eyes. Fang Hao picked one up to examine it. Zealous Faith Assistant Priest Robe. Category: Robe. Defense: Level 1 Defense. Effects: Movement speed plus 2%, bandaging plus 10%, midwifery plus 15%. Description: a specialized garment made for the devout assistants of faith. Oh! These bonuses are actually pretty substantial, improving not just movement speed, but also bandaging and midwifery skills. Looks like it's really practical. Go get soy. Fang Hao said to a maid nearby. Yes, master. The maid happily hopped off to find Soy, the tailor. Meanwhile, Fang Hao started to create the second blueprint. Oathbreaker's bracers, leather 1, thick leather 1, linen cloth 2, thread 5, mithril 2. Produce 1. 100-fold amplification triggered, received 101 Oathbreaker's bracers. Oathbreaker's bracers. Category: Bracers, cannot stack with glove attributes. Defense: Level 1 Defense. Effects: Magic recovery plus 5%, magic attack plus 10%. Description: she knelt on the thorns, praying devoutly to the endless abyss. Turns out it's equipment for mages. That's great. The equipment of the mages in the territory has always been lagging behind. Right now, with these bracers, which are indeed extraordinary items, possessing magic recovery and magic attack effects. They can be used to equip the undead mages of the territory. Fang Hao put on one of the bracers, just as Soi's voice sounded. Sir, you wanted to see me? Yes, look at this priest robe. Is it the same as the one you tailored for the temple last time? Fang Hao picked up one and handed it to Soi. The newly made robes and bracers were scattered all around him. Soi took it and inspected it carefully. Please wait a moment, sir. I did make a tailored piece already. I'll bring it here to compare. Sure, go ahead. This undead tailor was still as efficient as ever, having crafted a finished garment within a few days. Soi returned before long. In his hand was the finished temple outfit. Upon comparing, the two designs were the same, but batches made by Fang Hao didn't have the pattern of the temple on their backs, they were blank. Can this pattern be added? Fang Hao asked. Soi nodded, it can be added. If we are only adding the pattern at the back, it can be completed quickly. Alright, after I have crafted the robes, you assign someone to add both the temple pattern and the bone textile store logo to it. Fang Hao ordered. Great, now they could finish quickly. Yes, master. By the way, there isn't any problem with Rebecca's cheongsam and evening dress, is there? Fang Hao suddenly thought of the dresses Rebecca had requested. Progress has been smooth. That's good. After their discussion, Fang Hao crafted another 200 sets of assistant priest robes and handed them to Soi for him to take back and add the patterns. Meanwhile, Bloodthirst Mountains, Rockhead Tribe, the clan leader's hall. In the hall built of boulders and logs, 5 big trolls and a man clad in armor were sitting. The troll in the central throne was Bagath, the clan leader of the Rockhead tribe. He was a blue tier, 6th grade hero. Clothed in a troll-heavy armor suit, his forehead painted with white stone powder. The Rockhead trolls would paint their eyebrows with a kind of white stone powder, as a testimony to their steadfast will. Even though this display of will seemed laughable to outsiders, it was deeply rooted in the hearts of the Rockhead tribe members and had cemented them as the second largest troll tribe in the Bloodthirst Mountains. The strongest competitor to the Bloodthroat tribe. But that was all relative, because in terms of resources, the Rockhead tribe simply couldn't fight the Bloodthroat tribe. However, everything had been pretty peaceful until their failure against the undead. Since then, various troll tribes had started to harbor discontent for the Bloodthroat tribe. Bagath saw an opportunity and began contacting several other relatively powerful tribes in secret. He planned to overthrow the rule of the Bloodthroat tribe. Bagath and the other 4 clan leaders had already assembled an army, planning to march against the Bloodthroat tribe the very next day. It's settled then, go back and gather your forces. At that time, we will overthrow the Bloodthroat tribe in one fell swoop. Chapter 353, Bottom-Dwelling Giant Fish. In the Bloody Mountain Range, the Bloodthroat tribe has always been the leader of the troll tribes. Especially since Meat Fist, Kao's advanced to Orange Grade Hero and took up the position of the Bloodthroat chieftain. The oppression of the other troll tribes below has become increasingly severe. The tribes have been dissatisfied for a long time, but they dare not speak out. However, the failure of the Undead War has completely pushed the tribes beyond their tolerance. Now they are determined to overthrow the Bloodthroat tribe. Chieftain Bagath, Kaos has already reached the level of an Orange Grade Hero. I am afraid that no one can confront him directly. A troll leader spoke. Meat Fist Kaos is the strongest troll in the Bloody Mountain Range. In a direct confrontation, no one could stop him. On hearing these words, Bagath's expression remained calm. He replied, "Don't worry about that. I've received news that Kaos will leave the Bloodthroat tribe soon. When that happens, we'll strike and wipe out the Bloodthroat tribe first. Then, together, we'll deal with him. No matter how strong he is, all alone, he can't cause much trouble." Oh? Kaos is going out, is the information reliable? The other trolls were stirred. The information came from the Faceless One, it should be reliable. Bagath continued. Oh, well, that's an option. You people don't need to worry too much. Without absolute certainty, I would not take this risk. As we agreed, once we overthrow the Bloodthroat tribe, there will be no leading tribe and no need to offer tributes on time. Bagath glanced at everyone. There were not a few branches of the troll tribes. The other 4 people present were the leaders of large tribes. Small tribes didn't qualify to participate in the battle plan. Upon hearing Bagatha's words, the others nodded in agreement. They too were afraid that if the Bloodthroat tribe were overthrown, Bagath could become the next tyrant. Naturally, since Chieftain Bagath has gone to such lengths, we will follow your command. A troll thought for a moment and was the first to speak. Okay, remember what we said. If anyone backs out in the battlefield, don't take it personally if I'm not polite. Bagath warned coldly. Indeed, indeed. The 4 troll leaders nodded repeatedly. While the trolls discussed, Su Yang sat quietly on the side. He was attached to the Bagath tribe, acting as a contractor. He led his villagers to extract various resources for the trolls. During this period, Su Yang has done a lot for Bagath, gradually gaining his trust. He was allowed to attend this meeting as an observer. Su Yang kept quiet all the time, appearing somewhat distracted, but he took notes of the plan. He knew that his relationship with trolls wouldn't last long. Once he lost his value, or if the battle against the Bloodthroat failed, he would be the first to die. So, he was planning to seize this opportunity to escape from the Bagath tribe's control with his people. The best-case scenario would be to pioneer beyond the Bloody Highlands and live in a human city. Okay, let's set the plan for now and launch an attack on Bloodthroat when the time comes. Bagath then turned to Su Yang. Su Yang. When Bagath called him out, Su Yang shuddered slightly. Ah! Chieftain Bagath, your orders. Well, ramp up resource extraction. I need food for 50,000 men. Yes, Chieftain Bagath, I'll find a way. Su Yang respectfully replied. Internally, though, he had already cursed Bagatha's ancestors for 8 generations. Food for 50,000 people, don't you even use your brain, can I possibly manage that? But Su Yang had no choice. Recently, the situation in the Bagath tribe had become increasingly tense. Given the trolls 8 people and he dared not refuse the command. Okay, everyone, go back and prepare. The crowd exited the chieftain's hall in Bagath tribe and Su Yang walked back silently. He knew he had to bring forward his escape plan. In his territory. After eating dinner, Fang Hao received a message from Bronze Bull. The people who went to Tasco Orc City had returned, bringing the latest news. Fang Hao used his god's manifestation to appear in Tauren City and listened to the Tauren's recounting of Tasco City's situation. My lord, chieftain. There are many people in Tasco City, and the law and order are not bad. The Tauren began. Tasco City is located to the east of the territory, even farther than the Webweaver camp. Opening a shop in Tasco implies risks of brigands along the way. What are the requirements for opening a shop? Fang Hao crossed his skeletal fingers and held them against his chest. None really, you can purchase a shop, and then choose what to sell. Can I sell weapons and equipment? Yes, weapons and equipment are hot commodities in the city. I saw some tribes coming in wagons to buy in bulk. The city does not prohibit that. The Tauren thought for a moment and continued. Pruel City and Lyss City had explicit prohibitions on selling ironware. Even mercenaries faced strict control over crossbows. Let alone the selling of weapons, and large-scale weapon sales. But orc cities are open to that. Weapons and equipment are hot commodities. Good. Bronze Bull, you are responsible for the shop. Weapon shop, tavern, clothing store. Find a good location for the shop and set it up as soon as possible. Fang Hao decided after an instant thought. Yes, my lord, but about the problem of the brigands on the transport route, Bronze Bull brought up again. The transportation route is lengthy, and there might be many troubles. I'll think of a solution for that, you don't need to worry. Fang Hao already had a preliminary plan in mind. Between Tauren City and Tasco City, there was a Spider Woman's camp. By then, safety concerns can be handed over to Domina, or the Webweaver camp can be used as a transit station. The Bone Dragon would transport goods to the Webweaver camp and then to Tasco City. I understand, Master. I'll depart for Tasco City tomorrow to handle the shop details. Bronze Bull nodded. Good, if anything comes up, keep in touch using the sound transmitting shell. Yes, Master. After talking to Bronze Bull, Fang Hao deactivated God's presence. The evening outside was already very dark. After a quick dip in the hot springs, he returned to his room for rest. By morning, Fang Hao had finished his morning practice. He called for several skeletons to clean up the rooms in the 3-story tower, then had 4 beautifully carved bookshelves moved in. The tower was a newly added structure in the level 8 Lord's mansion. Fang Hao had a look around. The room was hexagonal and had good lighting. In the past few days, he acquired several interesting books, so he planned to transform this room into a study. In the future, any noteworthy books or notes would be stored here. That way, he wouldn't misplace them and struggle to find them when he needed them. After bustling about, the bookshelves and desk were moved into place. Once all the books were categorized and arranged, the room gave off a scholarly vibe. If he could get a few oil paintings from Rebecca one day and place them in the room, it would look even more like a study. Sitting at the desk, he picked up and read through the notes of the demon dolls he had obtained yesterday, interpreting the translated text and illustrations. The notes contained a lot of alchemical terminology, and Fang Hao could understand about half of it while guessing the rest. His head started to throb. Soon, Ira called Fang Hao downstairs for a meal. At 9 o'clock, Fang Hao and Angia arrived at Fu Lei's fishing village while riding the bone dragon. Despite being called a fishing village, it had reached the standard of a level 5 city, not in any way inferior to Pruel City. From the air, the bone dragon dropped the skeleton giant fish into an open area in the city center. Skeleton bottom-dwelling giant fish. Bottom-dwelling giant fish are large fish, even bigger than sharks, guarding the iron coffins underwater in crescent heights. After Dimitrija killed them all in the lake, their bodies were thrown into the conversion field. Today, Fang Hao went to check the conversion field. He saw 4 giant fish skeletons flopping around next to the conversion field. Who knows how many days they had been shaking like that? Boss, what is this? Looking at the 4 gigantic skeleton fish on the ground, Fu Lei's eyes widened. In the morning, Fu Lei had sent a private message to Fang Hao. Due to the opening of the hot pot restaurant in Lyss City, they were running out of fish supplies on his end. He could probably hold out for 5 more days at most, after which there would be a supply outage, and he would only be able to sustain the supply for one city's hot pot restaurant. He had just mentioned this in the morning, and the next moment, Fang Hao had sent him several giant skeleton fish. This can't be a shark caught somewhere, right? It's enormous. Skeleton fish, Fang Hao replied. Yes, I know it's a skeleton fish, but what's its use? Fu Lei was taken aback and took a few steps back while watching the wriggling skeleton fish. Don't rush, you'll understand in a moment, Fang Hao said. Several skeleton blacksmiths came from behind and unloaded fish nets with metal frames from the bone dragon. They used prepared metal clips to reinforce the fish net in the hollow chest of the skeleton fish. This made the skeleton giant fish into a net that could catch fish. As the first one was completed, Fu Lei understood Fang Hao's idea. This type of skeleton fish would swallow fish into its abdomen, where the fish would be caught in the fish net, and then brought ashore. Boss, I can't believe you thought of this. Fu Lei couldn't help but give Fang Hao a thumbs up. Even if others could think of this idea, it would be very difficult to carry out. Finding such large fish was challenging, and turning them into skeletons was impossible. Let's try it out first. If it works, I'll get you 100 more from my side, Fang Hao said with a smile. Okay, then the supplies should be fine, Fu Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead. In no time, the 4 skeleton giant fish had their fish nets installed in their bellies. Every time they opened their mouths, they swallowed the fish into their bellies, where the fish were caught in the fish net. Lift it onto the cart and transport it to the lake to see its effectiveness. It took several people to lift the skeleton fish onto the cart. Shaking their skeleton giant fish, they hurried towards the lake. As soon as they entered the lake, the 4 giant fish freely swam into the water. They quickly sank to the bottom of the lake. Not long after, their bellies were filled with fish, and they swam back up again. The efficiency was impressively fast. Seeing this, Fu Lei was overjoyed. With the addition of the skeleton fish, his work had become a lot easier. After solving the problem here, Fang Hao returned to the main city. The next day, 10 bone dragons, fully loaded with skeletons, returned to the Grey Bear tribal settlement. Chapter 354, Fungal Canyon. The bone dragon descended from the sky. Grey Bear had already prepared for its arrival. Not far away stood 100 bandits, clad in storm iron heavy armor. Their stout figures formed an intimidating force. They even looked somewhat like a regular army. Lord, Str Black Sword, Grey Bear greeted, leading the group to welcome them. While he greeted, his gaze fixated on the enormous parcel on the dragon's back. Everyone remembered Fang Hao mentioning that more equipment would arrive later. Fang Hao noticed their gazes and knew what they were looking at. Distribute the equipment and let's set off soon. Right away, sir, Grey Bear replied cheerfully and signaled his men to unload the equipment. Once the preparations were about complete, Fang Hao brought out his map, and the troop set off again in majestic array, heading towards today's mission location Mushroom Valley. According to the map, a type of fungus was growing in this valley. People needed to clear them away. After a 2-hour journey, they were close to the valley. It wasn't too far from the cave where they had encountered the Cyclops troll. Many dangerous creatures inhabited this rarely visited area. Sir, it should be here, Black Sword pointed out. They all stood before the valley, looking at the passageway ahead. The terrain was peculiar, the concave C-shaped rocky walls of the valley perfectly blocked the sunlight from above. In the dim light, the rugged rocks were covered with all kinds of mushrooms which seemed to shun the light. The darker the place, the denser they grew. There were all kinds of mushrooms. Fang Hao saw at least 5 or 6 different types. Some mushrooms were taller than a person, umbrella-shaped, with drooping tendrils growing upon them. Others were shorter, possessing black holes akin to human eyes. Sir, these mushrooms are very dangerous, Grey Bear suddenly pointed out. You know them. The distance was still too far to see the names of the mushrooms, but it seemed that Grey Bear was familiar with them. Sir, these mushrooms were common in the past. The dark ones with human-like eyes are known as Little Petty. They would spew a poisonous gas when threatened or attacked, and inhaling the gas could cause poisoning and even death. Plus, if living creatures die from inhaling this gas, their bodies quickly decompose, providing nutrients for the emergence of new mushrooms. The slender ones we call Little Widows. They make soft noises when approached, and shriek loudly if one gets closer. The noise is unbearable, even if one covers their ears. The ones with tendrils would lash out at any creature that draws near. It seemed that these mushrooms were not hard to encounter, as the bandits not only understood their attack methods but also had nicknames for them. How did you handle these mushrooms back then? Fang Hao asked. We mostly let them be. If we had to deal with them, we would try using fire. Okay. One reason bandits are hard to root out is that they scamper all over the place and are familiar with their surroundings. They would run away at the first sign of danger. If someone pursued them, they would lead those people to dangerous areas. Like a group of mushrooms that could release poisonous gas, for instance. Do they affect the undead? I'm not sure. Grey Bear seemed to remember something and continued. Some people say that a part of these plants is used as alchemy materials, and there are folks who specialize in collecting them. Alchemy materials? So these things were alchemy materials. Without saying much, Fang Hao ordered the troop to move closer. When they got nearer, Fang Hao was able to check the attributes of the mushrooms. Poisonous spores, screaming mushroom, droopbeard mushroom. Their names were displayed but no levels were indicated. Go in and try it. Fang Hao ordered to a skeleton. The skeleton warrior, weapon in hand, strode towards the group of mushrooms. When he was about 2 meters away, the screaming mushroom started to tremble slightly, emitting a soft whimpering sound. The skeleton warrior didn't stop, and in the next second, the screaming mushroom let out a sharp shriek that echoed through the valley. Immediately after, like a chain reaction, all the mushroom creatures began to tremble. The poisonous spores spewed out their grey toxic fumes from their hollows. The droopbeard mushrooms began brandishing their tendrils, sweeping them towards the approaching skeleton. Thud, thud, thud. The skeleton warrior held up his shield, and the tendrils lashed onto the shield. Meanwhile, the skeleton warrior had already reached the screaming mushroom up front, and slashed at it with his blade. With one slash, he nearly split the screaming mushroom in half, letting out an even sharper shriek. However, it had no effect on the skeleton warrior. Outside the valley, Fang Hao and the others watched what was happening in front and nodded to themselves. It seemed that these mushrooms primarily affected living creatures, and their effects on the undead were not significant. Just when Fang Hao thought that this was the mushroom's final line of defense, something unusual occurred up ahead. A rotting cyclops troll rose from the mushroom-covered ground. A black mushroom was growing from its eye on the forehead, and the rest of its body was covered with various kinds of fungi. It appeared that this corpse had become a source of nutrients for the fungi. Splash! Following the troll, all the corpses in the circle of mushrooms rose up, their bodies full of fungi, turning them into mobile combat units. The mushrooms on their bodies continuously released poisonous gas and shrieks. Moving turrets. Despite the weird situation, the threat they posed was minimal. The standing corpses numbered only a little over 10, and the poisonous gases and noise emitted by the mushrooms posed no threat to the undead soldiers. Grey Bear, take your men and retreat out of the valley. Black Sword, attack! Said Fang Hao. Yes. The two immediately took action. Grey Bear led his men to the rear while Black Sword rallied his forces, preparing to strike the valley. The archers and mages launched the first attack. Arrows and magic missiles flew towards the Guild of Mushrooms. Struck by the attack, the mushrooms started to shake constantly, spewing toxins, and emitting shrill noises. In no time, the entire valley was filled with grey poisonous gas. Undeterred, the undead warriors stride into the gas and launched an attack on the fungal corpses and mushrooms. The single-eyed troll, who boasted of strong power, still retained some combat abilities after being infested by a mushroom. Swinging his wolf fang club, he forced the skeleton warriors to keep retreating. Black Sword advanced and knocked over the troll by pushing his shield directly, then severed the troll's head with his sword. The troll's head fell off, but the mushroom it carried was still emitting poisonous gas. Black Sword swung sword again, chopping the mushroom in half. In the valley, the undead soldiers quickly eliminated the clusters of mushrooms. Cleanup work conducted slower than expected. The number of mushrooms was just too vast, growing together in big and small clusters. The clearing took 3 hours. Only then did it gradually near completion. The entire valley was littered with chopped up fungal flesh. The skeletons were rummaging through the lean meats, looking for any loot that could be gathered. "Sir, we found a treasure chest inside," said Black Sword. 2 skeletons carried out a silver treasure chest. They placed it in front of Fang Hao. Other than the treasure chest, the dead mushrooms also dropped several types of plant rootstocks. Spore cap long neck rootstock. According to the description, all these had some toxicity and could indeed be used as alchemy materials and herbs. Fang Hao ordered to pile up all the mushrooms and set them on fire. Such fungi, if left to grow, could indeed be dangerous. If any living creature gets close, it could easily become the mushroom's nutrients. All cleared, Fang Hao gave the order to retreat. End God's presence. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Black Sword and the Bone Dragon returned to the territory. The accompanying skeleton soldiers did not follow back, but all stayed in Grey Bear's village. The treasure chest had been placed at Fang Hao's feet and the fungal materials had been sent to the warehouse. The gains from this time were average. Just a silver treasure chest. Open it. Gain, Meat Field Blueprint, Demon Eye Mushroom Seeds 12, Divination Mushroom Seeds 6, Wild Grass Seeds 8, Fire Scale Grass Seeds 5, Honey Grass Seeds 3, Mist Cloaked Crystal 2, Warfire Coins 78. Seeing a long list of rewards, Fang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed that there weren't many useful blueprints. Meat Field, Wood Materials 800, Stone Materials 4.00, Hemp Rope 350, Living Creature Corpse 2, Trace of the Earth 1. Description: some fungi can grow rapidly and stably on any corpse, and rotting bodies are the best nutrient supply. Damn! What kind of strange thing is this? Seeing the introduction of the meat field, the image of the bodies infested with mushrooms comes to Fang Hao's mind. It made his heart feel uncomfortable. Demon Eye Mushroom Seed. Category: Seed. Description: can cultivate Demon Eye Mushroom, a collection item for alchemy and medicine. Wild Grass Seed. Category: Seed. Description: can plant wild grass, a collection item for alchemy and medicine. Whether it's mushroom seeds or plant seeds, both are closely related to alchemy. Once he cultivates some alchemists in his territory in the future, he won't have to worry about materials anymore. When it comes to mushroom cultivation, Fang Hao thinks of a suitable place to plant them: Crescent Heights. Rolina has a canopy treasure box, which is actually suitable for mushroom growth. It seems that he'll have to visit Rolina in the next few days, taking care of his subordinate heroes and get the plantation started. The mist-cloaked crystal doesn't need an introduction, it's a material of the fairy faction. Night fell, and the blue sky was adorned with countless stars. The stars in this world were surprisingly plentiful, covering the entire sky. Thump! 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 Fang Hao, who was standing at the window, had his room door gently knocked. "Master," Sir Boulder has returned and is waiting for you in the hall, Ira's voice came from outside the door. Boulder is back? Fang Hao had assigned Boulder to find the Red Duke's corpse, it had been a few days already. He wondered if the Red Duke's corpse had been found. Chapter 355, Praising the Beautiful Miss. The Blood Castle occupies the entire Crescent Heights, with only around 60,000 troops under its control. If the Human Federation wished, they could easily snatch Crescent Heights from the hands of the Blood Clan. But the Human Federation has never done so. Under pressure, they even signed a peace treaty. The main reason for this situation was the Red Duke, who defended Crescent Heights. A 9th-level orange hero was enough to deter everyone from touching Crescent Heights. It's not that the Human Federation doesn't have the capability to annihilate Crescent Heights, but unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would want to provoke an orange hero. The Red Duke, who is adept at hunting humans, could single-handedly exterminate the majority of the human leaders. Even if Fang Hao's undead army could easily break into Crescent Heights, they still couldn't defeat the Red Duke. If Rollina hadn't resurrected him, he would have suffered the Red Duke's vengeance. Of course, this was also why Fang Hao valued the body of the Red Duke. Upon learning that Rollina had killed him, he immediately arranged for a search. In the Lord's Hall, Giant Wall quietly sat on one side, waiting silently. There was an item wrapped in linen under his foot, with the outline of a skull faintly visible. Upon seeing Fang Hao descending from the staircase, he stood up to salute, "Lord." Fang Hao sat down in front of the bone throne. "So, what did you find?" Hearing Fang Hao's question, Giant Wall's towering body knelt down on one knee. Lowering his head, he said in a tone full of shame, "My lord, we have searched for several days and found only some remnants of the Red Duke. The rest is still missing." The search for the body was not progressing well. Although the location Rollina gave was accurate, finding scattered remains in the mountains was almost as difficult as finding a sunken ship in the sea. Even if there were bone dragons to search from the air. Giant Wall and the undead soldiers had searched day and night for several days before finding some remnants. Hearing Giant Wall's words, Fang Hao's excited heart instantly cooled by half. "Giant Wall, stand up. Let's take a look at what you have found," Fang Hao sighed, and said. The loyalty of the skeleton hero originated at 100%, there's no chance of laziness or deception. Therefore, if Giant Wall said they couldn't find it, then they really couldn't. Hearing Fang Hao's words, Giant Wall stood up. He unwrapped the item at his feet, which was wrapped in linen, revealing the shriveled body parts inside. This was the result of the Blood Clan being exposed to the sun, just like the case of Fielding who had been executed. In the cloth package, one could distinguish a shriveled skull, a palm, some scattered bones, and a pair of intact bat wings. It seemed that Rollina really hated the Red Duke and had torn him apart. Just with these few parts, neither Nelson nor the skeleton conversion field could perform the conversion. Fang Hao sighed slightly. It seemed that all the trouble had been for nothing. On second thought, this was better. He had to consider Rollina's feelings too. Who knew if the Red Duke showed up again as a skeleton hero, whether Rollina would go mad and tear him apart again. Since the corpse was not found in full, he had given up on the idea of creating a hero. Then again, Fang Hao looked at the skull and bat wings on the ground and his eyes lit up again. Unable to be made into a skeleton hero, these complete parts are not useless. The last time he got the DM doll note, he happened to see the method of making skulls. Although he didn't have much interest in DM dolls, it seemed that they could only be used as doll materials for now. In this way, the body of the Red Duke was utilized, which also took into account Rollina's feelings. This seemed to be the best solution. Thinking of this, Fang Hao's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. "Giant Wall, you have done a good job this time. Send these to the Viscera Museum, and let Bachelor Nelson handle them later." "Yes, my lord." Giant Wall rewrapped the body, "I will not disturb your rest now." Having said this, Giant Wall took the body and left the lord's mansion. Fang Hao sat on the throne, pondering. Making DM dolls is not as simple as collecting hero corpses. The knowledge of alchemy recorded in the notes is equally important. It seemed that he should get in touch with some alchemy when he had the opportunity, or recruit some people proficient in alchemy. He sat on the chair and thought for a while before going upstairs to rest. 2 days later. Lyss City, Temple. Fang Hao, accompanied by Angia, hired 2 idle laborers by the roadside. He took 50 pieces of finished Zealous Faith assistant priest robes to the temple. "Sir, how may I help you?" A young assistant priest approached and glanced at the package being hauled by the laborers behind him. Fang Hao looked at the assistant priest and started speaking softly, "I'm a fabric trader. Last time, I promised to donate some clothing to you. Today, I happened to come to the city, so I brought some along." Hearing that it was a donation for the temple, the assistant priest's expression became even more respectful. "Oh, please come in, sir. I will call Priest Miriam," the assistant priest said warmly. "All right." The assistant priest led Fang Hao to a quiet room and then left to fetch the priest. The workers set down the package, and after Fang Hao paid the agreed price, they happily left. Shortly after, the door opened again, and the elderly priestess from before, hobbling, walked in. Seeing Fang Hao and the orc girl sitting in the room, a hint of surprise flashed over her face. She remembered these two young people. It seemed not much time had passed since their last departure. She wondered if there had been a problem and they didn't plan to donate any more. This kind of sudden change of mind had happened before. "Mr. Trader, we meet again. I forgot to ask your name last time due to the rush," she said. "I am Fang Hao. May I know your name, priest?" Fang Hao responded courteously with a smile, despite the priestess's stern demeanor. "Miriam." Priestess Miriam sat down opposite Fang Hao and saw 2 stacks of fabric package on the side of the tea table. Fang Hao nodded, "Priestess Miriam, I happened to come to Lyss City, so I brought 50 robes along. I will bring the rest next time I come." Hearing Fang Hao's words, Priestess Miriam's eyebrows furrowed. Previous donations usually dragged on for half a year, or even slower. Most of the time, they ended up sinking like stones in the sea, gradually neglected and forgotten, with no one delivering the goods. Fang Hao's case, in Miriam's experience, was the quickest she'd seen, and even seemed unbelievably fast. "Sir, are you serious? You're not joking, are you?" Miriam stared at Fang Hao. "I've brought the clothes." Saying this, Fang Hao immediately opened a fabric package and took out an assistant priest's robe. When she held the robe in her hands, the elderly priestess was even more surprised. The craftsmanship was top-notch. Even the clothes donated by the city lord's mansion weren't this exquisitely made. Moreover, the fabric felt very comfortable to the touch. But when she noticed the skull pattern on the chest of the robe, Priestess Miriam's face instantly filled with astonishment. "Mr. Fang Hao, what is this?" "Priestess Miriam, please don't misunderstand. Our fabric store is named the Bone Textile Store. Not only your side, but also the clothing Lady Rebecca customized from us carries this symbol. It's just more inconspicuous on her clothes, as she will be attending some banquets," Fang Hao explained. Listening to Fang Hao's explanation, Priestess Miriam eased her expression a bit. Carrying a symbol was not a problem, she was afraid that Fang Hao was trying to provoke the temple in this way. After all, the temple worshipped the god of light and the goddess of harvest. "Lady Rebecca also custom-ordered clothing from you." Priestess Miriam continued the conversation, changing the subject to Rebecca. "Yes, the dresses for this year's federal conference were chosen to be made by our Bone Textile Store for Lady Rebecca. Perhaps it won't be long before our Bone Textile Store will be known throughout the city," Fang Hao answered with the same smile on his face. Listening to Fang Hao's words, Priestess Miriam became a little more relaxed. The federal conference is a very important event among human city-states. Even the dresses are strictly selected. That is to say, for a year after the conference begins, the Bone Textile Store will be the hottest shop in the city. Then, everyone in the city will know about Bone Textile Store. Wearing clothes with the store's logo in the temple will not be a big problem then. There should be no big problem with the temple wearing clothes carrying the store's logo. "Thank you, Mr. Fang Hao. After the clothes are made, I can arrange someone to pick them up," Priestess Miriam said, no longer pressing on the matter of the skull symbol. Fang Hao had already figured this out. As long as he mentions Rebecca, the temple will easily accept the bone symbol. "Well, then I won't bother you anymore. I will notify you when the clothes are ready next time." Fang Hao had no intention of staying any longer. The two left the room and walked down the corridor with Priestess Miriam. As they passed another open room, a greasy male voice was heard. "Praise the god of light, praise the goddess of harvest, and praise you beautiful priestess. May your skin become more delicate and may your features remain youthful and lovely." I'm not a priestess, just an assistant priestess. A slightly shy voice echoed from the room. The three of them walked by the door and saw a thin, blonde middle-aged man inside holding the hand of a young assistant priestess, speaking greasy words. Clearing her throat, Priestess Miriam coughed lightly. Hearing the sound, the assistant priestess looked back and saw Priestess Miriam standing at the door. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She hastily withdrew her hand from the man's grasp. Priestess Miriam. The assistant priestess bowed her head in salute. From now on, you will be in charge of the flowers and plants in the backyard. You don't have to take care of this side. Miriam said, her face stern. Yes. The assistant priestess turned pale and excused herself. The middle-aged man, seeing Miriam's stern expression, also became nervous and quickly said, Priestess Miriam, I express my deepest respect to you. Shut your mouth. You can leave now. Chapter 356, Browning. She heard Priestess Miriam, telling him to leave. The man was a bit flustered and hurriedly said, but, my injury is not healed yet. Browning, I have warned you not to use those tricks from the pub here. If you haven't left by this afternoon, don't blame me for being impolite. Priestess Miriam said coldly. Most of the temple's staff were young female assistant priests, some of whom were just children. Many people came from nearby villages and were easily deceived by Browning's greasy old-fashioned sweet talk. Obviously, this wasn't Priestess Miriam's first time warning this man. But he was caught red-handed again. Priestess Miriam, I was just chatting with her. Browning defended himself. In 1 hour, if you haven't left, your name will be known by every person who comes to the temple to pray. Priestess Miriam directly shortened the man's leaving time to 1 hour. Hearing the priestess's warning, Browning's complexion changed instantly. He knew how powerful a single word from a priest, especially the main priest, could be. If this was not Lyss City, a priest's word would be enough to send him to the gallows or get him burnt alive. All right. I will pack my things and leave, Priestess Miriam. Browning said reluctantly. In 1 hour. Miriam reminded him again. I know. Priestess Miriam, with an icy face, was ready to leave. At this point, Fang Hao also recognized Browning, the painter who was interrogated in the Faceless One's hut. Unexpectedly, he met him here. Priestess Miriam, I haven't seen Browning in a long time. I want to chat a while. Of course, this will not delay his departure within an hour. Fang Hao began. Priestess Miriam glanced at Fang Hao, not expecting that he also knew Browning. She shot Browning a cold glance and left ahead. After Priestess Miriam left, Browning frowned at Fang Hao, you know me. His memory was pretty good, but he truly had no recollection of the man in front of him. Naturally, Browning didn't recognize the current Fang Hao. At that time in the dim dungeon, Fang Hao had performed God's presence, controlling a skeletal sparrow to speak with him. Mr. Browning wouldn't have forgotten me. We chatted at the last ball. Fang Hao entered the room, saying enthusiastically. Just like he was seeing an old friend. Ah! I didn't forget. Browning frowned and replied subconsciously. How did you offend Priestess Miriam? This is the first time I've seen her lose her temper. Fang Hao moved his chair forward. First time seeing her lose her temper? That's because you're not here often. Browning lifted his injured arm, packing his things, she's just an old-fashioned old woman. I was just joking with a few female assistant priests, and she wants to drive me out. Hearing Browning insisting on having his own way. Fang Hao was speechless, this was a temple, not a pub. You held the hand of a female assistant priest, constantly touching, is this a joke? Moreover, he did it with several of them. He was a habitual offender. Priestess Miriam not killing him was already lenient. But these were all just thoughts in Fang Hao's mind, he wouldn't say them out loud. He asked directly, by the way, what happened to your injury? Were you beaten because you touched some girl's hand? Hey! You can't say that randomly. Am I that kind of person? Browning said sternly. Then how did you get hurt? Don't even mention it, I was kidnapped by a group of damned guys, almost died inside. Luckily, the city lord got the news and rescued me. Browning's face instantly turned serious. Recalling the situation at the time, he involuntarily felt a sense of fear rising in his heart. Kidnapped? Who would dare to kidnap you? Fang Hao carried on with the conversation. Damned Derek! He is actually a spy for the faceless ones. I even gave his wife a full-body portrait for free last time. Browning gritted his teeth. Dowie? Which Dowie? The building officer Dowie. His son even joined the security team. The building officer was in charge of the construction and maintenance of the city. It seemed like there were quite a few city officials who had joined the faceless ones as well. How did the city lord handle it? Fang Hao continued to inquire. How could they handle it? They arrested him, and his son was also dismissed from his post. I'm not sure about the progress. Browning said, I tell you, Lady Rebecca even met with me. She was wearing a loose long skirt at the time. Her figure and looks, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. The instant they talked about women, Browning's spirits lifted. Besides Dowie and his son, were there any other people? Fang Hao kept asking. I don't know about that, I was sent here to heal, no one told me about the progress. Browning said helplessly. Actually, he had also noticed some inconsistencies. The city lord's intense attention, and the involvement of city officials, meant this wasn't a minor matter. He was also a bit worried and even considered leaving Lyss City to live in another city for a while. Oh. Alright, then you can get back to your business, I'll leave first. Feeling that there was nothing more to ask, Fang Hao stood up to say goodbye. Take care, I'll treat you to a few drinks when I'm better. No problem. Fang Hao left the room and closed the door behind him. Watching Fang Hao leave, Browning was still muttering to himself, who was that, why don't I remember him? Leaving the temple, Fang Hao, with Angia, took a carriage directly to the mission hall to the east of the city. The place was busier than the last time they came. Weapon shops, armor shops, and even pubs had been set up on both sides of the main road. For high-stress professions, pubs and some scantily clad girls always helped mercenaries unwind. Once inside the hall, they approached the counter. Mr. Fang Hao, you're back again. On the other side of the counter was the young soldier who had attended to him last time. Seems like they also have permanent shifts here, he met the same person twice. Yes, the mission from last time has been completed. I came to confirm and see if there are any new missions. Fang Hao replied. Oh, okay, Mr. Fang Hao, what's the name of your mercenary group? I'll check it for you. The Bone Knight Group. Oh, one moment. The young soldier said, flipping through the record in his hands, looking for the name of the Bone Knight Group. Second floor. In a room above the hall. Rebecca, wearing a light blue long dress, was leaning on a couch, flipping through the information in her hands. In front of her, the respectful chief of guards explained softly, Madam, these are all the registered and competent mercenary groups. The first two, Dragon Scale Mercenary Group and Blood Crow Mercenary Group, have been famous for a while. It's rumored that the leaders of the two groups have already advanced to hero ranks. Rebecca silently flipped through the information and then closed it. Okay, I'll think about it. The chief of guards nodded and immediately exited the room. After a while, Rebecca sighed, got up, and walked to the window, looking at the first floor hall. Chapter 357, Special Mission. Madam, the Dragon Scale Mercenary Group has a good reputation in the city. Many trading caravans rely on them for protection during their travels, a maid quietly explained. She had been serving Rebecca for the longest time and could tell from her mistress's expression that she was not particularly impressed with the mercenary groups on the list. There were only a handful of well-known groups in the city and the options were limited. Perhaps we'll consider the Dragon Scale Mercenary Group, said Rebecca, helpless. The infiltration of the Faceless into Lyss City was more severe than imagined. The artist rescued the day before yesterday had implicated many others holding crucial positions in the city during his interrogation. The Faceless had their own agents in both construction teams and city defense teams. This revelation struck a fearful chord within Rebecca. Before long, they might completely hollow out Lyss City's power center, resulting in a city entirely controlled by Faceless ones. The Dragon Scale Mercenary Group. Being an early established large-scale group, they undoubtedly possessed strength. But could a team like this truly be trusted? Rebecca always felt uneasy in her heart, thus, she didn't make a direct decision. Madam, don't worry too much. Everything will get better, her maid comforted her at the side. Yes, hopefully, Rebecca whispered, gazing through the wooden window down at the noisy hall below. The hall below was a bit chaotic. Two groups of mercenaries were on the brink of conflict and were being driven out by the guards. Suddenly, Rebecca furrowed her brows. She noticed a familiar figure by the counter. Unlike the armored, burly mercenaries, he was dressed casually and chatting with a soldier. Rebecca picked up the list of mercenary groups on the table and started to flip through it rapidly. Sure enough, at the end of the list, she saw a distinctive name, Bone Knights. Although the list didn't specify who the members were, Rebecca was certain that the only person who would come up with such a name would be Fang Hao. Mercenary work was a high-risk occupation, and there was a lot of superstition surrounding the naming of a team. Few people would choose a name that sounded like the team wouldn't survive long for their group. Similarly, no one would choose Bone as the name of a cloth shop. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of Rebecca's lips. In the first floor hall, Fang Hao casually flipped through the new bounty tasks. Although it seemed like a hefty stack, few instances caught his interest. Most were minor tasks within the city or bandit elimination operations. After combing through it multiple times, he finally chose an investigation task concerning a rat infestation in a village. "How's it going, Mr. Fang Hao?" "Haven't found anything satisfactory yet," asked a soldier who had noticed Fang Hao's repeated flipping. "All right, I'll take these 3, Fang Hao said, pulling out 3 single-page maps from the pile. Besides the rat infestation in the village task, the other 2 were about bandit hideouts in the mountains. Now, all bandit-related tasks were handled by Grey Bear. "Oh, all right. I'll get them registered for you," the soldier noted down the details. After a task was completed, a dedicated team would check the site of the task. Once verified, they would grant bounty and mercenary points. Upon reaching a certain number of points, the level of the mercenary group could be raised. However, Fang Hao didn't care much about these points as they didn't serve much purpose. Once the bandit hideouts around Lyss City were cleared and there were no more locations to discover treasures, the mercenary group would become redundant. It didn't take long for the soldier to complete the registration. Fang Hao, ready to leave with Angia, was again stopped by a soldier at the entrance. Fang Hao had noticed this particular soldier, who had been watching him from afar earlier. "Mr. Fang Hao, Madam Rebecca is on the 2nd floor, she'd like you to join her," the soldier whispered. "Rebecca?" Fang Hao frowned, he didn't expect to run into Rebecca here. "Yes, Madam is asking for you," the soldier repeated. "All right, lead the way." The 3 of them ascended to the 2nd floor, stopping in front of a room. After lightly knocking on the door, Fang Hao and Angia went in. "Mrs. Rebecca?" Fang Hao bowed slightly. "I did not expect you to have a mercenary group," Rebecca smiled and glanced at Angia, who was standing behind Fang Hao. A young orc girl. It was recently formed, responsible for escorting convoys along the route. Fang Hao sat down. As soon as they had settled, maids brought them drinks and pastries. "That orphanage, you completed it as well?" "I heard it was infested with dark creatures," Rebecca curiously asked. Before Fang Hao entered, Rebecca had already acquired the information about the skeleton knights and their completed tasks. Indeed there was a creature called the ghoul which can recover its wounds by eating corpses. Whether it counts as a dark creature, I'm not quite sure," Fang Hao thought briefly before deciding to answer directly. According to the information visible to transmigrators, ghouls belong to the category of demons. But in broad categorization, undead creatures or man-eating monsters are all classified as dark creatures by people. This matter, there isn't much to argue. "So, your mercenaries exterminated them?" Rebecca asked with a smile. "It's been taken care of. These monsters aren't difficult to deal with once you figure out the right method. Each team has its own combat style." Fang Hao didn't know much about other teams, but for his, they relied on overwhelming their enemies with sheer numbers. Those ghouls, and even the heroes before them, as long as they couldn't fly, were all defeated by his tactics of outnumbering. Rebecca pondered for a moment, her smile instantly disappearing, looking directly at Fang Hao. "Can I trust you?" "Hi." Fang Hao was momentarily taken aback. "It depends on what Madam wishes to do. If the price is not right, I might not be as reliable as you think." Rebecca burst into laughter hearing Fang Hao's answer. This man, always aiming to catch one off guard with his words. However, this response unexpectedly reassured her. She continued, "Don't worry about the price, I have a task here. I'm not sure if a mercenary group leader like you would be interested." A mercenary task? A lord's wife with ample manpower at her disposal. What task can't she handle, that she needs to approach him? While Fang Hao was curious about the mission, he also suspected that Rebecca might try to set him up. Why not mention the mission, madam? I need to determine whether my people have the ability to carry out this mission. Fang Hao didn't instantly accept, but decided to hear more about the mission first. Just capturing a few people, it's much easier than dealing with ghouls. Rebecca calmly lied on the couch, her long beautiful legs exposed in the air. Why not assign guards to directly capture the people instead? It is not convenient for mercenaries to operate within the city. Fang Hao picked up his water glass and took a sip. The city has strict regulations for mercenaries. There would be many difficulties. Due to certain special reasons, one of the opposition parties will be alerted as soon as my people take action, so I need an additional team that can capture those people without letting the opposition party know, Rebecca stated solemnly. An additional team. Upon hearing this, Fang Hao immediately understood Rebecca's meaning. The Faceless. The people of the Faceless had infiltrated the city lord's house, or the city's army. Any move would alert the other party. Thus, Rebecca thought to find a special team. But Fang Hao was also surprised she chose him, considering that his mercenary group had just been formed. And the reward? Madam doesn't plan to have us work for free, does she? Fang Hao cheekily asked. He was interested in this proposal. Rather than trying to gather information about the city lord's house in any other manner, it would be better to directly communicate with Rebecca. Pooled with his own intelligence, he would be able to learn more about the Faceless. Compensation is not an issue. Due to the mission being more relaxed, the payment will be even more. At the same time, I will arrange for you to have some rights along with an identity, which, of course, will remain secret. Rebecca also revealed a smile. Fang Hao held his water cup, falling into brief silence. In his mind, he started weighing the pros and cons of accepting this task. After a few minutes of silence, Fang Hao finally showed a smile. All right, I'll take this job. Chapter 358, Cleaning the Warehouse. Rebecca made it sound simple, but the reality was far from it. Being targeted by the Faceless was no good thing. Even Rebecca had been cornered by the Faceless, what more a small mercenary group. Nevertheless, Fang Hao chose to undertake this task. He had already taken action against the Faceless, he wasn't afraid of offending them even more. And the scariest part about the Faceless was their deep undercover agents, who might stab you in the back at any turn. But this threat was not serious to Fang Hao. He rarely ventured outside and in his domain, other than the few people who had signed contracts with him, the rest were undead. Even if they wanted to plant spies, there was nowhere to do so. Also, his conversation with Rebecca spurred his interest in the power center of Lyss City. The man he had met last time was the city lord of Lyss City. But it seemed like the military authority was in the hands of Rebecca, the city lord's wife. There might be things about this he did not yet understand. Hearing Fang Hao's agreement, Rebecca heaved a sigh of relief. There were several established mercenary groups in the city that were more influential than Fang Hao. But it was hard to be sure that these groups were not infiltrated by the Faceless. So after much consideration, Rebecca decided to trust Fang Hao a tad bit more. Her next move would be to see if she had bet right this time. Good, we will settle on this matter then. How many people do you have? Rebecca sat up and picked up a piece of fruit to eat. How many do you need? By that, you mean you have quite a number of mercenaries at your disposal. Not a lot, but I can gather around 100. Fang Hao confidently replied. All right. Then you should bring some, around 30 people. One will send someone to brief you when the time comes. Rebecca nodded her head. Rebecca knew where Fang Hao lived, so she would arrange for someone to notify him of the next steps once the time came. With the discussion over, Fang Hao wasn't inclined to stay any longer. He stood up saying, Mrs. Rebecca, I will return now to start preparations. Sure. As Fang Hao prepared to leave, Rebecca added, do not let word of our conversation escape outside. Sure. Fang Hao left the room and exited the task hall with Angia. After leaving the task hall, Fang Hao and Angia did not linger. They hailed a carriage and directly returned to their residence. After lying down on his bed, Fang Hao directly activated God's presence. The next second, he appeared in the Grey Bear's village, immediately experiencing the pain that came from the strain on his spiritual power due to long-distance usage of God's presence. In view was still Grey Bear's room. Grey Bear was dressed loosely, standing by the window looking outside. "Grey Bear," Fang Hao softly called out. Grey Bear turned back and saw the skeleton Grey Sparrow on the bed. "My lord," he replied. "Prepare. Select about 30 agile individuals with no criminal records in Lyss City, and send them to Lyss City to find me," Fang Hao continued. "Yes sir, I will start preparations right away," Grey Bear immediately pledged. "Rightly, make sure they reach the city before dusk." "Yes, my lord." Fang Hao deactivated God's presence, and Grey Bear immediately put on his armor and went outside. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. In the east of the city, near a corner, was a civilian house. The small house was dim inside. Under the moonlight, several shadows were faintly visible. As per agreement, Fang Hao's people were stationed here waiting for Rebecca's message. Apart from Fang Hao and Angia, Dimitrija and Grey Bear had, before the city gates closed, brought in 27 people. They did not light torches, nor chat much. The only sounds heard were the chirping of insects in the courtyard. The bandits they had with them were somewhat anxious. They wondered if their chief was becoming reckless, planning something big in the city. Initiating an attack in the city, wasn't that just asking for death? Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the door of the courtyard got knocked. "The route has been arranged, the lady is to be captured alive." A man's voice sounded from outside the door. Fang Hao nodded to his people. Clang, clang, clang. The men stood up, the sound of their armor rattling echoed. The door was opened to reveal a middle-aged man outside. Fang Hao found the man somewhat familiar, likely a guard from Rebecca's side. "If possible, I will try my best to keep him alive," Fang Hao whispered. "This is the map, the location is an abandoned warehouse. Be careful." The man turned and left after delivering his message. Fang Hao took the map, finding the markings familiar. This was one of the 3 locations provided by Li Go, the abandoned warehouse located in the corner of the East City. Fang Hao had checked out the location before using God's presence. He hadn't noticed anything suspicious then, seemingly the city lord's mansion knew about this location too. "Let's go," Fang Hao waved his hand, and the group moved towards their target under the cover of night. After about 20 minutes, the group arrived at a cluster of warehouses. The warehouses appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. Some were decently preserved while others had collapsed walls and large holes in the roof. Fang Hao and his men concealed themselves in the shadows. He took out the skeleton Grey Sparrow from his bag and deployed God's presence on it. He flew the sparrow towards the warehouse. As he got closer from the air, he spotted several cloak-clad sentinels hiding in the shadows. Had they proceeded recklessly, they would have undoubtedly been discovered by these sentinels hidden in the shadows. These guys were pretty careful. Fang Hao circled the air several times to remember the sentinels' positions, then deactivated God's presence. He relayed their positions to his men. The situation hit a stalemate. The sentinels were in tricky spots, it wouldn't be easy to assassinate them. They were all keeping a watch on each other, killing one would alert the rest. "A few of you should eliminate the sentinels directly. Dimitrija, Angia, the 2 of you should lead the rest and storm the warehouse. Try to capture a live one, if possible," Fang Hao spoke decisively. Fang Hao chose a more direct way. The team didn't have people skilled at strategy. It would be more convenient to just go in freely. "Yes." They all responded. "Let's begin the action." Everyone left the shadows, armed with weapons, and ran towards the sentinels. Dimitrija and another person guided their men directly towards the warehouse, lifted the hidden lid on the ground, and jumped inside. The underground room was very bright. The torches on the walls illuminated the room. 4 cloaked individuals stood stupefied at the sudden entrance of all the warriors. Even though their faces were hidden, the pupils in the gaps of their cloaks shrunk rapidly as if shocked. Behind the cloaked men was a woman stained with blood and hung up by ropes. They are probably interrogating her. "You. Web." The cloaked man, who seemed to be the leader, had just started talking when Dimitrija quickly attacked and severed the man's limbs with his sword. Blood spurted out immediately. "Ah!" the cloaked man cried out in pain. Dimitrija's deep voice sounded again, "Break their limbs, make sure they can't commit suicide." "Yes." Grey Bear and the others sprung into action, overtaking the remaining three in the midst of wailing cries. Chapter 359, The Freakish Old Man. Fang Hao did not follow to participate in the ongoing raid on the warehouse. Given the identity of the Faceless, there surely wouldn't be many enemies inside the warehouse. With Dimitrija leading over 20 fierce reformed mountain bandits, the outcome of this battle is already decided. Ending the battle is just a matter of time. It's no wonder Rebecca described this mission as easy with generous rewards. In such a small place, it wouldn't hold a large number of men. The sentries outside were killed one by the mountain bandits. Within the warehouse, cries of pain could be heard. About 5 minutes later, a bandit emerged from the warehouse and quickly reported, "My lord, the battle is over. 4 men in black robes have been subdued, and we've rescued a woman who was being interrogated." A woman was being interrogated? What color is the hair of the woman being interrogated? Fang Hao asked. Golden, my lord. She has a rather nice figure. Damn it, no one asked for that detail. Let's go, lead me to see her. Fang Hao answered. As per their agreement, the city lord's guards had already left and were soon expected to arrive. He needed to quickly gather some information about the Faceless before they reached. The bandit nodded and led Fang Hao and Anjia into the warehouse and down a rope ladder to the basement. Once down, the potent smell of blood permeated the room. The basement wasn't big. 4 men in black robes were kneeling directly in front, their hoods had been pulled off, revealing their faces. Fang Hao didn't recognize them, but their appearances and the finery underneath their robes suggested they were elite citizens of the city. Tend to his injuries briefly, let's not let him die. Fang Hao glanced at a man whose arms had been severed and who seemed to be on the brink of death. A bandit stepped forward and haphazardly bandaged the bleeding man. But it didn't look very effective. You're not with the city lord's guard, let's make a trade. Let us go, and we'll reward you with enough wealth to last a lifetime. One man in a black robe exclaimed. Though he didn't recognize these people, he could affirm that they were not guards of the city. How much are you offering? Fang Hao asked. 10,000 gold coins. What do you say? That should be enough for your entire life. The man continued. Upon hearing this, some of the mountain bandits around Grey Bear appeared fascinated. 10,000 gold coins were no small amount. 10,000 gold, do you really take us for kidnappers? Interrogate them, note down their names and what they do. Fang Hao responded coldly. As you wish, my lord. Grey Bear immediately moved in, delivering several hard slaps to each man's face. It was only after physically assaulting them that he started asking for their names and occupations. Any hesitation was met with a brutal beating. Fang Hao walked straight towards the golden-haired woman. She was in her 30s, not particularly beautiful, but maintained herself well. She had fainted due to her injuries. From the looks of the dried blood on her wounds, she had been undergoing interrogation for a few days. My lord, have a look. At this moment, Dimitrija handed over a document. Fang Hao took it, it was a record of the woman's interrogation. The woman's name was Anshil. According to the record, Anshil's father had combined dwarf technology to create a form of thunderfire. Anshil made modifications to it and created a special form of thunderfire which she named dynamite. This kind of explosive was small and easy to carry. It didn't need to be lit beforehand and could be ignited by simply pulling a cord, making it usable right after being thrown. The design plans are currently hidden under Anshil's bed. The record stopped, presumably because Dimitrija and his crew had stormed in during the interrogation. Upon seeing the mention of dynamite, Fang Hao couldn't help but suspect. Anshil's modifications to the thunderfire were probably suggested by a transmigrator. Otherwise, even if she developed it herself, she wouldn't have used that exact name. However, as she was currently unconscious, there was no opportunity to question her. Quickly using the Book of Lords, Fang Hao photographed the entire interrogation record for a detailed review later. At this point, a bandit peeked down from the top of the warehouse and reported, "My lord, the guards have reached the corner of the street." Fang Hao nodded and immediately commanded, "All right, let's move out, we'll leave the rest to the guards." After exiting the basement, they immediately departed. Soon, the guards completely surrounded the area. The 4 robed men with their limbs broken and the unconscious woman were taken from the basement and brought outside. Meanwhile, in the Western District, at the Red Maiden Tavern, the largest tavern on the West District's commercial street, with brothels on the second and third floors, and gambling tables on the fourth floor. This place was the property of Boss Layli, where all money-making activities could be found. Inside a private room on the top floor, Underworld Boss Layli was cradling a sensually naked woman in his arms. Naughty Boss Layli, when you loaned me to that old man, you have no idea how perverted he can be. The woman complained in a seductive tone. She pretended to hit Layli's chest with her delicate fist. Layli laughed heartily, as his hands moved non-stop over the woman's body and replied, "The old man is just impotent, not necessarily an old man, and I've heard that you've kept him in bed for several days. If I didn't take you back, the poor guy probably won't survive the week." "Humph! Who's spreading such nonsense? I'll tear their mouth apart. I was only hastening so I could return to the lovely Layli," the woman retorted. "Haha! Good, it seems my attention for you wasn't wasted." Layli's smile faded as he continued, "Have you found out the information you were supposed?" Chapter 360, The Freakish Old Man. The woman extended her arms, encircling Layli's neck. Her entire body clung tightly to him. She spoke softly, "Of course I found out. The city is going to expand its military next month, and I've figured out their development goals and personnel arrangements in the city lord's mansion. That old man always spills the beans when he's unwell, so it would be impossible not to hear it." "Ha ha ha! You're quite capable." Layli laughed heartily. This intelligence was enough to earn him a handsome sum. It would also potentially elevate his status within the organization. Just as they were getting passionate and planning some intense activities, there came a sudden rush of hurried footsteps from outside. Thud, thud, thud. Then the door was knocked. Layli, who was in a good mood, instantly darkened. His face. "Come in." The door opened, and seeing that the person coming in was his most reliable henchman, Li Go-1, Layli's face eased a bit. "What happened?" Li Go glanced at the woman who was still swaying on Layli and said calmly, "Boss, the warehouse in the east of the city has been raided by the city lord's mansion. They say that everyone has been arrested." "What?" Upon hearing this news, Layli's face changed, he instantly stood up, and the woman in his arms fell to the ground with a scream. "Is the news accurate?" "Accurate, this news will spread soon." Li Go continued. Layli's eyes kept changing rapidly, and he muttered, "How is this possible? It's impossible. He knows the capabilities of the Faceless. How could such a mistake be made? It's impossible. How could the City Lord's mansion make a move without any information leakage? If the City Lord's mansion really had this ability, it wouldn't have fallen to this point." "The guards, who led the team?" Layli asked again. "They say it was Rebecca's personal guard captain. Once he got there, he arrested everyone." Li Go continued. "Bloody hell!" Layli cursed, thought for a moment, and continued, "Prepare some men, kill those stupid fools who were arrested. They were more hindrance than help." "Yes, boss." Layli frowned and sat back in his chair, deep in thought. Li Go stood in place, his eyes gradually growing cold, and his hand behind his back moved towards the dagger behind him. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard Layli continue, "In a few days, people from above will be sent here. If this matter is not handled properly, both you and I will be held responsible. We can't let those 4 people stay alive." "Got it." Hearing Layli's words, Li Go's hands loosened once again and hung down on his sides. Those referred to as above by Layli couldn't possibly be someone from Lyss City, it could only be those sent by the Faceless. With a new target emerging, she had no choice but to change the plan. "Yes, boss, I'll handle it properly." Li Go agreed, quickly exited. The sudden news left Layli with no mood for what he had planned earlier. Just a moment ago, he was gleeful that the woman had obtained detailed information about Lyss City. But he never expected that Rebecca had already changed her strategy and launched a counterattack. The identities of the Faceless are kept secret from one another. But once someone is discovered, a whole string of people will be implicated. Chances are, before dawn, a number of nobles would be arrested, or even executed on the spot. Layli sat gloomily on the sofa, his mind somewhat blank. The next morning, Fang Hao, again in the guise of a cloth merchant, came to the city lord's mansion. Guided by a maid, he went straight to Rebecca's bedroom. Inside the room, Rebecca, wrapped in a light blue blanket, lazily lounged on a sofa. On a chair nearby lay scattered clothes and 2 inner armor pieces. It seemed that Rebecca had also participated in last night's interrogations and hadn't been back for long. "Lady Rebecca!" Fang Hao greeted softly. "Yawn." Rebecca yawned, glanced at Fang Hao without moving her head, and said softly, "Why did you come this early? Aren't you tired?" "Lamb waiting for the boss to settle the bill, naturally I am motivated." Fang Hao joked. He pushed some scattered clothes to the side and sat down on the chair. Rebecca gave him an annoyed look and said softly, "Do you think I would owe you money?" While speaking, she tightened the blue blanket around her chest and walked straight to the desk nearby. She took out 4 money bags from the drawer and placed them on the table. Fang Hao picked them up, and there were 1,000 gold coins in each bag. In other words, 1,000 gold per person. Such a simple, casualty-free and lucrative mission is the one mercenaries like best. But last night, someone offered a ransom of 10,000 per person. That's much more generous than Rebecca. "Do you know about a blueprint for a blasting tube?" Rebecca asked again. Having interrogated the 4 men and Anshil last night, she discovered that the cause of the incident was a blueprint for a blasting tube. But when she searched where Anshil had indicated, she found that the blueprint was gone. Of course, Rebecca suspected the people of the Faceless the most, but Fang Hao should also have seen the interrogation records last night. "What blasting tube? What's a blasting tube?" Fang Hao asked curiously. Seeing his ignorance, Rebecca didn't continue with the topic. "I was quite satisfied with yesterday's mission, but you were a bit too heavy-handed. The man whose arms you severed is a well-known jeweler in the city. I had to use a bottle of life potion to save him. Fighting was like that. It wasn't like you could call out to drop their weapons and surrender and they would comply. Only when you killed a few people did you have enough deterrent power." "Oh, how did the interrogation go last night?" "I heard that several fights broke out consecutively." Fang Hao casually responded and then asked. Rebecca sighed slightly and said, "We repelled several assassination attempts. The key people are now being held in custody. Progress with the interrogation is fairly good." "Oh," Fang Hao responded. "The fights that broke out afterwards were apparently made to kill and silence people. This is for you, it will make your movements in the city more convenient in future. Of course, you're still mercenaries on ordinary days. If there's a mission, I'll contact you separately." Rebecca handed an emblem to Fang Hao. "LYSS City Lord's Mansion Guard Emblem." Category: Emblem. Description: an emblem representing affiliation with the City Lord's mansion. The emblem didn't provide any special attribute bonuses, it was just an ordinary badge. Its actual utility was not significant, just a small reward from Rebecca for the Bone Mercenary group to continue helping her. It seemed to have the feel of a regular soldier, but was still fundamentally a mercenary group. Chapter 361, Thunder Hidden in the Chicken Cavity. Fang Hao pocketed the badge, not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he started to chat with Rebecca and indirectly inquired about some news related to the Faceless. Though Rebecca wouldn't share any significant intelligence. The less important information, coupled with what he had gathered, could help him infer quite a lot. Last night, the capture mission was successful. You could say it caught the enemy off guard, and those Faceless hiding in the dark were probably investigating how it was that Rebecca had managed to capture someone without being detected. Likewise, these guys would probably lay low for a while, daring not to make any new moves. After all, Rebecca's punishment for the Faceless was quite severe. Capturing one person would likely implicate quite a few others. After talking with Rebecca for a while and seeing her yawn continuously, Fang Hao decided not to linger any longer. He left the City Lord's mansion straight away. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, Fang Hao did not continue to stay in the city. Upon returning to the Grey Bear village with his troops, he switched to riding the Bone Dragon and returned to his territory at dusk. As Ira began preparing dinner, Fang Hao went to the tailor's shop to check on the progress of the clothes. He sat there and chatted with Soy for a while. After dinner, Fang Hao took a few skeleton warriors and went straight out of his territory. Arriving at a spacious open area, he turned to the Book of Lords and started crafting the newly obtained dynamite blueprint. Dynamite, iron 2, copper 1, cast iron 1, metal parts 2, black gunpowder 2, spun yarn 2, clay 1. The materials were all rather common. Make 1. Triggered a hundredfold amplification, received 101 dynamites. Clatter! One dynamite after another materialized out of thin air and fell to the ground. Seeing the dynamites drop, Fang Hao was caught off guard and was anxious in case of any problems. Fortunately, there were no issues. Dynamite. Category: Bomb. Damage: Level 4 damage, decreases with range. Description: an improved version of traditional land mines. Fang Hao casually picked one up. It had a certain heft to it, heavier than a lead ball. The dynamite was cylindrical, roughly the thickness of a forearm, not quite as throwable as a grenade, he had imagined. How far could this be thrown? If dropped, it might end up blowing oneself up. Besides, the movement of skeleton soldiers tended to be somewhat slow and rigid, one slip up, and they might end up hurling the explosive within their own ranks. That would be a problem. As he thought this, Fang Hao used God's presence to take control of one of the skeleton warriors standing next to him. Picking up one dynamite, he left the crowd and maintained a safe distance. Then, after a little examination, he opened the safety cover, pulled the ring, and threw it into the distance. The dynamite flew in an arc and landed around 50 meters away. After a quiet period of 5-6 minutes, just when Fang Hao thought it was a dud. Boom! A loud noise and then dirt and rocks soared into the sky. Fang Hao, controlling the skeleton, went forward to inspect and found that a sizable crater had been blasted into the ground at the explosion site. The power seemed quite satisfactory. However, regarding the throwing, Fang Hao was somewhat worried whether the skeletons could pull it off. After the test, Fang Hao ordered the dynamites to be moved to the warehouse where the gunpowder was stored. It was a separate warehouse, specifically for storing dangerous goods. On the way back, came across worrying about the dynamite issue. He was pleased with its power, but it was somewhat too large and too heavy. He was still worried about whether the skeleton soldiers could possibly complete the task of throwing it. A single error could result in a chain reaction. But he could think of some units that could be paired with the dynamite, like the skeleton giant bat, which could drop bombs from the air. Fang Hao felt this was a good strategy. Right when he was about to step into the city lord's mansion, Fang Hao had another idea. He scribbled a quick sketch on a piece of paper. He left the mansion once again, heading to the blacksmith's shop. He handed the design that he had drawn to blacksmith Kowlin. This was a new type of weapon that Fang Hao had suddenly thought of, the chicken chamber thunder hider. The design inspiration came from a game he had once played. In the game, skeleton soldiers held landmines in their hands and launched attacks on the enemy. They would swiftly rush to the enemy's city, ignite the bomb in their hands, and self-destruct along with it. However, in this world, the skeletons under Fang Hao's command did not have the advantage of speed, but they easily attracted the enemy's attention. They were easily wiped out with concentrated fire. So, Fang Hao decided to make a change. He switched from using skeleton warriors to skeleton ostrich beasts, which looked like a hybrid of a chicken, an ostrich, and a lizard. They had the ability to run extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it could cover great distances. Moreover, this combination was suitable for all kinds of complex terrains, whether it be forests, mountains, or even tunnels. Once an ostrich beast had targeted its prey, it would charge forward like a guided missile. It would fiercely peck at its target. When the lit fuse exploded, it would cause significant damage. Kowlin stared at the rough sketch in his hand and fell silent. "My lord, your plan is to place bombs in the chest cavity of these ostrich beasts." Kowlin finally understood the blueprints. "Yes, I'm hoping that the blacksmiths can create some kind of simple device that can secure the lit fuse within the ostrich beast's chest cavity, thus preventing it from shaking around and accidentally detonating." Fang Hao explained his idea. The skeleton ostriches didn't have intelligence. Once released, they would immediately rush towards the enemy and peck at them. Their speed was not slow, and if they simply placed the detonator in its stomach, it might detonate on the way, which was not what Fang Hao wanted. Even if the fuse did not detonate, the cylindrical shape could easily slip out of the chest cavity due to the rapid movement. So, Fang Hao needed the blacksmiths to create a device that could stably secure the fuse in the ostrich beast's chest cavity. Once the ostrich beast reached the enemy camp, it would explode. "Very well, my lord, I will arrange for it to be done as quickly as possible." Kowlin nodded and replied. Although building this stabilizing component wasn't difficult, a few trial runs would be necessary after its completion, as handling a fuse was no joking matter. Fang Hao left this task to Kowlin. The skeleton blacksmith had accumulated a great deal of professional experience over countless years. Modifying some objects was not a difficult task for them. The next day, Fang Hao woke up on time in his bed. It was more comfortable to sleep in his own room, where he didn't have to worry about having his head chopped off while he was asleep. After a simple wash, he began his morning exercise. He went through the same routine every day. After the exercises were over, Ira brought him his breakfast. As she ate, Angia asked, "Why has Lori been gone for so many days? He wouldn't have fallen off the bone dragon, would he?" Fang Hao gave her a wide-eyed glance because she always thought the worst. "Can't you think of better outcomes?" "No, you don't understand, when we rode horses and giant lizards together, she always fell off," Angia quickly explained. Indeed. With Angia's explanation, Fang Hao also lost his confidence. Sometimes, Lori was crazier than Angia. She wasn't good at riding, so there was a chance she could have fallen off the bone dragon. "No way. I was just kidding, I hope it's not the case." Angia wore an expression of hopefulness. Now that was perfect, with Angia continuing to eat and drink while Fang Hao started to worry. Ding! At that moment, the Book of Lords chimed in with a private message sound. When Fang Hao opened it, he discovered that it was from Su Yang, the lord who was affiliated with the troll tribe. "Brother Fang Hao, I want to exchange some equipment and food with you." Recently, Fang Hao noticed that Su Yang was becoming increasingly active in the chat. From initially buying similar chopping axes to recently buying some armors. All of this was indicating something, an opportunity was arising in the troll tribe, giving Su Yang a chance to distance himself from the trolls. Of course, these opportunities could only be exploited subtly, it wasn't time to go against the trolls openly. "Sure, but won't you get into trouble with the trolls if they find out you've exchanged equipment?" Fang Hao replied. Next, he waited quietly. Tellingly, Su Yang's next message confirmed for Fang Hao that something big had indeed happened in the troll tribe. "They're too busy to care about me right now. Brother Fang Hao, please see what these can be exchanged for. Whether I can escape with my people depends on your support. Troll Heavy Shield Blueprint, Troll Horned Helmet Blueprint, Black Iron Flying Axe Blueprint, Troll Stone 172, Mark of the Barbaric 5, Mark of the Violent 12, Essence of Destruction 8, Iron 122, Horn 15. Su Yang sent a large number of items, from blueprints to rare materials, and a few miscellaneous items. He even took out his horns and salt, portraying himself as if he was about to relocate. "You're planning to abandon your manor and leave?" Fang Hao didn't need to guess any more, he was certain Su Yang was planning to sell all his items and leave. "Sooner or later, the trolls will kill us, so I'm planning to take this chance to go live in a human city. It doesn't matter whether I'm a lord, it's still better than being eaten." Su Yang replied again. "Okay, how many people do you have? What type of equipment are you planning to get?" Fang Hao asked him directly. "I have 124 people, and I need leather armor and one-handed swords, as well as 200 servings of easy-to-carry food." "Brother Fang Hao, is this possible?" Su Yang voiced his request. Su Yang had no troops, his 124 population were all farmers. Heavy equipment would burden them during their escape, so Su Yang opted for leather armor and one-handed swords. They had some food on hand, but he feared they wouldn't be able to leave the Bloody Mountain range in time, so he planned to purchase quite a bit more from Fang Hao's side. "Sure, would this be acceptable?" Erland Haggard's leather armor set, green, increases movement speed and morale recovery rate. The one-handed sword would be this Black Iron Knight's sword, and for the food, I'll give you meatloaf pancakes, it's easy to carry, and it tastes quite good. Fang Hao sent over the corresponding blueprints as well. "Great, thanks a lot, brother Fang Hao," Su Yang said, somewhat excitedly. Only Fang Hao had such a large stock of green equipment to trade. However, the following words of Fang Hao poured cold water on him. "Su Yang, your items are not worth nearly 600 units of green equipment." Chapter 362, Brainstem Clay Sculpting. The Erland Guard leather armor set is a 4-piece set. Added with a green one-handed sword, it makes up 620 pieces of equipment. Although Su Yang's items seem diverse, none of them have high value. They're not enough to exchange for all these green items. "Well, boss, I know I don't have much to offer, but I genuinely need this equipment. I promise to repay you later." Su Yang sent another message. He was well aware that his random items couldn't fetch him all this equipment. Especially equipment with a set bonus. But Su Yang needs the equipment desperately. He couldn't survive alone in the wilderness, he needed these villagers. Without armor and food, the loyalty of the villagers would steadily decline. There will inevitably be problems if they decide to escape. Seeing Fang Hao's silence, Su Yang began to feel anxious. Just as he was about to plead again, he saw Fang Hao respond. Are you in the bloodthirsty mountain range? The moment he saw the message, Su Yang frowned. He reread his chat logs, realizing that he had never mentioned the bloodthirsty mountain range. How did Fang Hao know he was there? Though curious, he saw no point in hiding it. Yes, boss. How did you know about the bloodthirsty mountain range? Fang Hao continued, what's going on in the bloodthirsty mountain range? Tell me in detail. Su Yang was confused, but he sensed Fang Hao's interest in the bloodthirsty mountain range. Could Fang Hao be near the bloodthirsty mountain range too? It couldn't be. Fang Hao was known to have a close relationship with the undead, and there was no known undead presence here. Noting his remaining chat count, Su Yang explained, the tribe I'm relying on is called the Rockhead tribe. They are somewhat known in the bloodthirsty mountain range. Recently, the Rockhead tribe is planning an allied attack with other tribes on the Bloodthroat tribe. Su Yang detailed everything he knew, including the recent inter-tribal meetings, to Fang Hao. After carefully reading Su Yang's information, Fang Hao felt a stir in his heart. The trolls were beginning their infighting, it seemed. Su Yang, I can give you 50 armor sets and 20 weapons for your items, but if you can get a map with the positions and routes of the tribes in the bloodthirsty mountain range, I will give you the rest of the equipment and weapons. Fang Hao sent another message. The infighting in the bloodthirsty mountain range was good news for Fang Hao. It offered him a chance of tackling the threat to the north of his territory. However, Fang Hao wouldn't send his troops now. The undead attacking the bloodthirsty mountain range would most likely unite the trolls again. They would only strike when the trolls were severely weakened or if one faction emerged victorious. They would seize the entirety of the mountain range at once. Of course, this was Fang Hao's plan. The key to launching the attack was a detailed map of the bloodthirsty mountain range. The hundreds of green items were not cheap. It was up to Su Yang to take the risk. Upon seeing Fang Hao's message, Su Yang looked serious. It wasn't a short-term task to draw a map of the bloodthirsty mountain range. But it wasn't impossible. To attack the Bloodthroat tribe, the Rockhead tribe had already drawn a detailed attack map. This was his only chance to acquire the map, but it was also life-threatening. Once detected by the trolls, he'd be dead without even the chance to escape. But it was worth a try. Su Yang gritted his teeth and responded, all right, let's make a deal. I'll do my best to produce the map. Give me the equipment then. Fortune favors the bold. Fang Hao's equipment was worth the risk. Okay, stay in touch if anything happens, Fang Hao replied. After they reached an agreement, they exited the Book of Lords. After breakfast, Fang Hao reorganized the items in the storage space, taking out the materials that were not in use. He stored weapons, potions, likely useful tools, and detonators. There was no need to keep the detonators at hand, nor was there a risk of accidental explosion. Once everything was prepared, Fang Hao, Angia, and Dimitrija set out again, heading for Grey Bear Village. This trip was related to the task village rat plague they acquired last time. Upon arriving at the village, they enlisted 100 bandits equipped with the storm heavy armor set. The large group set off impressively. Their destination was a village near Lyss city. The journey was not short. After 3 hours of non-stop travel, they finally caught sight of the village. They thought that the village would be small. But to their surprise, it was almost the size of a small town. With a population nearing 1,000 people. The arrival of Fang Hao and his 100-plus force created quite a stir. The guards and villagers of the outpost stood together, brandishing an assortment of homemade weapons, their faces tense as they confronted the incoming party. It was unlikely that bandits would come here. But there could always be some desperate madman launching an attack on the village. "Who are you?" shouted one of the villagers, a middle-aged man. Fang Hao noted the villagers' stance and realized that they didn't trust the incoming team. He thought for a moment, then spoke loudly, "We are the guards of Lyss city. We heard you have a rat problem here, and Lady Rebecca is very concerned about it. So, she has sent us to look into the matter." Having said this, he pulled out a badge from his pocket and tossed it over. The middle-aged man caught it and bent his head to examine it. This village was so close to Lys city that he should recognize the insignia and the pattern on it. Besides, bandits wearing storm-heavy armor would look more like regular soldiers and were even better equipped than the common guards of Lys city. If these fellows didn't scratch their privates and fart, they would be even more convincing. Sure enough, after inspecting the badge, the middle-aged man's demeanor immediately transformed. He dispersed the villagers and stepped forward to meet them. "Sir, may I have your name?" The middle-aged man strode towards Fang Hao. "My name is Fang Hao." "And you, sir?" Fang Hao reciprocated. "Lam Makan, the village chief." "Please accompany me to the village," said Makan, leading them into the village. The village seemed fairly clean, with harvested crops drying at the front of every house. There was no sign of a rat infestation as he had imagined. Also, considering the amount of available food, it was unlikely that these were more than just a few stray rats. If it was a full-blown infestation, Lys city would probably have sent soldiers directly rather than issuing tasks to mercenaries. Under Makan's leadership, they arrived at a house. "Chief Makan, can you tell us more about the rat problem?" "The village seems quite well off, there appear to be no issues," Fang Hao prompted directly, assuming that Makan would take them to see the rat-infested area, but instead, he brought them to this house. Makan stood up, closed the house's door, and it became instantly dark. It seemed awfully mysterious. "Gentlemen, the rats appearing in our village are unusual. If they were just stealing food, it would be acceptable. But, they have started eating humans. Left with no choice, I had to send a message to the city," Makan said seriously in a low voice. The chief's words brought a solemn look to the faces of all present. Rats eating humans. It wasn't that rats couldn't eat humans, but they would typically resort to such behavior in situations of extreme hunger and scarcity of food. In a village where food crops were on display all around, why would rats choose to eat humans instead? "Tell me everything you know in detail. Do not leave out any information," Fang Hao said seriously. It appeared that this rat problem was not as simple as mere extermination. "Well, a few months ago, villagers started complaining about rats. But it didn't seem to be a big issue, not until a week ago, when we discovered Brummer's corpse. He was gnawed down to his bones by rats. That's when we realized the severity of the problem and issued a bounty in the city," Makan explained, his expression growing increasingly grim. "So, you mean to say that the rats in the village have started attacking humans?" Fang Hao asked, frowning. "No, this is the first time something like this has happened. I announced that Brummer died from a fall, and we quietly buried him. But I'm afraid this might happen again, as we don't know when these rats might attack humans again," Makan said somberly. Fang Hao and his companions exchanged glances. Each of them looked confused. "Take us to the house where the deceased person was found," Fang Hao suggested. "All right," Makan agreed, leading them out. They followed the path to a house located on the outskirts of the village. Upon opening the door with the key, a damp and musty smell filled the air. "This is Brummer's house. I locked it up after the incident and haven't opened it since," said Makan. Fang Hao nodded, leading his companions into the house. Although the room inside had clearly been cleaned, they could still discern tiny scratches on the floors, walls, and beams, presumably marks left by a large number of rats scrambling around. "Look around for any clues," suggested Fang Hao, and the group quickly spread out to inspect the room. The furniture in the room had seemingly been left untouched or had been put back in its original place after the room was cleaned. As everyone was examining the room, Fang Hao's attention was drawn to an ornament on a cabinet near the window. Cranial rat stem clay figurine. Category: decorative item. Description: a clay figurine encapsulating a cranial rat stem. Just dripping a small amount of cordyceps liquid on the top will emit a special scent, attracting nearby small rats to congregate. A brain stem clay figurine? Fang Hao's eyebrows drew together in a frown. The figurine was in the shape of a voluptuous woman, and without being able to read the information, it would be hard to connect the figurine to rats. However, there was a lot of information to be gleaned from it. Considering the location of the figurine by the window, he began to piece together a mental image. When the owner of the house had gone to sleep. In the dead of night, someone outside dripped cordyceps liquid on the figurine. The odor drew the rats in the village to this place, where they attacked the sleeping man. Why the man failed to struggle and why his neighbors didn't notice was impossible to investigate further. After all, with Makan announcing that the man had died from a fall, investigating in the village could be difficult. But one thing was certain, someone was using rats to commit the murders. This clay figurine is quite exquisite. Whose craftsmanship is this in the village? Chapter 363, One Sweep. Fang Hao casually picked up the clay sculpture, inquiring with a smile. The material of the sculpture was ordinary, yet the subtle rises and falls on the surface could be felt upon touch. Its shape was quite lifelike. It could be seen that the creator of the clay figurine had impressive craftsmanship. Oh, it was Aunt Terry from our village who made this. She is very good at making these clay sculptures. Makan responded with a smile. Makan didn't know much about Aunt Terry. Aunt Terry, although a villager, had spent her youth living in the temple. She was much older than Makan, and by the time she returned, Makan had already become the village head. The auxiliary priests of the temple all possessed certain knowledge about healing and medicinal herbs, so they could understand the function of cordyceps. As the two were chatting, the rest of the group returned. Aside from finding some signs of struggle and evidence left by rats, there were no additional clues. Of course, none of those present were particularly good at solving cases, but they were all quite adept at committing crimes. "Let's go, Mr. Makan, take me to meet Aunt Terry," Fang Hao said, still holding the clay figurine in his hand. Hearing that Fang Hao wanted to meet Terry, Makan's brow furrowed a bit. Aunt Terry was nearly 70 years old and not easy to get along with because of her personality. Seeing Fang Hao's determination to go, Makan didn't say much. As he led the way, he hinted about Aunt Terry's peculiar temperament. "If anything happens, don't take it to heart." After walking for a few minutes, from afar, they saw an old woman with white hair sitting in front of a house. "That's Aunt Terry. She is nice but has a peculiar temperament," Makan whispered. Aunt Terry, not far away, glanced at everyone briefly then lowered her head to resume her work. The group came forward, and Makan managed a smile, speaking loudly, "Aunt Terry, these are people from Lyss city here to help the village with the rat infestation. They came to see you." "I'm not deaf, why are you shouting?" Aunt Terry replied coldly, her gaze falling on Fang Hao and his group again. Observing Fang Hao's female clay figure in his hand, her gaze shifted briefly, but quickly returned to normal. Makan awkwardly laughed. As a village head, he has no authority in front of Terry. "Aunt Terry, don't lose temper. We are still relying on these city guards to get rid of the rats," Makan whispered. Terry rolled her eyes and said, "I know. You go ahead. After they're done talking, I'll send them to you." "Okay." Makan turned to Fang Hao, saying, "Mr. Fang Hao, you guys chat first. Once you're done, I'll take you to see where the rat infestation is happening." "All right," Fang Hao agreed. Makan left, and Fang Hao moved closer with his group. "Are you city guards?" Aunt Terry asked first. This group looked unusual. Aside from Fang Hao who seemed approachable, the rest looked like outlaws or foreigners. Despite their valor, they still retained a certain amount of roguishness. "Yes." Fang Hao replied, sitting down not far from Terry. The clay statue was placed in front of him. "Aunt Terry, do you have any conflict with the deceased, Brummer?" On the way here, Fang Hao had learned some things from Makan. Terry was skilled with medicinal herbs and would treat anyone who got hurt in the village. Aside from her poor temperament, she was highly respected in the village. A person like this killing Brummer would suggest some kind of disagreement. "Aren't you here to solve the rat infestation? Are you interested in these matters too?" Terry responded, her voice still unfriendly. "Rats eating humans is also part of our task, wouldn't you agree?" Fang Hao continued to smile. "True, people like you only waste energy trying to please nobles and dealing with trivial matters." Terry shot back with sarcasm. Then, before Fang Hao could ask further, Terry started speaking again. "When I was an auxiliary priest in the temple, several cases occurred there. Someone had defiled the temple's auxiliary priests and decapitated them. 6 girls died within half a month, the youngest being only 9. Later, the temple put pressure on the city lord's mansion, initiating a comprehensive search. Although nothing happened after that, and no one was caught, the case was left unresolved." After getting to this point, Terry stopped talking and simply continued her work. "But, the rest of the story," Fang Hao naturally filled in the gaps. Terry discovered that Brummer was somehow involved in this case, but she was an old woman now and didn't have enough evidence. She used her knowledge of the herbs she knew so well to kill Brummer. And then, was the murderer caught? Angia asked. Terry glanced at the orc girl and slightly nodded her head, caught, but dead. He got off easy. If I had caught him, I would have tortured him for 2 years, and then turned him into a SK. Stop talking nonsense, Fang Hao quickly covered her mouth and said. Oh. Angia could only utter in response, not continuing any further. With the story finished, Fang Hao's questions were answered. But it seemed their work here was done, and without the presence of special monster strongholds, there definitely wouldn't be any reward chests. Fang Hao looked at Terry and continued, the best way to eradicate the rats would be to gather them all in one place. Aunt Terry, do you have any good methods? Without saying much, Terry stood up and hobbled into the house. She came back out with a small potion bottle. Cordyceps liquid. Category, potion. Description, it disperses a unique smell. There are 2 large rat nests on the east side of the village. You can try over there, Terry suggested. It's hard to exterminate rats. Even if you manage to attract them, it's not easy to kill them. Alright, we won't disturb Aunt Terry any longer. With that, Fang Hao, holding the clay model and cordyceps liquid, promptly left. Seeing the group leave as soon as they said, Terry watched with a puzzled look in her eyes. Aren't they the city's guards? Aren't they going to catch the murderer? Fang Hao and his team left Terry's place and again sought out Makan. In truth, Makan didn't wander far, fearing that Fang Hao and Terry might start arguing and he would need to mediate. To his surprise, after just over 10 minutes, Fang Hao returned. Lord Fang Hao, Makan stepped forward to greet him. Well, let's be off. Aunt Terry mentioned 2 large rat nests to the east of the village. Do you know where they are? Fang Hao asked. Yes, they're not far to the east. The place Makan intended to lead Fang Hao was precisely that rat hive. However, neither fire nor flood had proven to be an effective solution. Alright, show us. Oh, okay. Makan left through the east gate, leading a few people with him. They didn't walk far before spotting 2 mounds protruding from the forest floor. This is the rat's nest. I have no idea when they built it here, Makan glanced at the rat burrow, commenting. The rats weren't causing major damage to the village, but Makan was more worried about them attacking people. He was completely oblivious to Terry's situation, thinking that rats could go mad and start attacking humans. If they've eaten one human, they could just as well feast on a second. And by then, there wouldn't be much of a village left. Alright, I've got it. You better head back to the village. We can't guarantee your safety if anything happens, Fang Hao continued. There's danger? Okay, you all be careful then, finished Makan before making a quick exit. Once Makan was out of sight, Fang Hao found a nearby cave. After inspecting the cave and ensuring there were no hidden passages or burrows, he placed the cranial rat clay model inside and opened the flask of cordyceps liquid, letting a drop fall onto the clay model's head. As soon as he finished, a faint, sweet and fishy scent filled the cave. The odor was light, not overpowering. Having done all this, Fang Hao left the cave to join Angia and the others at their hiding spot. Everyone watched the cave from a distance. Before long, rustling sounds could be heard from the surrounding trees. Countless rats, mixed with a few hedgehogs, streamed into the depths of the cave like an army of ants during their migration. Feeling that it was just enough, Fang Hao reached into his storage space and tossed several blasting caps, safety removed, directly into the cave. Boom! After a loud explosion, the whole cave collapsed. Is it over? Angia asked softly. Yes, it should be, Fang Hao nodded. The group moved closer to inspect the vicinity of the collapsed cave. The cave was completely blocked, no rat was seen escaping. Let's go check out the rat's nest. Fang Hao was not yet satisfied, he led the party back to the rat hive located east of the village. Dig. Fang Hao took out a digging tool from his storage space, and the bandits rolled up their sleeves and started digging. 10 minutes later, they dug a deep hole in the hilled ground. We found it, my lord, there really is something. A surprised cheer came up from one of the bandits in the hole. Fang Hao looked down immediately, spotting the corner of a treasure chest peeking out from inside the pit. He realized the chest was made of black iron, even though the rest was yet buried in the pit. Having something was better than nothing. Lift it up. The chest was hauled up, and Fang Hao immediately opened it. Acquired, blueprint for black iron shovel, granary construction blueprint, warfire coins x25. The rewards were pretty decent, considering it was a black iron treasure chest. He didn't yet have this blueprint for the black iron shovel, a digging tool. And the granary was a new blueprint too. Level 1 granary, wood 500, stone 450, thatch 300, leather 220, iron 50. Description: insulation and moisture proof, prevents mice and insects, better for storing grain. Getting the granary blueprints was a pleasant surprise. Their spoils were quite good, without having to bother with a battle. Even better than the repeated blueprints from the silver treasure chests. Fill the hole back up, let's head back. The bandits refilled the hole, and the whole party returned to the village. 20 minutes later. Near the collapsed cave. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A squad of rats swiftly arrived at the front of the partly collapsed cave, noses twitching, vigorously sniffing the air. Although these rats looked almost normal, their brains were exposed and covered by a transparent membrane. The rats' brains trembled in a resonating motion. Having reached a consensus, they began shifting the stones and made a small hole. One rat then crawled into it, and dragged out a fragment of the destroyed clay model. The rats closely inspected it, then swiftly left the area with the clay model fragment in tow. Chapter 364, Multi-Headed Fire Python. Fang Hao and his group returned to the village in a grand fashion. Makan and a few young villagers anxiously waited by the east gate. Upon seeing them, he hurried towards them. "Sir, how did it go? How many of those mice were eliminated?" The whole village heard the massive roaring sound. Although they did not witness it firsthand, they knew it was caused by Fang Hao and his men. Such a loud noise must have had significant power, perhaps enough to wipe out the rat swarm. They should all be taken care of. "If there are more rats in the future, come find me in the city," Fang Hao casually remarked while walking. "Ah? All cleared?" Makan was somewhat surprised. "Yes, we have concentrated the cleanup of the rats and filled in the 2 rat nests. There should be no more rats," answered Fang Hao calmly. "Oh, that's fantastic, thank you so much, sirs." Makan was overjoyed, clapping his hands in gratitude. Fang Hao nodded, leading his group back into the village. They followed the road towards the north gate, where the horses were kept. Along the way, villagers enthusiastically offered homegrown produce. This flood of gifts made the bandits feel somewhat awkward as they tried to refuse. The feeling of receiving willingly offered gifts was not the same as taking by force. When they reached the north gate, Auntie Terry was sitting under a large tree just outside the village entrance. Seeing Fang Hao and the others approaching, she also rose and walked over. Leaning on her cane, she stood next to Fang Hao. "Did you solve the rat problem?" As soon as Auntie Terry spoke, Makan and others fell silent instantly, discreetly moving aside. "We've taken care of it, thanks to Auntie's potion, we managed to eliminate the rats." "Well, that's good," Auntie Terry answered, eyeing the soldiers waiting to dismount their horses, then whispered, "Aren't you going to arrest me?" Maybe others didn't know about the rat's murderous intent, but Fang Hao must have deduced the truth. Capturing a murderer could be a big achievement for a guard. "Ah! You need evidence to solve a case." "I don't have any evidence, which doesn't meet the requirement to arrest someone," said Fang Hao nonchalantly, accepting the reins handed to him by the bandits and mounting his horse. His words stunned Auntie Terry. Evidence? Thinking about it, she realized that Fang Hao must have said it on purpose. "Here, take this. Not many in the village can read. I hope it will be helpful to you." Auntie Terry pulled out a notebook from her bosom and handed it over. Fang Hao bent down to take it. Terry's Herbal Notes. Category: Notes. Description: contains Terry's herbal study records. You can learn about herbal knowledge from the content of these notes. Another set of notes. Although it didn't offer any special ability bonuses, the use of the notes was pretty clear. One could learn about herbal studies from them. Not only could Fang Hao learn from them, but he could also have his less combat adept mates study them. Being more knowledgeable could never be a bad thing. "Alright, thank you Auntie Terry. I'll treat you to a meal in Lyss City when I get a chance," said Fang Hao with a smile as he tucked the notes away. Auntie Terry responded with his smile, good. Fang Hao gave Makan, who was not too far away, a nod, called to his troop, and quickly left the village. By the time they left the village, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Fang Hao didn't choose to return to the stronghold. Instead, he directly entered Lyss city. At sunset, the sky was shrouded in deep red clouds. The Grey Bears went to their lodgings, while Fang Hao and Angia headed to the mission hall in East City. Hello, sir. This time, a stranger, a female receptionist, greeted him. I came to submit a mission and look to see if there were any new ones to take on. Fang Hao stood in front of the counter and directly stated his purpose. May I ask for the name of your mercenary group and the name of the completed mission, asked the woman, following procedure. Bone Knight Group. The completed missions are Bandit Elimination and Village Mouse Problem, Fang Hao answered. Okay, sir, please wait. The woman started flipping through the information in her hand, searching for the Bone Knight Group's info. It didn't take long to find the group's record on the last page. Sir, we have recorded the missions you submitted. Someone will come to verify them later. Here are the bounties for your last missions: Wilderness Cemetery, Mushroom Valley, and Bandit Elimination. Totaling 350 gold coins, please double check, the woman said, retrieving a money bag from behind the counter and placing it on the counter. Instead of paying out bounties right away after completing a mission, the amount is settled a day or two after the mission. Fang Hao just happened to receive the bounties for the last missions as he was handing in new ones. Alright, thank you. Fang Hao picked up the money bag, then picked up a nearby mission map to search. After thumbing through it for a while, he didn't find any missions that intrigued him. Seeing no suitable missions, Fang Hao closed the mission sheet and set it aside. He was staying in the city for the night anyway. He would come back the next day to see if any new missions were available. After leaving the mission hall, Fang Hao started strolling around the market at the entrance. This is where mercenaries gathered to sell their spoils of war. By dusk, the scale of the market had grown several times from the morning, but the city had only designated 2 streets for it. Thus, one stall was right next to another, resulting in a bustling and crowded scene. The mercenaries completed their tasks during the day and only had the chance to sell their loot now. Fang Hao and Angia leisurely strolled around. There was no specific target, they were just seeing if they could find any overlooked items that they might need. After all, with so many people around, everything's for sale. The locals don't know the value of their goods, so they might neglect something of real value. As they went along, Angia ended up with quite the collection of snacks in her hands. Munching away, left and right, she hadn't an ounce of the vigilance expected of a bodyguard. Fang Hao stopped at one of the stalls and casually picked up a hefty book that was laid out on the ground. Mental Power Theory. Well. What a find! Fang Hao glanced at the stall owner, who was busy playing cards with someone, before flipping through the pages to skim the book. While it wasn't a skill scroll or a cultivation method, it did record the usage of spiritual power and related theoretical knowledge. And it started from the basics, gradually progressing to more advanced topics, serving as a textbook for understanding such information. Boss, what's the price for this? Fang Hao lifted the book and loudly inquired. The stall owner, engrossed in his card game, casually glanced over and replied, "It was left to me by my family, but the information recorded is still valuable. If you want it, you can take it for 100 gold coins. Books about spiritual power do hold a certain value. But in Lyss City, the majority are warriors or archers, and the mercenaries who need to cultivate spiritual power are in the minority. Moreover, it only contains theoretical knowledge without much resale value. It must be why it has remained on sale until now, unsold despite the nearing closure time." The stall owner saw that Fang Hao was interested, hence the upfront asking price of 2 gold coins. 10 gold. If you're willing to sell, I'll take it as toilet paper. If not, then forget it. He casually tossed the book back. The old rule of haggling, start by eliminating a zero. Once he made his offer, laughter erupted from the side. The stall owner's face froze for a moment before quickly composing himself, casually replying while focusing on his game, "Sold, cough up the money. You're really willing to pay 10 gold for toilet paper, aren't you rich? Dang it!" Hearing the stall owner agree so readily, Fang Hao felt like he had been ripped off. But he had already made his offer, and he genuinely needed this book. so he just pulled out 10 gold coins and handed them over, tucking the book away. I have a few more rolls of this toilet paper. If you want them all, I'll sell you the whole bundle for 50 gold coins. He unfolded the cloth bag he was sitting on and casually tossed it over. Magic Power Guide, Mental Power Adjustment, Fire Elemental Explanation, Multi-Headed Fire Python, Volume 1. There were 7 books in total. Among these, Multi-Headed Fire Python, Volume 1 piqued Fang Hao's interest. This one was different from the others. Multi-Headed Fire Python, Volume 1. Category, Book. Description, upon reading thoroughly, one can learn fire elemental summoning skills. Nice, what a pleasant surprise. Glancing again at the stall owner still engrossed in his card game, Fang Hao wondered how the book hadn't been purchased yet, considering it had been under his posterior. Not wanting to draw any attention, Fang Hao repackaged the books. He then pulled out 50 gold coins and tossed them onto the stall. All right, I'll take them. Now I won't have to worry about running out of toilet paper for a month. Sure, remember to be gentle when you're using them, these books are quite old, don't tear them. The stall owner pocketed the money and light-heartedly joked. I'll add a few extra sheets. Fang Hao commented, before confidently striding away with his books. After the first stall, Fang Hao found himself holding a pile of books. While his expression hadn't changed, he was undoubtedly ecstatic. The sensation of tripping upon a great deal was pretty thrilling. It reminded him of scavenging through antique markets in his previous world. Real and fake items were mixed together, and your discernment was key. As long as you had a keen eye or enough luck, you could find several valuable items. He had chosen the path of a mage. Even though the skills he learned were diverse, under the influence of Starfire and the Fractured Elemental Handbook, the skills he was proficient in related to fire and summoning abilities. Multi-Headed Fire Python, Volume 1 met these two requirements precisely. It felt like it was tailor-made just for him. However, it was just a book, not a skill scroll. He would need to read and understand it thoroughly before he could learn the skills. If there was a Volume 1, surely there were Volumes 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on? Maybe not. As these thoughts ran through Fang Hao's mind, he continued in his leisurely browsing. Along the way, he purchased some rare materials to refill his material inventory. Suddenly, Fang Hao stopped in his tracks. In front of him was an insignificant stall. Inside a mottled wooden box on the ground was a rolled-up blueprint. A quick scan revealed its information. Undead War Drum Blueprint. A blueprint for an undead item in a human city. The moment Fang Hao crouched down, the stall owner greeted him enthusiastically, "Young man, see something you like? I'm about to close shop, so I can give you a good deal." Chapter 365, Almost Dressed Like a Maid. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, his beard more luxuriant than his hair. Sitting cross-legged, he gave off an impression of stability. "How much is this?" Fang Hao picked up the Undead War Drum's blueprint and asked. There were quite a few items on the stall, but Fang Hao chose this one. "This blueprint isn't much use to you, it's for creating an undead item," the middle-aged man remarked, not blurting out a random price. The mention of undead instantly attracted the attention of a number of people nearby. They crowded around to see what kind of undead blueprint it was. After looking at it, however, they all returned the blueprint with little interest and left. Fang Hao was the only one who stayed. "Are there any undead near Lyss City?" Fang Hao asked curiously. "I found it in a graveyard, I'm not at liberty to disclose the exact location." The stall owner stroked his beard. Mercenary activities needed to be kept confidential. Moreover, many such activities had to be kept hidden, and talking too much would not only incite resistance but also possibly expose you to risks. Fang Hao and Angia appeared very young. Angia, in particular, carried loads of food, they looked like a sweet couple strolling around. The stall owner didn't take them seriously. "How much then?" "If the price is right, I'll buy it for my collection," Fang Hao remarked again. He made it clear that he was buying it just for collection and would not buy it if the price were steep. The stall owner, stroking his thick beard, felt that this item would be hard to sell. As it was almost time to close the stall, he decided to sell it to someone who intended to collect it. 50 gold coins, that's the lowest price for blueprints. Okay. Fang Hao didn't hesitate, he paid immediately and pocketed the blueprint. Items from the undead camp were rare, and blueprints were even more so. In the hands of a human, it might only serve as a collector's item, but in Fang Hao's hands, it could be put to good use. Especially under the Hundredfold Amplification, a blueprint was more useful than the crafted item. Seeing Fang Hao so willing to part with his money, the stall owner tried to push more items onto him. Take a look at the others. I'm about to close the stall, I would sell them to you at a lower price. Any more undead items? Fang Hao asked again. Nope, that was the only one. The stall owner replied. Oh, never mind then. I'll check somewhere else. Fang Hao glanced over the stall owner's other items, but didn't find anything useful. He got up and left. Having finished perusing the market and not finding any items he liked, the duo left the market, carrying their purchases. In an unobtrusive corner, they stored all the items they purchased into their storage space and walked out nonchalantly. They hailed a carriage and headed back to their residence. After dinner, they retired to their room. The nightstone chandelier emitted a soft glow. Fang Hao sat down at the desk and took out everything he had found at the market. After cataloguing the Undead War Drum's blueprint, he flipped through the pages of Fire Elemental Explanation, Multi-Headed Fire Python. According to the description, after reading and understanding the contents, one can learn the skill recorded in the book. Driven by excitement, Fang Hao started reading. Yet, just after a short while, Fang Hao was frowning. What was all this rubbish? He looked at the numerous symbols, jargon, and abstruse terms. Even though he recognized every word, it was hard to understand their meanings. Fang Hao took out the fire element explanation and continued to read with reference to it. Then, he flipped open Magic Power Guide and Mental Power Theory for reference. Soon, all 8 books on the small desk were opened, with the rest assisting the study of the Fire Elemental Explanation, Multi-Headed Fire Python. It was not until late into the night that he had only read 5 pages. Damn it, if I studied this hard back in the day, I'd have been outstanding by now. Fang Hao muttered under his breath. A sense of fatigue came from his brain, and his eyes were somewhat dry due to strain. He drifted off to sleep in confusion. The next day, early in the morning. Just after breakfast, Fang Hao received a notification. Sir, there is someone from the City Lord's mansion who wishes to speak to you. The City Lord's mansion? Let them in. Fang Hao replied. Shortly after, a figure entered. Fang Hao recognized her. She was a maid of Rebecca. Good morning, Mr. Fang Hao. I hope I didn't disturb your sleep. The maid spoke politely, but not in a servile manner. Good morning, please have a seat. Fang Hao also replied with a smile. The maid took a seat and said straight away, Mr. Fang Hao, there is a shop on the western commercial street that is looking to be sold. Madam asked me to see if you might be interested in buying. If you are, she would reserve it for you. So, it was news about a store. He had been looking for a store to open a clothing shop, which Rebecca was aware of. Now that there was a suitable one, she wanted to know if he had any intention to buy it. Also, Fang Hao felt that Rebecca was appreciative of their previous cooperation in capturing the Faceless and was trying to win him over by offering benefits from the City Lord's mansion. Of course, he didn't mind that. He was also investigating the Faceless, so he would benefit from Rebecca's actions. What is the location of the shop like? Fang Hao asked. The commercial street in Lyss City was quite large, with shops varying in ranks. Rest assured, the original store was a very famous jewelry store, and it's now under the City Lord's control. Its location is undoubtedly a prime spot on the commercial street. The maid introduced with a smile. A jewelry store. Hearing about a jewelry store, Fang Hao suddenly remembered the Faceless member whose arms were severed. Rebecca had mentioned that he was a well-known jeweler and a tycoon in the city. This shop must have belonged to him. After he was caught, the City Lord's mansion took over the shop and put it up for sale. All right, I will go and handle the procedure now. Fang Hao got up immediately. Like commodities, good store locations were up for grabs. If he hesitated, someone else might buy it, leading to regret later. Yes, sir, please follow me. The maid also got up, and they both headed out together. They boarded a carriage at the entrance of the mansion and headed for the City Lord's mansion. At the City Lord's mansion, in the study. After finishing the paperwork, Fang Hao was led by the maid to the room. Rebecca was inside, being fitted for a beige dress by the maid. The dress was not a puffy one but a draping gown. Overall, it looked like a patent product designed by Fang Hao for Rebecca. How does this one look? It is a dress given by Moriki Fabric Store. Rebecca asked softly while looking at herself in the mirror. Fang Hao felt somewhat helpless. Designs were like that, easy to copy, and there was no good solution for it. Not bad, it's similar to what my maids wear at home. Chapter 366, Flame Spider. The ivory-colored gown had been designed to have a hanging skirt and cinched waist. The elongated waistline made Rebecca appear more upright and dignified. It was clear the design was an imitation of Fang Hao's, and it was quite well done by an experienced designer. But, it was unclear whether it was due to time pressure, or they only briefly glanced at Fang Hao's sketch. There were many shortcomings in this dress. It might also be a rushed prototype. When Faker mentioned that this dress was similar to what his maids wore, Rebecca shot him a disapproving glance. The maids subtly chuckled, thinking Fang Hao was speaking nonsense. After all, Fang Hao's design was original, while this garment was an imitation. Anyone would be upset if their designs were copied. In that case, tell me what's wrong with this dress, Rebecca suddenly insisted. Moriki Fabric Store was also a well-established fabric store and their apparel was famous. However, according to Fang Hao, their clothes were fit only for maids. Even though she understood Fang Hao's emotions, she wanted to know whether it was just out of spite, or there were genuine flaws. Fang Hao stood up, went to Rebecca's side, and said, "The design of the waistline can make one appear taller. However, this dress has not entirely abandoned the old-fashioned corset concept. The waistline should be raised to this level." His finger traced upwards along her waistline, stopping just beneath her breasts. When a young man traced his fingers upward from the waistline, Rebecca's heart started to pound violently. Her face and even her bare collarbone began to flush slightly. "What else?" Rebecca continued to ask. "Of course, the color is monotonous, the texture is uneven, which are the downsides of this gown. It might be a decent dress for an average lady, but it's not quite suitable for you," Fang Hao said as he stood behind her, his gaze falling on her white bosom. The dress was actually quite good, but it was at best a copied prototype. The uneven texture revealed the traces of rushed sewing work. Moreover, the beige color was too monotonous. At a ball, where other ladies would be in striking reds and purples, this beige dress would stick out inappropriately. Rebecca was at a loss for words. She was very pleased with the dress, given her long-standing relationship with the Moriki Fabric Store. But after Fang Hao's criticism, it no longer looked as appealing. "Doesn't it have any redeeming qualities?" Rebecca asked again forcefully. "In casual settings, it's a decent dress." After saying this, Fang Hao sat back down in the chair. The room suddenly fell silent. The maids stood aside, unsure whether to continue dressing their mistress with jewelry. "Will I not look good tonight in this?" Rebecca could not let it go. "You look good, but your attractiveness has nothing to do with this dress," Fang Hao complimented honesty, then continued, "Imagine, an entire room full of ladies in striking red and purple gowns, who would wear a light-colored dress at such a gathering, only a maid right?" "Whew!" Rebecca let out a heavy sigh, turned to the maids, and said, "All right, put this away for now. I'll wear it another time." "Yes, madam," the maids responded. They stepped forward and helped Rebecca out of the dress. It seemed Fang Hao's comments had changed her mind. After changing into her casual clothes, Rebecca sat back down in the chair and looked at Fang Hao. "So, what should I wear to the auction tonight?" "Auction? What auction?" Fang Hao was a little taken aback. Rebecca was choosing a gown, not for an aristocratic ball, but for an auction. Aren't auctions supposed to keep their guests' information confidential? No matter how prettily you dress, what's the point? Who'd know who you are even if you showed up naked? Tonight, there will be a ball at the city lord's mansion. Noble merchants from all around will be invited to participate in an auction for confiscated items. The money earned will be used for the development of Lyss City, a maid at the side explained. Upon hearing this explanation, Fang Hao understood. It was the otherworldly version of judicial auctions. The recent arrests of the faceless ones, who were the city's merchants and nobility, must have resulted in a sizable haul of valuable items. "Can I participate too?" Fang Hao immediately switched from his critical tone to a hopeful one. He had already saved up quite a bit of money. What use was saving it if not to spend? If good items were on auction, he could buy them. Rebecca gave Fang Hao a surprised look. If you wish to participate, that's fine. However, I still haven't found a suitable dress. Rebecca looked at Fang Hao meaningfully. Fang Hao understood her hint instantly. Let me check in on it. If the dress is ready, I will have someone deliver it before the evening, he replied promptly. Such a public and significant occasion was also a great opportunity for advertising. His fabric store was about to open, and this was a golden chance to advertise amongst the nobility. Humph! I'll be waiting for your dress then. Rebecca crossed her legs and slid open the drawer to hand over an invitation. Fang Hao took the invitation and saw his own name written on it. It seemed Rebecca had prepared in advance, and only wanted Fang Hao to deliver the dress. By the way, will you be providing dinner tonight? Fang Hao asked, putting away the invitation. Again, the maids stifled their giggles. This wealthy young entrepreneur was really amusing. Everyone knew that he could design garments that even pleased Rebecca. Not only was he wealthy, but he had also bought 2 shops in the commercial street and a mansion in a noble district. A man of such wealth actually cared if dinner would be served or not. All you do is talk nonsense all day, Rebecca laughed scoldingly and then said to the maids, you all can leave now. Yes, madam. The maids left the room, closing the door behind them. The room was now left with only Fang Hao and Rebecca. There will be some new actions in the next 2 days, you'd better stay in town for a bit, Rebecca said softly. A serious expression immediately settled on Fang Hao's face. I can do that, but my workers need some secrecy, or they'll easily be investigated by those people, Fang Hao continued. I'll take care of it, Rebecca nodded. Fang Hao thought for a moment before asking, did everything go smoothly with the last interrogation of those 4 individuals? Rebecca's face darkened. Not smoothly at all, you could say that we've lost all leads. What happened, were those 4 people killed? Fang Hao rushed to ask. The 4 individuals are unharmed, but the people they named were all found dead in their homes before the guards arrived. We've lost all leads again, Rebecca leaned back in her chair, staring at the ceiling. Her tone was somewhat one of helplessness. Rebecca provided protection for these 4, fearing that their mouths would be shut by death. However, the opponent's approach was more straightforward, killing everyone involved, leaving Rebecca with nowhere to continue her investigation. Their intelligence network is quite terrifying, Fang Hao admitted, a bit surprised. Yes, for the next mission, we'll have to be more cautious, Rebecca said. The 2 chatted a little while longer. Finally, Fang Hao walked out of the city lord's mansion with a broad smile. At the entrance, he met up with Angia and called a carriage to go to the commercial street in West City. In the carriage, Fang Hao took out the sound-transmitting shell to inform Ira in their territory. Check on the progress of the ceremonial dress at the tailor's shop. If it's already done, arrange for someone to deliver it directly to Lyss City. With the bone dragon and swift purple-scaled horses in their territory, there was enough time to deliver the dress to Lyss City before dark. Upon approaching the commercial street, the speed of the carriage started to slow down. Noises of various vendors selling their goods started to come from all around. This street wasn't only lined with shops, there were also many vendors loudly promoting their goods on the edge of the road. The carriage stopped in front of a shop. Fang Hao took out a key and opened the door. The goods inside the shop had already been moved, leaving behind various useless items and some valueless tables and chairs. What are you planning to do with this shop? Angia looked around the shop and asked. A clothing store, I guess? There are lots of luxury goods around here, let's open a clothing store here, Fang Hao casually replied. Oh. All right. The 2 chatted as they went upstairs. In a small gap in the corner floor, Angia found a ruby the size of a little finger. Its edges were cut smoothly, and it was very beautiful. Fang Hao gave a thumbs up. Valuable items could never escape Angia's keen eyes. After wandering around the shop for a while, the sound of noisy footsteps came from outside the door. Grey Bear brought his men and quickly arrived. Sir, Grey Bear said once. Fang Hao walked down from upstairs and instructed, from now on, this shop is ours. Clean it up and throw away all the useless stuff. Yes, sir, Grey Bear called out, leading the workers straight into the shop, starting the cleaning process. Leaving the store in Grey Bear's care, Fang Hao took Angia to the task hall once more, but again found no suitable tasks. So, they went directly back to their residence. It was just around 2 in the afternoon when they returned to their residence. After a quick meal, Fang Hao shut himself in his room. He took out all the books on multi-headed fire python mysteries from the storage space. He turned to where there was the bookmark, and proceeded to carefully study and decipher it bit by bit. Every mage is also a scholar. Not just because they can cast extraordinarily powerful spells, but because every individual who chooses the path of a mage needs to read a vast amount of books and documents. To explore the secrets of natural elements, to seek the rules of materials. Therefore, the path to becoming a mage is challenging, and also tremendously rewarding. The author of this book is a fire elemental mage named Carol, who once served as a magic instructor at a noble academy. He is heavily focused on the practice and research of fire elemental magic. Besides the final goal of the multi-headed fire python recorded in the book, there are also explanations of fire elemental magic and small magic practices. What Fang Hao was reading was another type of fire elemental summoning magic. Flame Spider. After casting the spell, a flame spider can be summoned to attack targets or follow the caster. Fang Hao stood up. He took out the Starfire wand, reading the explanation in the book while beginning to concentrate magic. With the gathering of magic power. Suddenly, in front of him, spiders made of gathered fire elementals began to materialize. Whoosh! Just as they had formed, the flame spiders instantly extinguished. The spell failed. What happened? Fang Hao sat down and carefully recalled the process. He went to the desk, and started to record in his notes. First attempt at the flame spider conjuration, steps weren't clear and cobbling was hindered. The flame spider disappeared shortly after it began to form. Chapter 367, She is hinting at me. Finally success. The 12th attempt. In front of Fang Hao, 5 flame spiders the size of palms finally emerged. According to the author Carol in the book, summoning flame spiders is a very useful and effective magic. Body strength and endurance are the weaknesses of mages. Some measures to prevent enemies from approaching are very important for mages. And the size of the flame spider would increase in number and size along with the strength of the spellcaster's magic power. Proper use can be enough to prevent the enemies from getting close. Or to buy time to escape. 5 flame spiders stood in place. Immediately, the smooth solid wood floor began to char. Then, with a whoosh sound, fire ignited directly. Damn it! Fang Hao was startled and immediately dispersed the flame spiders, stomping out the ignited flames. Fortunately, he could only condense 5 small ones, otherwise the house might burn down. The success of the flame spiders gave Fang Hao quite a bit of confidence that the skills he learns from reading books are more fulfilling than using scrolls. But the use of skills is not yet proficient. He will need to practice more for consistency when he has the chance, so as not to fail in real combat. He puts out the last spark. Fang Hao sat back down at his desk and continued to study the book. As time slowly passed, the sky grew increasingly dark. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. Sir, Lady Rebecca's dress has arrived. Wait a bit. Fang Hao said, while marking the half-read book and re-entering it into the storage space. He opened the door, and outside stood a follower of the Grey Bear. In his hands was a cheongsam embroidered with blue patterns, made from nightfall silk. Nightfall silk is of high quality. Both its gloss and softness are excellent. Rebecca is fond of blue, so blue patterns were used in the clothing. Who sent it? Fang Hao took the cheongsam and asked casually. A young lady, a very beautiful young lady. A young lady? Where is she? The young lady said she hadn't been here for a long time, so she's out looking around. The bandit follower continued to answer. Having said this, Fang Hao wasn't sure about the person's identity. Mates in the territory are always well behaved, even if they wanted to take a walk, they would first come and let him know. There hadn't been a case of someone just leaving. What does she look like? Fang Hao asked as he walked outside. This tall, with long golden hair, looks like she's in her 20s, like a noble. The follower tried his best to describe. Hearing his description, Fang Hao paused slightly. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Could it be that the vampire Rolina had come? Is she cold, as if someone owes her money? Yes, very serious. It's her. Rolina is supposed to be in Crescent Heights, why isn't she sleeping, but delivering clothes to me? Being betrayed by the Red Duke and torn apart, imprisoned for decades, Rolina has a strong distrust of people. Even her heroes under her command, their loyalty has never improved. I gave her a bone dragon and it just increased a bit. In this period, giving a bone dragon is like giving an F-22 fighter jet. According to the plot, little girls would be so happy they'd faint. She just increased a bit of loyalty. It's a completely losing deal. Now that I don't know where she went, I just have to hope that this woman won't cause trouble again. Okay, I get it, if she comes back, let her wait for me here, don't let her wander around. Fang Hao instructed. Yes, my lord. He walked to another room and called Angia. He went outside to call for a carriage, heading to the city lord's mansion. Headed to the city lord's mansion with the cheongsam, but did not see Rebecca. Gave the cheongsam to the maid. Took Angia directly to the auction venue. The location of the auction was the same hall where they had bid on the dresses last time. An auction hosted by the city lord's mansion. Whether it's the city's nobles or influential merchants, anyone with a bit of face would attend. Luxuriously decorated carriages lined the entire street. Fang Hao and Angia also dressed up quite nicely. After presenting their invitation, they entered. The bright hall was already full of people. Before the auction started, music was being played on stage, gentlemen inviting elegantly dressed ladies to slowly stroll in the dance floor. Fang Hao was not particularly interested in dancing. Observing everyone, his gaze fell on a few people in the front row. Li Go. Li Go also noticed him. The two shared a brief eye contact. The real Li Go was still in the blood prison of his territory. And the Li Go in front of him was being impersonated by Little Yu using a demon mask. Investigating the faceless one along Lei Li's lead. In front of Li Go sat a man and a woman. The man was bulky and dressed like a gentleman, but the scar on his left face and posture made him appear like a mafia boss. No need to guess, this man was the underworld boss, Lei Li. Next to Lei Li sat a voluptuous woman. Her beautiful body and low-cut dress revealed a large swathe of white cleavage. The men's eyes would always inadvertently be attracted to this white expanse. Facing the men's gaze. The woman did not seem shy at all, but even occasionally twisted her body to expose her cleavage to the men's eyes. While Fang Hao was observing Lei Li and his companions, a slightly overweight man came over to him. The man was around 30 years old, with wavy short hair, and very fair skin. He was wearing a light blue, waist-cinching suit, but it was clear that he wasn't suited for this outfit. You could even see the stockpiled fat beneath his clothes. Little brother, what's your name? The man held a glass of wine and greeted Fang Hao as though they were friends already. Fang Hao, what about you? Fang Hao also smiled in response. These nobles were so keen on various kinds of social events like dances to expand their network and collect contacts. Of course, they were also looking for their own targets for an exciting encounter. My name is Eric, Mr. Fang Hao, your design last time was brilliant. You are really bold to design Lady Rebecca's dress so short, I thought you would be dragged out and beheaded by the guards the moment I saw it. Eric said excitingly. It seemed that he was also in the fabric business, and saw Fang Hao's design during the bidding that day. Short? I thought it was just right, and Lady Rebecca seems to really like it. Fang Hao said softly. That's true. Eric nodded his head, he also agreed. Now every fabric store in the city is imitating Fang Hao's design. He feared that in a short time, all women of noble status on the streets of the city will be wearing Fang Hao's style of dress. By the way, Mr. Fang Hao, where are you from? I haven't heard of your fabric store before. Eric continued to chat casually. The outskirts of the city, further north from Pruel City. Fang Hao replied. That's quite far, is your family also in the fabric business? The fat man was more talkative, very interested in Fang Hao's background. He kept asking about various news. Fang Hao answered casually. Just as they were talking, suddenly, a woman walked into the hall from the entrance. Golden hair, a beautiful face. She instantly attracted the attention of all the men in the hall. Even the fat man next to Fang Hao opened his mouth wide, his eyes firmly fixed on the attractive figure not far away. Fang Hao looked at the woman who came in, and his heart moved slightly. Rolina. How did she get in? Rolina strode forward, casually took a glass of fruit wine from a waiter, and sat down near the stage as naturally as any city noblewoman. She winked at Fang Hao's direction and then sat down in a position close to the stage. As soon as she sat down, a group of men immediately gathered around her, inviting her to dance. She winked at me, you saw it, right? Could this be some kind of hint? The face of the fat man Eric turned red with excitement, his voice even trembling. Chapter 368, City Lord and Lady of the City. Eric's face turned red with excitement as he spoke to Fang Hao. Did you see that? She winked at me, amidst all these people, she chose to cast a glance my way. Isn't this a hint of something? His previously relaxed stomach was now sucking in vigorously, making himself appear as slender as possible. It was just a look, no need to get so worked up. Fang Hao commented. You didn't see it, she secretly sent me a signal. Eric mimicked to prove he wasn't seeing things. Seeing Fang Hao not responding, Eric continued, should I ask her to dance or should I sit down with her for a chat? I think it's better for you to stay away from her. She seems cold. It would be better not to cause trouble for yourself. Fang Hao advised. But this kind of advice, apparently, had no effect. You're still too young. A memorable encounter can transform you into a man overnight, remember to seize any opportunity. Eric gulped down the drink in his cup and fearlessly walked towards Rolina. In the middle of the way, he turned his back towards Fang Hao and thumped his chest, giving an impression of, watch me perform. Once Eric left, Angia whispered, how come she is here? Angia was unaware that Rolina was coming. Ah! Don't mention it. She's the one who sent these gowns. Fang Hao said helplessly. You better pray that nobody provokes her, or else she is capable of killing everyone here. Angia, all the while munching on a pastry, continued speaking. Stop talking, I'm starting to feel a bit apprehensive now. Being able to kill all the nobles here and then leave is within Rolina's capability. That is the thing Fang Hao was worried about. However, currently, Rolina's emotions seemed stable. The gentlemen who came forward to invite her to dance were all declined by Rolina. No abnormality was encountered. However, when the chubby Eric came near, Rolina curiously glanced at Fang Hao, her eyes filled with doubts. She thought that Eric was arranged by Fang Hao. Since Rolina did not directly tell him off, Eric further confirmed his uniqueness. He glanced back at Fang Hao boastfully and directly sat down next to Rolina. After sitting for a while, Eric returned. He came back to where Fang Hao was. Why did you come back? Fang Hao asked curiously. A man shouldn't appear too enthusiastic, he should gradually progress. Leaving a good first impression on each other is enough. Eric confidently said, flicking his hair. Fang Hao remained somewhat speechless. He didn't want to continue on this topic and asked curiously, who is the woman beside Layli? Do you like this type? Eric was stunned, that's Layli's woman, Deborah. This woman is wild. I heard that men who slept with her needed to rest for a few days. Ah! Layli's woman and others dare to touch her. Fang Hao exclaimed. Well, Layli doesn't care about these things. Deborah is very open-minded. You can try it, maybe you can take her away tonight. Eric lowered his voice even more. It's better to be more careful while discussing Layli. Being able to reach his present position through his mafia connections, Layli's competency and means are sufficiently proven. Forget about it. Fang Hao shook his head. During their conversation, the music in the hall suddenly stopped. People left the dance floor and returned to their seats. A butler dressed in a suit stepped onto the stage. After lightly clapping his hands, he announced loudly, "Thank you all for waiting. Please welcome Lord Aubrey, and Lady Rebecca." The music started once again. Lord Aubrey and Rebecca appeared together on the second floor. But the two didn't come down, instead, they waved at everyone from a location where the stage was visible. Whoosh! As soon as they appeared, the entire hall buzzed like a swarm of bees. Aubrey was dressed in a green suit embroidered with golden lines, while Rebecca wore a black, body-hugging cheongsam for the banquet. The black cheongsam perfectly fit her body. The full contours of Rebecca were fully revealed, the raised areas weren't flabby at all. The dress slightly tightened at her waist, accentuating her waist and plump buttocks, especially the slits at the sides, revealing her rounded and fair legs. Beauty and coquettishness, solemn and elegant, all showing in one woman. Both, the gentlemen of graceful demeanor, and ladies dressed extravagantly, were watching with wide eyes. Contrary to Rebecca's astonishing appearance, Lord Aubrey appeared rather gloomy. Plus, his sallow face, deeply sunken eyes, and a blackened area around them, made him look like a gravely ill father standing next to his daughter. Lord Aubrey, Lady Rebecca. The crowd below saluted. Everyone, take your seats, let's begin the auction now. Lord Aubrey spoke, then together with Rebecca, they both sat down on the second floor. The people below returned to their seats. The butler from just now took the stage again to start the day's auction. Without much of an introduction, he announced directly, "All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now selling the goods from the first warehouse. There are a total of 102 oil paintings, priced at 5,000 gold coins each, with each bid must being at least 2 gold coins." A few people stepped onto the stage. They showed 3 oil paintings as samples to the audience. 2 landscape paintings, and 1 painting of a young woman. "That woman is the wife of Dowie, I have seen her before." Eric was again quietly sharing. "Oh." Fang Hao nodded. "Dowie." It sounded like a familiar name, but for the moment, he couldn't remember where he knew it from. However, what surprised Fang Hao the most was that the auction was conducted on a warehouse-by-warehouse basis. The categories of the items were already predefined, then collectively sold off. This gives a sense of blind box opening. The chances of finding hidden treasures in the warehouse, however, are low. After all, they're selling with their eyes wide open, while you're buying with your eyes tightly shut. Ibid, 5100. 5200. Very quickly, people started bidding. And prices rose rapidly, reaching 10,000 gold coins within 2 minutes. Fang Hao himself lacked any artistic sense and held little interest in paintings. He did not join in the bidding, but instead turned to Eric beside him and asked in a soft voice, "Mr. Eric, I have a question." "Yes, go ahead." "I came from outside the city and don't quite understand why Lady Rebecca goes to the Federal Conference while the City Lord is still alive." This has always been a question in Fang Hao's mind. The roles of the City Lord and his wife seemed somewhat unusual. Moreover, Rebecca has the power to command the city's armies. This left Fang Hao more confused about who truly holds power in Lyss City. The affairs of the City Lord's mansion are not easily explained. Eric hesitated, wanting to speak but swallowed his words. "Just say it. I'm just curious and won't spread it out," Fang Hao promised. Eric was talkative by nature and couldn't resist after Fang Hao's multiple assurances. He began to tell everything he knew about the City Lord's mansion. Rebecca was not originally from this city. She came to Lyss City when the former City Lord was still alive. Very quickly, Rebecca displayed excellent administrative abilities and took up the position of an administrative deputy within the city. After the old City Lord had an accident, logically Rebecca should have succeeded him. However, when the news of the City Lord's replacement reached the Federal Conference, problems arose. The conference questioned Rebecca's half-elf status, believing that she would not completely side with the humans when faced with a choice. Thus, the matter of the City Lord's succession stalled for a while. Later, a sudden message from the City Lord's mansion stirred the city. Rebecca had married the current Lord Aubrey, with Aubrey becoming the City Lord. However, the core power of the city still laid in Rebecca's hands. "I've heard that the City Lord and Lady Rebecca aren't as close as they seem, they barely even talk to each other." Eric didn't stop once he started. Fang Hao didn't ask any further. Eric just let everything he knew and heard spill out. After listening carefully, Fang Hao instinctively looked at Lord Aubrey. He saw that the woman standing next to Layli was constantly throwing flirtatious glances at Aubrey. "Ah, so that's how it is," Fang Hao nodded, understanding everything. No wonder Rebecca was able to mobilize all the city's troops with just one sentence. She is the true core of power in the city, and because the conference questioned her identity, they put forward a figurehead City Lord. With their conversation, the paintings in this warehouse were finally sold for 10,500 gold coins to a nobleman. The first auctioned warehouse netted over 10,000 gold coins, which pleased the auctioneer. The auction for the second warehouse's items commenced immediately after. It was full of high-end items, such as porcelain cups, lanterns, etc., in large quantities. After the bidding, the items were sold for a price of 20,000 gold coins. Alright, next are the items in the third warehouse. There are 56 collectibles in total, including 37 pieces of artifacts, 13 paintings and calligraphies, 5 sculptures and 1 specimen. The starting bid is 10,000 gold coins, each increment must be no less than 100, the auctioneer loudly introduced. Behind him, 3 sample items were brought out. A huge oil painting measuring 2 meters, an animal sculpture, and a shiny silvered thin blade knife. Upon seeing this familiar weapon, Fang Hao's eyebrows immediately furrowed. It was part of Little Yu's expiation weapon series. Glancing at Little Yu, she kept her eyes straight ahead, standing silently behind Lei. He wasn't interested in any of the collectibles in this warehouse, nor did he have the ability to appreciate them. However, he had to get this expiation weapon. The relationship between the Lord and the hero was reciprocal. While the hero serves the Lord, Fang Hao also had to support and develop them. Each expiation weapon would greatly level up Little Yu's rank. Hence, he had to buy this warehouse, even if the rest of the items were rubbish. 10100. A man in the front position was the first to bid. 10200. 10300. 80500. When the bid reached 80,500, the bidding paused. To everyone present, it seemed these items were worth no more than 80,000 gold coins. Seeing no one else bidding, Fang Hao began to bid, 81,000. Unexpectedly, someone in the back started bidding. Everyone turned around and looked to the back. Eric's face momentarily froze, he gave an awkward smile, pointing at Fang Hao, indicating it was him who had made the bid, and had nothing to do with himself. 81500. The man who had bid prior to Fang Hao continued, raising the price by 500. 82,000. Fang Hao raised the bid. The man looked carefully at Fang Hao, then bid again, 82500. At the same time he said, I'm only interested in 2 of the artworks, which are worth this much. If you continue to bid, young man, then I will step down. Chapter 369, Too Bold. The value of the items in the warehouse was about 80,000. He even suspected that Fang Hao was intentionally raising the price to trick him. He decided to speak up directly, saying that if he increased the price again, he would concede. But as soon as he said this, Fang Hao immediately raised the price, thank you, 82600. This time, he only raised it by the minimum of 100 gold. The man's face stiffened a bit. But since he had already spoken, he couldn't continue to bid against a young man. So he simply put down the sign in his hand and silently started to drink his wine. Seeing this, the auctioneer, after a few seconds of pause and no one bidding, made the final decision with a hammer gavel. The goods of this warehouse were sold to Fang Hao for 82,600 gold coins. Once the goods were in his hands, Fang Hao let out a sigh of relief. The auction hosted by the city lord's mansion was still in a state of low-price quick sales. After the items were appraised, they were sold at a minimum price for everyone to bid on. But the prices wouldn't be too outrageous. Now that Little Yu is at the green tier 4 level, after she gets this weapon, her tier will be raised again. The auctioneer began to introduce the items from the next warehouse, which was an assortment of gold and silver ornaments. Fang Hao wasn't very interested, so he turned to Eric and said, "Sao hates next? Where do I make the payment?" He didn't know anything about this process. There was no one to tell him, so he could only ask the fat man next to him. "Don't rush, someone will come to find you later, you just have to give the money to get the keys then," explained Eric. "Oh." Fang Hao nodded in agreement. Surely, during the 6th round of the auction, a maid walked over and whispered, "Sir, you have purchased the items from warehouse number 402, would you like to make the payment now? Can I pay later?" "Yes, if you don't have the money with you, you can deliver it within 2 days." The maid answered with a smile. The auction invites all the town's dignitaries, one could say the city lord's mansion knew the identities of everyone. They weren't afraid they would default on the payment, and with the vast amount of the transactions, some really did need to pay later. "Oh, I'll pay now." Fang Hao took out 3 warfire cards with a denomination of 10,000 and put them on the tray in the maid's hand. According to the exchange rate between warfire coins and gold coins, more than 80,000 gold coins was equivalent to over 27,000 warfire coins. "All right, please wait a moment, sir." The maid nodded, took the money, and left directly. 3 minutes later, the maid came back. She handed over a warehouse key to Fang Hao and whispered, "Sir, this is the key to warehouse number 402. The goods can be stored for another 10 days. If you haven't taken them after 10 days, there will be a storage fee of 3 gold coins per day. All right, I understand. Fang Hao nodded and took the key. He didn't need 10 days, he had bought collectibles and their volume wasn't big. When the time came, he could just put them into his storage space and take them away directly. The maid nodded too, and then turned around to leave. The auction entered the 10th round, and the items up for auction became city properties. There were residential houses as well as commercial shops. Fang Hao took a liking to one of the warehouses, and bought it for 120,000 to use as storage. Time passed little by little. The auction ended at midnight. The gorgeously dressed dignitaries were chatting and leaving at the same time. They got on their carriages and left. Mr. Fang Hao, it's great to meet you, I hope we can meet again sometime. Eric said goodbye to Fang Hao, too. Goodbye, Mr. Eric. Fang Hao also responded with a smile. This fat man was quite intriguing, he had found out many things about Lyss City from him in that one night. Eric nodded, turned around, and left. After a while, most of the people had left the main hall. The few remaining nobles were also chatting while heading outside. Fang Hao directly sat down next to Lorana. I thought you liked quiet. A little bustle once in a while is also good. Where did you go? Fang Hao asked. Lorana leaned back in her soft chair. I went to the commercial street and the temple, and sat in your hot pot restaurant for a while. It's doing quite well. Goodness, she even dared to visit the temple. Lyss City has a large population, so it's easy to see the results of doing business, said Fang Hao. Lorana quietly replied. Just as Fang Hao was about to ask Lorana when she planned to leave, a maid hurried over. Mr. Fang Hao, the lady wishes to speak with you about the dress matter. Oh, lead the way, he replied. Fang Hao stood up and followed the maid up the stairs. Rebecca was waiting in the second-floor hall, and seeing Fang Hao entered immediately made her smile disappear. Is this the dress you sent? It's so form-fitting. The cheongsam was indeed form-fitting, and the pattern across the fabric was dazzlingly beautiful, like the stars of the night sky. All night, she felt the hot gaze of all the men in the room on her. Her cheeks were burning. There was also a bizarre feeling in her heart, somewhat shy but also somewhat womanly pride. Yes, this kind of dress is not easily worn by many. If one does not possess a perfect figure, they will not be able to wear it, Fang Hao said, noticing Rebecca's displeasure and quickly started to explain. It's a bit too much though, she said. Mrs. Rebecca, by tomorrow the whole city will be discussing your dress sense. Within 3 days, the ladies of high society will be vying to copy your outfit. You've absolutely dazzled everyone tonight, Fang Hao declared. With that said, Rebecca blushed and felt a sudden warmth throughout her body. Before Rebecca could reply, Fang Hao interjected, Mrs. Rebecca, tomorrow fabric stores will be wanting to borrow your cheongsam to make replicas. I hope you don't lend it to them. Design isn't easy after all. Rebecca was quickly convinced by Fang Hao's explanation. If the ladies in the city wore this, there was nothing for her to be shy about. Don't worry, I won't do that, replied Rebecca, sitting straight back down, revealing her fair thigh from the slit of her dress. Just now I noticed you purchased a warehouse, do you have an interest in antiques? Rebecca asked, steering the conversation away from dresses. Not really, I'm just participating. I always buy something, it's about taking part, Fang Hao said, taking a seat as well. Rebecca rolled her eyes at him, I always feel like you're not quite right in the head. Oh, I'm quite all right. Just as they were chatting, a warning voice came from the staircase, Miss, you cannot approach here casually. Fang Hao turned his head to look. He saw Lorana standing on the stairs, her icy gaze fixed on the guardian. The guard swallowed hard under her stare. Mrs. Rebecca, that woman came with me, said Fang Hao immediately. Let the lady come through. The guard stepped aside, allowing Lorana to walk in. She silently stood by Fang Hao's side. Rebecca looked at Fang Hao again, her eyes full of inquest. Fang Hao wasn't sure why Lorana came up. He had to introduce her. Mrs. Rebecca, this is Miss Lorana. She is from the same city as me, and we happened to meet at the auction. Introducing Lorana's identity was a bit challenging. He couldn't mention Crescent Heights. So, he only claimed she was from the same city. The beauty of the lonely night, Lorana has increased her loyalty to you by 4 points, totaling 30 loyalty. Just after making the introduction, Fang Hao received a system message. He looked up at Lorana, and saw the beautiful icicle-like woman's face colored slightly. What's going on? He only introduced her, and he instantly gained 4 loyalty points. The bone dragon he gave away only gained him 1 point. Mrs. Rebecca, it's nice to meet you, Lorana greeted her first. Although Lorana has been alive for hundreds of years, she still looks in her 20s. It's just that her face is always cold, which makes people feel distant. Rebecca was somewhat astonished at Lorana's appearance. She responded with a slight nod, nice to meet you, Miss Lorana. Is this your first time in Lyss City? Chapter 370, Two People Who Get Along. After the introduction, Rolana also sat down nearby. I've been here a few times before, but there have been quite a lot of changes this time round, begun Rolana. Indeed, there have been significant changes compared to a few years ago. I remember there was a beautiful opera house to the west of the city, but it's no longer there. Oh, the opera house simply moved and was expanded, its environment is now much better than before. 2-2. The auction ended. People gradually left the city lord's mansion. Some men and women who had gotten along well at the ball got into the same carriage together. Others sought out a nearby secluded corner to continue their conversations. Eric glanced over, a cold smirk on his face. She can't hold a candle to Miss Rolana, he thought of the heavily made-up ladies. Only fools like you would tug these women into the corners. With that in mind, he headed for the carriage himself. But just as he neared the carriage, he was stopped by a group of men. Eric's face darkened in an instant. This is the city lord's mansion, what are you trying to do here? Seeing Eric's anxious look, the men burst into laughter. They said, Fatty, our boss Layli wants to see you, come with us. Layli? A cold sweat broke out on Eric's face. Being targeted by Layli was even worse than being robbed. But he had no choice but to follow them to meet Layli. Thankfully, he was in the city lord's mansion. Many people saw him being led away by Layli's men, so Layli shouldn't dare to actually harm him. Comforting himself with this thought, the group approached a nicely designed carriage. Boss, we've brought Eric. Let him in. The carriage door was opened, and Eric stepped inside. Inside the spacious carriage, Layli and the beautiful Deborah were seated on one side. Lyko, Layli's right-hand man, was seated on the other. As Eric entered the carriage, he felt a wave of pressure wrapping around him and his legs began to shake uncontrollably. Boss Layli, you wanted to see me. Eric tried to control the fear in his heart. No need to be nervous. Just answer whatever I ask. This will be a casual meeting, Layli said bluntly. Why yes. Do you know that black-haired lad? Layli asked in a low voice. I don't recognition him. Actually, I just met him, Eric replied in a fluster. What's his name? His name is Fang Hao. I'm not very close with him. We just had a short talk today, Eric replied. What does he do? Layli leaned on his knees, his eyes locked on the chubby man. Recently, the city's faceless men were investigating how Rebecca had managed to slip past their sights. Layli too was probing. In his investigation, he discovered that this black-haired young man frequently met with Rebecca at the city lord's mansion. Today, he saw Eric getting along with the black-haired lad rather well. So, he decided to bring him in directly. He's a cloth merchant. This time, Mrs. Rebecca's council meeting dress was made by him. And he's staying in Lyss City because Mrs. Rebecca has ordered some new clothes from him. Eric blurted out everything he knew at once. He's not from this city. No, he said he's from a city north of Pruel City, and he's planning to open a shop in this city. Did he say anything else? Layli continued to press on. He asked me why Lyss City is run by Mrs. Rebecca instead of the city lord. Ha! At this, Layli burst out laughing. That Fang Hao seems to know nothing about the situation in Lyss City. Regarding such common knowledge, he still needed to specifically ask about it. What else did he say? Eric glanced shyly at Deborah's thigh and whispered, he deliberately asked about Miss Deborah. At these words, the carriage fell into a brief silence before a woman's hearty laughter filled the space. It seems that the lad's got some taste. Now that you say it, I kind of like him a little, chuckled Deborah, a soft whisper following her laughter. All right, you can leave now. You know the consequences if you tell anyone else about this matter, right? Layli warned again. I understand, I understand. Even if I were braver, I wouldn't dare to talk about this. Eric guaranteed loudly before slowly retreating away. Only 3 people remained in the carriage. Li Go, do you think this Fang Hao is suspicious? Layli asked Li Go. Li Go thought for a moment and replied, Boss, what the fatty said matches up to what I investigated. This black-haired lad is from out of town, he couldn't possibly be involved in this matter. Even if he wanted to be involved, a cloth merchant like him wouldn't have the capacity to. I also feel that there's a slim chance it's him. Layli gave the side wall a light tap, and the carriage began to move slowly. Seeing that the two weren't discussing this matter anymore, Deborah nestled against Layli, her voice coy, Big Lay, let me go and dig up some information about that lad for you. Layli didn't reply. Pretty please. That boy is really good looking, Deborah continued to plead. As excited as you are about this small matter, you can go ahead and meet the lad after a few days, Layli finally said. All right, Big Lay is the best. The second floor of the city lord's mansion. Fang Hao sat down, listening as the two women's conversation grew more animated. They had moved from discussing changes in the city to engaging in a lively conversation about music and art. Rebecca is very artsy and has some exposure to music. Rolina is from the traditional blood clan and is well versed in these subjects, making for a good conversation partner for Rebecca. Fang Hao glanced at his watch, it was already 1:40 in the morning. He yawned and said, Madam Rebecca, it's quite late, I don't want to interrupt your rest. Rebecca nodded, okay, if anything crops up, I'll notify you. Sure. Fang Hao turned to Rolina, Miss Rolina, it's very late. Do you need my carriage to take you back? The Eternal Night Clan is more energetic during the night. However, everyone else is still a normal person who needs rest. Rolina glanced at Fang Hao and stood up, Madam Rebecca, I'll see you next time. Yes, until next time. After bidding farewell to Rebecca, the 3 of them left the city lord's mansion directly. They got into the carriage to go back to their quarters. This late, the streets were deserted and the only sound was the horses' hoofs and the wheels rolling over the road. Fang Hao and the others were sitting in the carriage. They fell into momentary silence. I will stay in Lyss City for a couple of days, when are you planning to return? Fang Hao asked Rolina, who sat opposite him. He didn't want to keep Rolina in Lyss City. He was afraid she might cause trouble. I need some farming tools, once I get them, I'll go back. Rolina replied. Fang Hao had already sent a group of people to Crescent Heights, even though these individuals were bandits who had surrendered. Rolina visited Fang Hao for some pioneering tools. Discovering he wasn't at his fiefdom and that there were gowns to deliver, she came over directly. That's no problem, I'll arrange people to deliver them to you when we are back, Fang Hao said softly. These tools could be manufactured using Hundredfold Amplification, it wasn't a problem at all. However, it was inconvenient to manufacture and transport them in Lyss City. Well, I'll also stay in Lyss City for a few days and we can leave together then, Rolina continued. You don't have to, you can go back first, I'll arrange people to send you the tools directly. In saying this, Fang Hao was quite clear his intention was disregarded by Rolina. She leaned back on her chair and closed her eyes. The carriage returned to their place of residence. Rolina was shown to her room, and Fang Hao retired for rest as well. The next day, 9 a.m. in the morning. He had come home at 2 in the morning, so he woke up slightly later today. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he sat up in bed and saw a figure standing at the door. She knocked on the door lightly. Knock, knock, knock. Fang Hao was shocked and instinctively reached for the weapon beside him. The next second, he recognized the figure standing at the door, Little Yu, who had reverted to her original form. He glared at her, Little Yu, what are you doing? Sir, didn't you tell me to knock first when I come? Little Yu revealed a cunning smile. Oh, come on. What's the point in knocking on the door if you're already inside my room? Realizing her playfulness, Fang Hao knew she did it on purpose. Little Yu's level had upgraded and she was no longer the cold, emotionless creature she once was. She even learned how to play pranks now. I'm warning you, I have a heart condition, keep this up and you'll scare me to death, Fang Hao put his weapon down, and got out of bed. Bachelor Nelson, I won't let anything happen to you. Fang Hao dressed up. While he was freshening up and chatting about the situation regarding the faceless, he heard from Little Yu that she had been to Layli and was questioned about Eric, and the reason why Little Yu was still with Layli. After breakfast, it was already lunchtime. Fang Hao took the group to the warehouse 402 where the auction purchases were stored. He pulled out the key and opened the warehouse's gate. As the metal gate opened, the scene inside was revealed. 13 oil paintings covered with rag cloths were leaning against the wall. The remaining items, which wrapped a few half-human height statues, were casually placed in the middle of the warehouse. Good lord, all this stuff was his and he felt like he had just spent his money on a junkyard. Fang Hao randomly placed the oil paintings into the storage space and removed the linen cloth covering the items. 5 sculptures, they looked pretty good. 3 were in the form of animals, the other 2 a pair of naked men and women. They appeared to be a set. And the other side displayed the Atonement series weapons needed by Little Yu. Surprisingly, however, there weren't just 1 weapon but 2. Atonement Willow Blade, Atonement Broad Blade. Scored big time. There were actually 2 Atonement weapons. Little Yu, go ahead and take the weapons, Fang Hao told Little Yu who was behind him. Little Yu was here today for the weapons Fang Hao had bought yesterday. Thank you, sir. Little Yu approached. The moment she made contact with the weapons, a blue light surged from her body. Disaster Song Hilda, Blue Level 2 Hero. Chapter 371, Mantisman. The moment she touched the weapon, Little Yu went straight from a green hero to a blue hero. Her abilities and properties have also been greatly enhanced. Disaster Song Hilda's loyalty to you increases by 2 points, current loyalty is 97. With the collection of exonerating weapons, Little Yu is gradually recovering her memories from when she was alive. Although Fang Hao didn't ask her about her past, but he also noticed that as her memories returned, Little Yu's personality became fuller and more like a living person's. But the increase in loyalty is also becoming slower, giving the impression that the little girl has seen the world and is not easily deceived. But 97 points is already quite high. Even if it's slower, when the remaining 6 exonerating weapons are all collected, it will definitely reach 2 points. Fang Hao stood to one side, silently waiting. The moment Little Yu opened her eyes, Fang Hao saw her jet black pupils, making his heart tighten. It gave the feeling of gazing into an endless abyss. But the next second, Little Yu blinked her eyes. And she returned to normal. How do you feel, Little Yu? Fang Hao asked softly from the side. I feel stronger, master. Little Yu replied with a smile. That's good, you can go back now. Continue to keep an eye on the situation with Layli. Most importantly, focus on staying safe. Fang Hao continued to instruct her. The situation with Layli needed Little Yu to continue to follow up. Apparently Faceless Ones have arranged for an important figure to come to Lyss City. Alright master, I'll be going then. Little Yu nodded and said. Little Yu exited the warehouse. Fang Hao continued to wave at people to carry things out of the warehouse onto the dray outside. The grey bear paratroopers standing by heard his orders and walked into the warehouse to carefully move the items inside the warehouse onto the dray. They knew all these items were purchased by Fang Hao at a high price. They were also afraid that they might accidentally ruin something, which would be hard to explain. As large items were all loaded onto the dray, the warehouse was emptied, revealing an almost 3-meter tall fossil leaning against the back. The fossil was nearly 3 meters tall and over a meter wide. Mantisman Fossil. Category, Fossil. Description, Strickland Mantisman, Natural Weapon Masters, they are skilled in and adept at using all kinds of melee weapons. Some gifted Mantismen are even born with the ability to release psychic energy. The cross-section of the stone was clearly visible. A Mantisman figure was clearly visible. They have a humanoid appearance with jointed skeletal limbs resembling an insect's. Although Fang Hao had not seen the Mantisman race, but from the description, it could be seen that Strickland Mantismen have impressive close combat abilities. The last one who was called a weapon master could fight 5 at once. Fang Hao stood in front of the fossil and looked at it silently. He thought to himself, the fossil should be considered a bone too, right? Master, should we move this stone too? One of the subordinates, looking at the stone bearing the imprint of a Mantisman, asked softly. He didn't understand anything about fossils. All he knew was that the Lord had spent tens of thousands and purchased something which included a huge stone. Move it back. All right, master. The men continued their action, moved the fossil out of the warehouse, placed it on the dray and transported it back to their residence. After dealing with the warehouse affairs, Fang Hao took Anjia to the hot pot restaurant. It was already in the afternoon, and there were quite a few customers in the restaurant. Mopping their foreheads and battling the heat, they enjoyed the hot pot. Here, the price of the Troll's wine barrel fruit wine was cheap but could still bring in a significant income. As soon as Fang Hao entered the shop, he saw a familiar figure standing in front of the counter. The black cloak left a deep impression. Half-demon alchemist. This was indeed a coincidence. Fang Hao was just checking the store but happened to meet the demon alchemist delivering potions. Mr. Alchemist, what a surprise meeting! Fang Hao greeted. The stranger's voice came from behind, and the half-demon alchemist's body jolted sharply. He quickly turned around and when he saw Fang Hao's face, his horror subsided. Ah! Boss, it's you! The half-demon said. Yes, are you here to deliver the potions today? Fang Hao asked with a smile. Because of his identity, the half-demon was very careful when moving around the city. He certainly wouldn't be so amply cloaked if he came for a hot pot. Yes, I've concocted a few potions and thought I'd bring them to you. The half-demon continued. Good, let's discuss this upstairs. The bustling hall wasn't suitable for a conversation. On the third floor, in a private room, several people sat down. The half-demon alchemist, still wearing his cloak. Fang Hao didn't mind and directly asked him, let's see the potions you've brought this time. Oh, all right. The half-demon alchemist agreed and took out all the potions from his bag. He still carried his items in rough terracotta pots, placed on the table. A total of 8 potions. Fang Hao started to check the name of each potion. Healing potion 3 bottles, magic potion 2 bottles, hemostatic potion, ephemeral years potion, perception potion. Still in line with the style of the half-demon alchemist. No unified direction for concocting, relatively scattered types. Hemostatic potion, healing bleeding wounds. Perception potion, significantly increases user's sense of awareness, duration, 1 minute. Ephemeral years potion. Category, level 3 potion. Effect, efficiency of any training plus 25%, including, but not limited to, combat, stamina, magic, processing, and other related abilities. Description, a level 3 potion concocted by the alchemist, significantly increases the efficiency of combat training. Level 3 potion, and it can increase training efficiency by 25%. Seeing this attribute, Fang Hao glanced subconsciously at Anjia, who was sitting next to him with her legs crossed. Anjia has now reached level 2 blue. Although she is lazy, she has adhered to her daily training and is thus rather diligent. If there is ample supply of this kind of potion, it can shorten Anjia's time to level up. Not only her, even he can use it. It's indeed a very good potion. Fine, I will take all of them. How much do you want? Fang Hao said straightforwardly. It's a total of 850 gold coins, sir. This potion is a level 3 potion. Not only are the material costs high, but the concoction difficulty is also relatively high, so the price is 500 gold. The half-demon alchemist quoted the price and added an explanation. Fang Hao didn't say much, he asked the maid to prepare 850 gold coins directly. While waiting for the maid to prepare the gold coins, Fang Hao continued, like Constitution Enhancement Potion and Ephemeral Years Potion, you can produce more of these. When the time comes, I will buy them all. Moreover, I need a potion called Flame Rhythm. It's a level 2 potion. I hope you can help me concoct it. The Flame Rhythm is a potion documented in Multi-Headed Fire Python Secret Art I. It's a potion that can be used during the cultivation of fire elemental magic. Chapter 372, A Dark and Windy Night. Lately, Fang Hao had been reading this book, studying the various pieces of magic knowledge written in it. This time, he opportunistically met the half-demon alchemist, and conveniently shared with him the formula for the Flame Rhythm potion. As a half-demon alchemist, he could concoct even level 3 potions, so level 2 should be no problem at all. This time, Fang Hao directly expressed his needs. Instead of allowing the alchemist to concoct potions at will. Like the last time, the seal potion that extended underwater duration, and the perception potion this time. In fact, these were not particularly useful to Fang Hao. His undead troops would explore any dangerous areas, so there were not many opportunities to use these potions. The only reason he bought them all was that they were inexpensive, allowing him to store them for potential future use. But he still hoped that the alchemist would lean towards concocting potions like the physical enhancement potion and the ephemeral years potion. For those were the potions that would be of greater help to him and his heroes. Flame Rhythm. The half-demon alchemist rummaged in his memory, thinking of the recipe for this potion. He continued to say, I know about this potion, but I haven't tried making it yet. I can try after returning home, but I can't guarantee success the first time around, so the price might be slightly higher. In other words, if he failed in his initial attempts, the cost of the wasted materials would be charged to Fang Hao. Sure. Fang Hao readily agreed. The half-demon continued, as for the physical enhancement potion and the ephemeral years potion, I will prioritize making them if the materials permit. I cannot guarantee the availability of the materials, though. His half-demon identity indeed presented him with numerous inconveniences. Currently, he made potions on the basis of whatever materials he had on hand. If a specific potion was asked for, it wasn't that he couldn't make it, rather, he would need to see if he had the appropriate materials. If you are having trouble, list out what you need, and I can arrange for people to go buy them. Understanding his predicament, Fang Hao made the suggestion. He was also planning to cultivate medicinal herbs at Crescent Heights, he just hadn't communicated this to Rolina yet. But he thought there shouldn't be any problems. As long as he explained it to Rolina, she probably wouldn't refuse. Hearing Fang Hao's proposal, the half-demon alchemist hesitated. The idea certainly seemed feasible. But it also meant that he would have to frequently interact with people from Fang Hao's side. He was unsure if this method might cause trouble for him and his family. After all, it would be very dangerous if his true identity was exposed. After some thought, the half-demon ultimately rejected Fang Hao's proposal. There is no need to trouble you, sir. I will find a way to buy the materials myself. Fang Hao didn't insist either, all right. Soon enough, a maid brought in the prepared gold coins. The hefty coin bag was handed over to the hands of the half-demon alchemist. Holding the money brought a smile to his face. After bidding Fang Hao farewell, he immediately left the hot pot restaurant. Fang Hao, accompanied by Angia, enjoyed a hot pot meal before returning to his residence. Because Rebecca had a task, Fang Hao had already lived in Lyss City for 2 days. Experiencing a rare leisure time for himself. No need to worry about anything, just leaving it to the maid and subordinates to handle. In these 2 days, he spent most of his time in the room, continuing his study of the knowledge recorded in the books. The esoteric of the multi-headed fire python was like a compendium summarizing all the knowledge of magic. Linking together fragmented pieces of knowledge. To understand it, one would need to cross-reference several other books for learning. Gradually, scattered knowledge would become a complete training system. From meditation to practice, all the way to the consumption of auxiliary potions. The more Fang Hao read, the more fascinated he became by the depth of the world of magic. Similarly, through the learning, his gains were also significant. Though he only learned one skill from it, the flame spider, Fang Hao's understanding of magic deepened. Using it is no longer about casting skills based on templates, but truly feeling the pattern of magical power flowing within him. He now uses his control to either speed up or slow down the gathering of magic. Able to calculate the optimal timing to release magic. Fang Hao stayed for 2 days. Rolina also stayed for 2 days. Her abilities were far stronger than an ordinary blood clan's. She dared to strut around on the streets in broad daylight, sporting only a sun hat. Initially, Fang Hao was a bit worried, but he relaxed when he saw that she was just wandering around. He gave her some money to buy things she liked while she was roaming around. Fang Hao mentioned to her that he wanted to plant herbs at Crescent Heights. Rolina was quite cooperative this time. After a brief inquiry, she agreed. She would arrange for the planting once she returned. On the 3rd day of their stay. In the afternoon. Fang Hao stood in the courtyard, starfire wand in hand, starting to build up magic. Feeling the magic around him gathering towards him. The next moment, he conjured 6 spiders made of fire, each about the size of a wash basin. Their bodies made entirely of fire elements, heating the surroundings intensely. Go! Fang Hao pointed his wand forward, and the 6 spiders rushed towards a target ahead, fiercely biting the wooden target wrapped in leather. In the blink of an eye, the wooden target was torn apart and then completely burnt to ashes. Based on his multiple experiments, Fang Hao had figured out the characteristics of the flame spider. They were crawling, tearing, and burning. Crawling, this characteristic was very similar to a spider's. It could climb on difficult terrains, including trees, walls, ceilings. This meant that, with the exception of being in water or floating in the air, flame spiders could strike at you from any position, tearing, or rushing towards the target to tear and bite at it. Burning, the spider's own fire element could set the target and anything it touched ablaze, inflicting fire damage. Generally speaking, the physical strength of mages wasn't high. A summoned creature, that could delay the enemy, was vital for a mage. How many days have you been practicing now? Why is it still just a spider? Angia, leaning against the wall with some snacks, silently watched. It's just the spider. No matter how much I practice, the spider just gets bigger and multiplies. Fang Hao waved his wand again, and the flame spider dispersed. Boring, no use whatsoever. Angia turned her head and entered the room. What the heck do you mean by that? Fang Hao watched as Angia returned to her room, feeling undervalued for his efforts. Just as he was planning to return to his room to continue reading, someone from the city lord's office came over. It was Rebecca's personal handmaid. Mr. Fang Hao. The maid gave a slight curtsy. Yes, does Lady Rebecca have any instructions? Fang Hao asked softly. The maid took a few steps forward and handed a map in her hand to Fang Hao, saying quietly, "This is the map. The location is a mansion outside the city. In the evening, there will be people to escort you out of the city." "All right, I understand." Fang Hao casually tucked away the map. The maid bowed slightly, turned around, and left right away. A week had passed since Fang Hao had last captured the members of the Faceless Ones. After a few quiet days, it seemed like they were starting to get active again. Fang Hao filed away the map, pointing out a mansion to the west of the city. "Tell Grey Bear to return with his men." Fang Hao instructed one of his subordinates. "Yes, sir." Grey Bear and his men were busy cleaning up the shops in West City. There was action expected tonight. Naturally, they had to maintain a good condition. The night was dark and windy. In a secluded and dilapidated warehouse, everyone waited in silence. They waited for the person Rebecca had arranged to come and meet them for this mission. Rolina also came along. The night was her usual time to be active. Hearing about the mission, she also decided to join in on the fun. "Don't run around later. You can kill the riff-raff outside, but the people wearing black hoodies inside must be captured alive. Be careful not to kill them." Fang Hao approached Rolina and quietly instructed her. Of course, this was not the first time he had said this. Rolina turned her head to the side, looking like she didn't want to deal with Fang Hao. Grey Bear and his gang of bandits were even more curious about the relationship between Fang Hao and Rolina now. At first, they thought this beautiful woman was the lover Fang Hao had taken back, then they felt she was one of his subordinates who was a hero. Now with Fang Hao persuading her, these people began to doubt again. Couldn't it be the tsundere fiancé from the story? But everyone also heard that Fang Hao was urging the woman to be careful when making her move not to kill everyone. This also meant that Rolina had prodigious strength. Fang Hao said nothing else when he saw that Rolina remained silent. Everyone quietly waited. About 20 minutes later, the expected help finally arrived. This was one of Rebecca's guards, now dressed as if he had just returned from the tavern. He walked into the room and closed the door behind him. Seeing Fang Hao and the others, he spoke softly, "I will guide you out through the western city gate, but once the city gate opens, there could potentially be enemies within the city defense army. Therefore, you need to overtake the mansion before the other party sends out the news." There was a high possibility that the Faceless Ones had planted their own people among the city defense army. Once the city gate opens, someone might notice and pass the information to the people in the mansion outside the city. However, the people from the city lord's office would try to control the speed at which the message was relayed in order to buy Fang Hao more time. "Okay, let's set off." "Sure." The room's door opened again, with everyone following behind the soldier in the darkness, rushing towards the West City Gate. West City Gate. The soldier carried out a conversation up front. The city gate was soon opened enough for a person to pass through. All of them, without any exchange of words, directly left the city. After they left the city gate was closed again. The group continued on without stopping. In a dense forest not far from the mansion, they hid. There were many guards and secret sentinels in the mansion, and torches illuminated the surroundings. Fang Hao released the skeleton sparrow. Using God's presence, it flew into the air to observe the mansion. This time, besides the hidden sentinels lurking in the shadows, he also saw some heavily armed mercenaries. From the insignia on their chests, he could identify the Northern Tower Mercenary Group and Bloodthorn Mercenary Group. Chapter 373, Orc's Right Arm. These two mercenary groups were quite well known in Lyss City. The North Tower Mercenary Group was considered upper middle tier within the city, and its members could often be seen picking up tasks in the mission hall. The Bloodthorn Mercenary Group was quite distinctive, somewhat resembling a group of thieves. The tasks they took up tended towards information gathering, theft, and assassination. Of the well-known pickpockets on the streets, 80% were from Bloodthorn. Fang Hao made a rough calculation, estimating that there were close to 100 men on guard outside. Seemingly, the capture of the Faceless One last time had struck fear into their hearts. That's why they prepared such a large number of manpower. Fang Hao deactivated God's presence and relayed to the team what he had observed and the positions of the guards. At the same time, he took out all the weapons and equipment from his storage space. Everyone was covering their faces with cloaks. So, Fang Hao packed some heavy equipment in his storage space and carried them with him. The enemy outnumbers us, and the mission is a bit more difficult than the last, but our side has both Dimitrija and Rolina, two heroes, while the opponents are regular mercenaries. Victory will ultimately be ours. Follow the plan, don't shout each other's names during the mission, kill all those outside, maim and capture those inside. Understood? Fang Hao instructed in a low voice. Yes, sir. The others nodded. Rolina showed no expression, nor did she oppose the tasks Fang Hao assigned her. After their equipment was ready, they quietly moved towards the mansion. Under the cover of the night, they closed in a shorter distance. Hiding in the bushes, Dimitrija took a deep breath, his chest started to swell, and he began to breathe out in the direction of the mansion. Whoosh! A thick mist poured out of his mouth. This was Dimitrija's skill, the misty sky. The fog spread outwards, quickly covering the rest of the mansion. The lit torches slowly went out under the envelopment of the fog. Inside the mansion. Who farted? Why is there such a thick fog? What's happening? Why is there such a thick fog? Go inform the leader, something's up. Where's the door? I can't see anything. The fog's spread caused instant chaos in the mansion. People were screaming and shouting, complaining that they couldn't see and were disoriented. Some tried to light torches, only to find it difficult to do so. At the same time, Dimitrija led the team out of the dense forest directly into the mansion, starting to clear out the sentries and guards. For a moment, battle cries filled the entire mansion. Hearing the cries of their comrades, the remaining guards' faces turned deathly pale. What's going on? Where are the enemies? Quick, save me, there are so many of them, hurry up and save me. Quick, inform the leader, there are enemies, it's probably the city's army. Thud. Before he could finish speaking, a long sword pierces directly out of the fog, going through his neck. Misty sky not only disrupted the enemy's visual senses but was also enhancing the capabilities of the allies. The way bandits fight is distinctly different from that of an army. They could keep formation, but the moment the order to attack was given, raising their weapons, they directly pounced on the enemies. Each man for himself, there was no strategy to speak of. Fortunately, the bandits had decent equipment, and the enemy wasn't a regular army. Misty skies provided 25% stamina recovery, which was enough to help them win the fight against these enemies. Rolina followed behind the team. While Dimitrija was clearing the perimeters, she just casually walked through the fog into the main building of the mansion, as if she were strolling. Inside the building, it was still brightly lit and unaffected by the fog. She glanced towards an adjacent room and casually pointed a finger. A few dark moon spears, of a dark red hue, materialized. Thud thud thud. They pierced straight through the wall, instantaneously killing the enemy nomad hiding in there for a surprise attack. Brothers, only one intruder is in here, let's kill her. Those hiding in the room rushed out, and upon recognizing their target, started to call out to others in nearby rooms. Thud. Yet, the instant the shout ended, the man who was shouting was impaled by a dark moon spear. Dead instantly. She's a mage, don't give her the chance, kill her. The remaining people discerned the concentrated energy of the long spear. They concluded she was a mage. Weapon in hand, she launched an attack on Rolina. Thud, thud, thud. Dark moon spears appeared one by one, casually killing everyone present. As simply as crushing ants underfoot. The room was then thoroughly cleaned. Rolina once again examined the clothes on the corpses. There were none wearing black robes bearing the twin sickle symbol that Fang Hao had spoken of. A quick search led her to a bedroom housing a cover for a basement access point. Lifting it revealed a stone staircase leading downwards into the depths. However, an abyss of darkness lay below, akin to a path leading into the depths of hell. Rolina looked before proceeding down without hesitation. The darkness enhanced Rolina's vision and senses. In the dark, she could see farther and clearer. Even the two black-robed figures armed with crossbows lurking in darkness at the end of the stairs. So, you are here, Rolina thought inwardly. The cloaked figures below listened to the descending footsteps. Gripping their hand-held crossbows tighter unconsciously. If the person above came any closer, they would pull the trigger. However, just as they prepared to fire their bolts, the footsteps stopped abruptly. A figure suddenly appeared before the two. A dark red moon blade swept through. Their arms were severed from their bodies along with the hand-held crossbows. Ah! They screamed in pain. Rolina ignored them and continued further into the depths. She occasionally swung the red moon blade in hand, slashing at the enemies hiding in the shadows. The whole basement was filled with screams of agony, as though it was a living purgatory. Rolina reached the end, glanced at the person being interrogated, then turned and went back up the stairs. Outside the mansion. Sir, the cleanup is complete, someone relayed. No one got away, right? Fang Hao asked, his back against a tree with Angia yawning idly by his side. No, the people outside were all killed, and those inside wearing cloaks have all been subdued by Lady Rolina, the message-bearer reported hastily. The thought of the beautiful yet cold Rolina being so fierce left them stunned. They rushed inside as soon as they finished cleaning up the fallen people outside. A scene of bodies strewn across the floor met them. She was sitting at a table casually reading a book. Entering the basement once more with Dimitrija, they encountered a room full of cloak-wearing figures, all devoid of their arms, lying weakly on the ground. Good, take me to see them, Fang Hao commanded as he rose and followed them towards the building. Upon entering the mansion, torches were relighted. The Grey Bear was commanding the men to pile the dead bodies in the courtyard, forming a small mound. Where are the others? Fang Hao asked. They are in the hall, their wounds have been bandaged, they should survive, replied the Grey Bear. Fang Hao nodded, then walked straight into the mansion. Inside the grand mansion, even though no bodies remained, blood splatter was everywhere. In the middle of the hall, 5 men and a woman, each wearing faceless robes, were kneeling. All 6 of them had their hands severed and received bandaging on their wounds. Each one was pale, looking as if they were on the verge of death. Where are the interrogation records? Fang Hao asked. Here, sir, Dimitrija handed over the records of the interrogation. Fang Hao took the document and looked at it carefully. There were 2 persons recorded. The person interrogated was named Adonis. The contents of his interrogation concerned the timings of gold coin shipments and the number of personnel involved. The second page recorded an individual named Dinesh. He was in possession of a map detailing a gemstone mine. On the side table, items uncovered from the basement were displayed. Map, gem mine orc hero's right arm. There was also a right arm of an orc. Chapter 374, Is that a mouse? The interrogation records did not include information about the orc's right arm. It could have been obtained from a previous interrogation. Or, it could have been a collector's item from the previous owner of the mansion. It was just as well that the arm was not registered. So that, Rebecca would not ask for it if she saw the record. He stored the blueprint and the arm in his storage space. Grey Bear came in from outside, saying, Sir, the Lyss City Army has arrived. Fang Hao's team was responsible for capturing the people, while the Lyss City's army was responsible for the interrogation and mopping up. But the speed of the other party's arrival was also quite fast. Replace the nightstones in the room with torches, and take down all the paintings on the walls. Make it quick, Fang Hao ordered hastily. Yes, sir. Everyone acted quickly, taking down the nightstones from the chandeliers and the paintings from the walls. Fang Hao casually collected these into his storage space. Through the window, he could already see the rapidly approaching torches. The Lyss city's army was about to enter the mansion. Let's go, leave the rest of the mess to them and withdraw, Fang Hao ordered once again. Everyone quickly left from the other side, disappearing into the darkness before the mansion was completely surrounded by the army. The army quickly surrounded the entire mansion. The leading commander knit his brows at the sight of the bodies stacked all over the ground. Such a large number of people. Not only was he shocked at the number of enemies, he was even more taken aback at how quickly Fang Hao and his men were able to successfully take them down. Commander, we found 6 men in black robes inside the room. They are seriously injured but appear to pose no immediate threat to their lives, a soldier quickly reported. 6 faceless men. No wonder there were so many guards stationed this time. Good, surround the area. Kill anyone who dares to approach or leave, the commander loudly said, then entered the room. Following Lady Rebecca's commands, he would immediately interrogate the prisoners once he received the message. The city's army would then capture them. To shrink the window of opportunity for the faceless men within the city to react as much as possible. This night was destined to see many of the city lords, nobles and tycoons losing their homes. The night was still heavy. Fang Hao and his men found a cave. They hung up the nightstone, planning to wait there until dawn. According to the plan, Fang only captured the people, leaving the follow-up work to Rebecca's team. Regarding how much information would be discovered, that would depend on who would be faster, Rebecca, or the faceless men. The faster one would have the upper hand. The nightstone lit up the cave. Fang Hao took out some food and water from the storage space, allowing everyone to replenish some strength. Everyone chatted while they ate. The current environment didn't affect these bandits at all. They were quietly discussing amusing incidents, women, card-playing skills. Some were chatting about what happened back at the mansion, taking pleasure in having managed to raid a nobleman's estate. Fang Hao silently sat on the side. He took out the spoils of this operation. Orc hero's right arm. Category, skeleton. Description, a right arm left by a beast clan hero, which after being preserved and dried has been sold as a collector's item. Seeing the description mentioned it being a collectible, Fang Hao thought of the mantisman fossil he had bought before. This arm might also be one of the items from some warehouse. For those idle nobles, it might be quite possible to collect a dead person's arm as a collectible item. A single arm cannot be used to make a skeleton hero or be transformed in the transformation pool. But it could be used to make a demon doll. Now, he had already collected the left arm, right arm, skull and wings for the magic doll. It could be said that half of it had been collected. Perhaps he should learn some of the alchemical runes recorded in the notebook to prepare for making the demon doll. After all, the content recorded in the demon's notebook. It was really not very suitable for others to see. Look at that! Is that a mouse? A discussion suddenly broke out near the entrance of the cave. Everyone craned their necks to look in the direction of the chatter. Fang Hao and his friends came over curiously. Outside the cave, more than a dozen mice were carrying a piece of nightstone, passing by in the distance. These mice were no different from ordinary ones except they were draped in cloaks, carrying the nightstone as they hastened on their way. They looked like people in a hurry. Also, from this distance, each mouse appeared to be balding. A circular patch of fur missing from the top of their heads, giving them a unique look. What's the deal with these mice? They're even wearing clothes. Could they be someone's pets? I heard that the nobles in the city like to keep unusual animals as pets. Who would keep mice as pets? Are you sick? You can't be sure, you're not a noble, how would you know they won't keep mice? Boss, should I grab the nightstone from them? What would a mouse do with a nightstone? One of the men seemed eager to act. A single nightstone was worth at least 500 gold coins, and even then, it was hard to buy if you had the money. Those mice were carrying it as if flaunting a glowing money bag in front of a bunch of bandits. Thump! Grey Bear knocked him on the head. You made no effort in the fight just now, and now you want to show off in front of the mice. The others almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. Due to the distance, Fang Hao couldn't see the names of these mice. But from what he could see, these mice displayed a high degree of intelligence. Being able to wear clothes, use tools, was not something ordinary animals could achieve. Fang Hao didn't make a move. They needed to hide until dawn, there was no need to rob the mice of their nightstone. The squad of mice soon vanished into the jungle. Seeing the mice leave, everyone sat back down in the cave to continue their idle chatter. Dawn was breaking. Fang Hao took out some fresh clothes from his storage space for everyone to change into. Everyone then directly walked out of the cave. By the time they returned to Lyss City, it was already broad daylight. There was a long line at the city gate. Everyone needing to enter the city required inspection by the city guards. Entry into the city never used to be this slow, there were twice as many guards stationed now. Fang Hao and others joined the line, inching forward slowly. They had all the required documents, entering the city wouldn't pose a problem. The main thing was to keep a low profile and avoid getting noticed. Damn it, what's going on? I still have to work, at this rate, I won't make it into the city by noon. Stop whining, it's obvious something happened in the city, or else why would there be such a fuss? Whatever happened, you can't hold up everyone's time. SHH. Quit talking, some noble's son caused a ruckus here earlier and was almost taken out and beheaded. Keep your mouth shut if you don't want trouble. Yes, let's not talk anymore. Last night, the city sent out its army, and they arrested a bunch of people. Ah? Really? Yes, let's just stand in line quietly. You don't want to cause any trouble. Fang Hao stood on the side, listening to the conversation around him. From the looks of it, the military had already begun operations last night, arresting those who came under suspicion. Soon, it was Fang Hao's turn to be questioned. After a quick check and identity verification, Fang Hao was allowed to enter the city. The other members of his party also managed to get in. There was frequent military activity within the city, fully armed soldiers could be seen marching down the streets. After he returned home and changed clothes, he left again with Angia in broad daylight. They first went to the shop in West City's commercial street, ate hot pot at the enjoyable hot pot restaurant, then returned to their residence to rest. The next morning, Fang Hao headed directly to the city lord's mansion. Chapter 375, Heavy Arrow. Inside the study at the city lord's manor, Fang Hao saw Rebecca, leaning back in the chaise lounge. Naked, covered with a light blue blanket. Her pale and slender collarbone and round thighs were exposed to the air. But there was fatigue all over her face. From their several interactions, Fang Hao had figured it out. Rebecca definitely had a habit of sleeping nude and was quite reluctant to leave her bed. Mrs. Rebecca, Fang Hao bowed slightly. Why are you here so early? Rebecca yawned and said. Fang Hao sat down nearby. How were the results? He was naturally asking about the operation to capture the faceless. Last night, the sounds of the military operation could still be heard, and some nobles' residences had seen battles. Not until this morning did the city gradually return to calm. Not bad, we even caught some big fish. Rebecca revealed a smile. No wonder, Rebecca was in a good mood this morning, it was because the operation had been successful. In this case, even if there were some faceless who had not been caught, they would start to worry and stay quiet for a while. Those transmigrators living near Lyss City would also be a little safer. As long as it was effective. Rebecca yawned, wrapped herself in the blanket, stood up, and took out 5 money bags from the desk and put them on the table. This is the agreed remuneration, I didn't expect those guys to actually hire a mercenary band. Rebecca sat in the chair and started speaking. Thank you, boss. I wish you to make a fortune. Fang Hao put away the money bags. Each bag contained 2,000 gold coins, making a total of 10,000. The reward was quite hefty. I was also slightly surprised, your subordinates are so powerful, 20 men killed more than 2 and successfully captured 6 alive, how did you do that? Rebecca continued asking. Even for an army crackdown, 20 men couldn't take down this manor. Perhaps they collectively suffered from diarrhea. When we went over, they already didn't have much combat power left. Fang Hao rubbed his chin and lied. The reason for their victory in the battle was primarily due to Dimitrija and Rolina's roles. An orange rank hero and a dark gold rank hero. They alone could capture this manor, let alone 20 men. Hence, even if there were only 20 bandits, it may still have been a toss-up. Rebecca glared at him and didn't ask anything more about this. She continued, the remaining guys will stay quiet for a period of time. Take this, and when something happens, I'll contact you in advance. Speaking of which, Rebecca took out a sound-transmitting shell and pushed it over to Fang Hao. This is a sound-transmitting shell, it'll be convenient for me to contact you. Of course, it's only one way. Your shell can only receive messages. Rebecca quietly explained, afraid that Fang Hao wouldn't know what it was. Oh. Fang Hao responded and directly took it away. After discussing the mission, the two chatted a while about some other matters. In the end, Rebecca placed a large uniform order for all of the City Lord Manor's servants in Fang Hao's name, essentially providing indirect support to Fang Hao once again. Leaving the City Lord's manor, Fang Hao, accompanied by Angia and the others, immediately left Lyss City. They switched horses at Grey Bear's village and returned to their territory. The two bone dragons landed in front of the manor house and Fang Hao jumped down from the dragon's back. Carry the fossil and come with me to the skeleton conversion field, Fang Hao stopped a skeleton troll. The skeleton troll picked up the mantisman fossil and followed Fang Hao to the conversion field. Upon reaching the conversion field, the fossil was thrown straight in. The sand in the pool started rolling and bit by bit, swallowed the fossil. Skeleton mantis conversion countdown, 6 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Seeing the countdown, Fang Hao felt a burst of joy in his heart. This meant that the mantis man had begun to transform, and from the timing of the transformation, its rank wouldn't be low. He remembered that the bone dragon took about 8 hours to transform. With the mantis man's 7-hour transformation time, its rank would certainly not be lower by much. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for the transformation time to finish to see the exact rank of the troop. Upon returning to the manor house, he saw Rolina sitting rigidly in the hall. The maids dared not approach and took detours while passing by her. This time, Rolina accompanied Fang Hao back. She needed the tools Fang Hao made and the seeds for planting herbs. Fang Hao also didn't want this woman to stay around too long. In an open space, utilizing the Hundredfold Amplification, a full range of tools, a hoe, iron shovel, mining pick among others, were made. Rolina, the tools are ready, Fang Hao called from the door. Rolina walked outside and saw several skeletons tidying up a large pile of tools on the ground. What about the seeds? Rolina continued asking. They're all prepared for you, here they are. Fang Hao handed over the seeds to Rolina. Rolina nodded. After all the tools were packed and secured on the back of the bone dragon, she got onto the bone dragon and left. After sending off Rolina, Fang Hao came back into the manor house to eat the dinner Ira had prepared. Night fell. Within the life spring, Angia finally left. The two leaned against each other in the pool. Ira, check among the maids tomorrow if there's anyone who's familiar with herbs, Fang Hao said quietly by the poolside. Ira seemed a bit tired, lying weakly beside him. However, hearing Fang Hao's words, she still agreed and said, "Oh, as you wish, master." Fang Hao thought for a moment, right, they also need to know how to read. Okay. Seeing that Ira was indeed tired, he held her and they retired to their room. On the dawn of the second day, Ira had already left bed. Fang Hao also got out of bed. After a simple wash and dress, he went downstairs. "Master, Scholar Nelson is waiting for you outside," a cleaning maid said to him as he descended the stairs. Nelson was out? Hearing this news, Fang Hao was instantly happy. The only educated man in the territory had finally ended his seclusion. "All right, I know," Fang Hao replied and quickly walked outside. As soon as he left the manor, he saw Nelson sitting on a bench at the entrance. Behind him was a skeleton hero in a long robe. "Good morning, Lord." Nelson saw Fang Hao, stood up and bowed slightly. Nelson had been working on making heroes at the Viscera Museum. After working non-stop for nearly half a month, Fang Hao was worried he'd work himself to the bone. "Thank you for your hard work, Scholar Nelson." Fang Hao also showed a smile. "My duty, sir." After Nelson was done, he made way to the side. "Heavy Arrow, haven't you greeted the Lord yet?" The skeleton hero behind him stepped forward, kneeled down on one knee and said, "Greetings, Lord." Heavy Arrow, Blue Rank 5th Tier Hero. Chapter 376, Bloody Mountain Range Map. The moment he saw the skeleton hero, Fang Hao had already recognized its identity. Heavy Arrow, Cyril. The former city lord of Pruel City. Later, he was beaten to death by the skeleton troll in battle for colluding with the Blood Clan. His body was transported back to his territory and made into a skeleton hero by Nelson. "Welcome to the team, Heavy Arrow," Fang Hao said with a smile. "Thank you, my lord." Heavy Arrow stood up and respectfully stood aside. Heavy Arrow, Blue Rank 5 Hero. Faction, Undead. Color, Blue. Racial features, Undead, Hollow Skeleton, Vulnerable to Light. Team skills, Tactical Advantage, Archery Mastery, Dagger Formation, Shooter Commander. Skills, Armor Breaker, Piercing Shot, Ready to Go, Ballistics, Crippling Shot. Innate skills, Advanced Shooting Mastery, Intermediate Command Mastery, Advanced Crossbow Mastery. Tactical Advantage, the troops led by this unit have their equipment weight increased by 15%. When attacking under defensive facilities, shooting speed is increased by 2%, and attack power by 5%. Archery Mastery, the troops led by this unit obtain corresponding buffs based on the weapons they use. Bow-type weapons, damage plus 8%, crossbow-type weapons, critical hit damage plus 50%, musket-type weapons, reload plus 5%, critical hit chance plus 5%. Dagger Formation, the troops led by this unit, with daggers as secondary weapons, have their dagger damage increased by 10%. Shooter Commander, the shooter troops led by this unit get reload plus 10%, range plus 15%. Armor Breaker, passive, crossbow attack, ignores 15% of the target's physical defense. Piercing Shot, active, when using a crossbow, can attack multiple targets in a line. Ready to Go, passive, entering shooting status, attack plus 20%, accuracy plus 5%. Ballistics, passive, equipping bow and crossbow weapons, accuracy plus 20%. Crippling Shot, passive, equipping heavy crossbow 1, hitting an enemy unit's body, inflicts severe injury. Description, a product of the immortal corpse which, not recognized by the god of undead, this hero cannot upgrade or advance. Heavy Arrow's attributes make him a perfect long-range unit. The various crossbow skill add-ons. No wonder, during that battle, he was cut down immediately upon confrontation. He is really not good in close combat. However, the territory is indeed lacking in heroes proficient with bows and crossbows. Tactical Advantage provides a 15% equipment weight bonus, allowing archers to carry more arrows or even switch their leather armor to plate armor. Archery Mastery provides attribute bonuses based on the weapon. Looking at the attribute bonuses, it is clear that the focus is on crossbow. However, the two-handed light crossbow Fang Hao possesses is just a green tier equipment, not as useful as the high-speed hardwood shortbow that the shooter has equipped. Moreover, in large-scale battles, the reloading speed and range of crossbows are all inferior to bows and arrows. Muskets increase reload speed and critical hit chance. It's worth considering mixing them up for equipment next time. Shooter Commander also increases reload speed and range. It could be said that all three of Heavy Arrow's team skills are very good. They provide very practical attribute boosts for the army of archers. Don't underestimate these few percentage increases. At the time when millions of archers fire together, even a 1% increase will have a significant effect. In Fang Hao's view, skeleton heroes are not used for one-on-one fights to exhibit personal ability. Once they step onto the battlefield, they mainly provide attribute bonuses for the troops. In a short while, Heavy Arrow, dressed in leather armor, carrying a bow and arrow on his back, with a dagger hanging from his belt, returned. "What, you don't have the weapon you used before?" Fang Hao asked as he examined the bow and arrow on Heavy Arrow's back. It was just an ordinary high-speed hardwood shortbow. "No, my lord." Heavy Arrow answered placidly. "No problem. When we come across an appropriate weapon, we'll get you a new one," Fang Hao reassured him. When he fought against Cyril, he was only wielding an iron sword. He never saw Heavy Arrow's weapon before. If he happens to come across a better weapon someday, he will give it to him. "Thank you, my lord." "Well, first go to the city gate and get acquainted with the situation in the territory from the giant wall, then I'll arrange a suitable task for you," Fang Hao continued. "Yes, my lord." Heavy Arrow saluted once more and turned to leave. Now, only Fang Hao and Nelson were left. The two of them sat down on the bench. Fang Hao then detailed what had happened in the territory recently to Nelson. So you're saying, the skull and wings in the Viscera Museum belong to that Red Duke? Nelson said. When he first came out, he saw the skull and wings in the hall. It wasn't hard to recognize the characteristics of the Blood Clan. Yes, I ordered a thorough search of the entire mountain, but only the skull and wings were found. But that's fine, after all, we also have to consider Rolina's feelings, Fang Hao said. Fang Hao could understand Rolina's emotions. If he were to be killed and dismembered by someone he deeply trusted, he would be full of hatred upon resurrection, too. As a lord, taking care of the emotions of his heroic subordinates is something he needs to consider. Otherwise, if the hero acts insincerely, the territory would find it difficult to develop. Well considered, my lord, Nelson agreed with Fang Hao's thoughts. Oh, look at this. As Fang Hao said this, he took out the demon doll notes from his storage space. Seeing Fang Hao's capability of storing items in a spatial dimension made the soul fire flicker in Nelson's hollow eye sockets. He was astonished at Fang Hao's progress in such a short period, having been able to access spatial magic. But he didn't say much. Chapter 377, Bloody Mountain Range Map. Fang Hao handed the notebook to Nelson, and continued, Mr. Nelson, look at this. Nelson accepted it, then directly flipped open the notebook, and began to seriously evaluate its contents. Alchemy array, looks like it's used for the construction of some kind of puppet, both alchemy and puppetry are covered, a lot of rather advanced knowledge is involved. Nelson continued to talk as he looked through the notebook. The undead have endless years, they have ample time to explore and learn many subjects. Even if they aren't experts, they would have certainly been exposed to more than others. Yes, I found this in a basement of an abandoned orphanage, it records the method of making a demon doll. Fang Hao didn't conceal it either and told Nelson whatever he knew. Nelson silently listened and understood why Fang Hao was collecting the limbs of the deceased heroes. He's preparing to create the demon doll mentioned in this notebook. That's not a bad idea, it can greatly increase your personal safety. Nelson also agreed with the creation of the demon doll. Cough, cough. Fang Hao lightly coughed twice, then continued, Mr. Nelson, do you think you can make this demon doll? After all, his time and experiences are limited. If he was to study this notebook himself, he would need to start learning alchemy from scratch, something that obviously can't be achieved in a short period of time. As for Nelson, he seems to be more suited for the task of making the demon doll. Not only is he erudite, but also skilled in dealing with and creating corpses. If Nelson is interested in this, giving it to him to study would be the best outcome. But, Nelson had just left the Viscera Museum and Fang Hao is already assigning him a new task, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. No problem, this knowledge derived from alchemy studies is very valuable. I can study it when I go back, and see if I can make the demon doll. Nelson didn't refuse, even showing great interest in the contents of the notebook. The corpse witch, Nelson's loyalty to you has increased by 2, current loyalty is 87. The moment Nelson agreed, the loyalty value had increased directly by 2 points. Nelson's time as part of his territory was the longest, but his loyalty was the slowest to grow. Each point was very important. The alchemy notebook, notes that contain specialized knowledge. For outsiders like Fang Hao, it might be of little use. To alchemy researchers, however, this kind of notes is a priceless treasure. Even if they aren't interested in the demon doll, they can gain inspiration and open new doors just by studying the recorded knowledge. Not only has he handed the notebook over, but loyalty has also unexpectedly increased. A truly unexpected gain. That's great. Fang Hao's face lit up with joy as he continued, when I have the time, I plan on learning alchemy too. Lord, if you are interested in alchemy, you can begin by learning some entry-level knowledge. We have ample time to study slowly. Nelson continued. In Nelson's mind, Fang Hao's transformation ritual was only a matter of time. The undead have endless years, plenty of time to explore subjects of their interest. Well, all right, I will start from the beginning, Fang Hao nodded and said. The two chatted for a while longer. Ira came to call Fang Hao for a meal. Nelson returned to the Viscera Museum to study the notebook in his hands. After eating breakfast, Fang Hao sat in the hall, looking at the somewhat nervously bowing rabbit woman below. This was Ira, chosen by Fang Hao based on his criteria, a rabbit woman who could read and knew some herbology. She was to study Terry's herbology notebook. In this world, even if alchemy potions existed, when most residents got injured, they relied on the auxiliary priests of the temple and their herbology knowledge. What's your name? How old are you? Fang Hao looked at the rabbit woman below. The maid was wearing a black and white maid outfit, with a melon-shaped face and a pair of grey rabbit ears. She was rather thin and looked like a child who hasn't yet matured. Lord, I'm called Red Fruit, I'm 19 years old, she lowered her head in response, while taking a quick peek at him. She was one of the last batches of maids brought back. She was always responsible for doing sanitation work outside, so she had fewer chances to see Fang Hao. But she often heard from other maids, their lord was relatively easygoing. 19 years old? She wasn't short for a girl her age, just a tad thin. She felt a bit too young. You're called Red Fruit? Who named you that? Why are you named after a fruit? Fang Hao asked curiously. There's a fruit called the red fruit. And it's, actually, not very tasty. Master, I made up the name myself, Red Fruit replied in a quiet voice. Red Fruit didn't have parents, and from birth, she had difficulty filling her stomach. Before, when she was particularly hungry, she would run into the forest and find a type of red fruit to eat. Although it tastes astringent and sour now, at that time, it was the most delicious fruit she had ever eaten. Also, it could fill her stomach. Later, she learned the fruit was named Red Fruit, so she took up the same name for herself. She hoped that in the future she could eat this fruit every day. Well, it is indeed a nice name. Do you know about herbs and also know how to read? Hearing Fang Hao's praise, Red Fruit instantly looked delighted. She answered, Master, I'm familiar with some herbs, and I do know how to read. Good, I have a book here about temple herbology, you should study it, Fang Hao continued. Herbology cannot match the effectiveness of alchemy potions. But it has its own uses. The assistants within the temple would use herbology to treat the city's residents for illnesses. He might not need to set up a temple, but he could open pharmacies in various cities to increase the survival rates of the townsfolk. Yes, Master. The maid took a step forward and took the notebook. All right, you can go now. Soak in the hot springs more, and eat more meat, Fang Hao instructed. Being too skinny wasn't good either. Thank you, Master, I will take note. Red Fruit bowed again and slowly exited the room. Standing outside the door, Red Fruit took deep breaths of the air. After calming herself for a while, she looked at the notebook in her hand, excitedly starting to run toward her quarters. After seeing Red Fruit off, Fang Hao spent the whole day cooped up in his room. He took out several books about magic, reading while recording important knowledge in his notes. He did this to ensure that when he needed it, he could find it quickly, instead of flipping through each page again. In a blink of an eye, it was 3 p.m. Ding! Suddenly, the Book of Lords emitted a notification sound. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords to check and saw a message from Su Yang. Brother Fang Hao, I've got the map. Do you still want it? Deal. Fang Hao replied directly. Okay, Brother Fang Hao, I will leave with my people tonight. Is it convenient to make the trade now? Su Yang continued. It seemed Su Yang was in a rush. Yes, I'll have someone prepare the equipment. Tell me about the situation of the trolls. Have they started the war? Fang Hao continued. There's plenty of equipment in the warehouse, and he didn't need anyone to help with the preparations. He needed to use this opportunity to see what the other side was like. There was a brief silence on the other end of Su Yang's call, then a message came through. The Rockhead tribe has led the rest of the troll tribes and has started to fight against the Bloodthroat tribe. The war is brutal. If we don't leave, we are the next ones to die. They've already started the war? Who's winning? Fang Hao continued to ask. The Rockhead tribe's people are fighting their way to the Bloodthroat tribe's stronghold, and they're likely to reach there the day after tomorrow for the final battle. The battles between trolls are direct head-on confrontations. Once a melee starts, it doesn't stop until one side is wiped out. Despite the troll alliance led by the Rockhead tribe fighting their way to the Bloodthroat stronghold, both sides have suffered severe casualties. Similarly, the Rockhead tribe also faces many problems. Su Yang is certain that once they reach Bloodthroat for the final battle, clan leader Bagath will definitely have him and the other humans turned into a stew to feed the troll army. That's why he plans to leave tonight. Alright, I have put it up for trade, you can proceed, Fang Hao said. Thank you, brother Fang Hao, Su Yang immediately thanked him. Trade completed. You've received, Troll Marching Map, Troll Heavy Shield Blueprint, Troll Ram's Horn Helmet Blueprint, Black Iron Flying Axe Blueprint, Troll Stone 24.2, Traces of Barbarism 7, Traces of Brutality 12, Essence of Destruction 8, Soul Crystal 72. Chapter 378, Skeleton Mantis Mani. The two completed the transaction. The items from the other party appeared in Fang Hao's hands. He put the rare materials aside in a box and checked the map first. Map, Troll Marching Map. Category, Single-page map. Description, Specially drawn map, showing the distribution of routes and tribes in the Bloody Mountain Range. Recorded in the Book of Lords. In the large map, the terrain and routes of the Bloody Mountain Range, as well as the locations of the various tribes, appeared. As expected, the routes were winding and twisting. Without the route map, it would be difficult to find the correct path, and it could even lead the army into dangerous areas. With the map, many troubles can be avoided. After glancing at the map, Fang Hao privately messaged Su Yang again. He asked, on the map, which is the Bloodthroat tribe? The map only shows locations, without marked informations. The location at the southernmost point of the map is the Bloodthroat tribe, and the further north you go, the worse the living conditions become, Su Yang replied. Fang Hao checked the map. The southernmost location was the Bloodthroat tribe. It was very close to the tomb of the dragon where he got his bone dragon. If his army marches out from the Bloody Fortress, the first tribe to be attacked would be the Bloodthroat tribe. The Troll army under the Heavenly Rock tribe will not launch an attack in the Bloody Mountain Range until the day after tomorrow, so he still had some time to prepare. After checking the map information, Fang Hao checked the remaining blueprints. Troll Heavy Shield, Blue Iron 12, Cast Iron Blocks 8, Thick Leather 10, Metal Parts 22. Description, the best defense is to make your shield bigger and thicker. When it's comparable to a city gate, do you think the enemy can lift a city-breaking hammer? The Troll Heavy Shield was obviously a kind of heavy shield for trolls. The skeleton hero Great Wall's skill had the troll shield formation. The troops led by it gained proficiency in shield use when in troll form. In the future, he could form a troll shield formation, all holding huge heavy shields, forming an indestructible wall on the battlefield. He continued to look at the second blueprint. Troll Ram Helm, Green Iron 3, Cast Iron Blocks 2, Thick Leather 5, Giant Ram Horns 2. Description, when your hands are not enough, you can use the ram horns on your head to smash the enemy's skull. It was a troll's helmet. But it was only of green quality. At present, the skeleton trolls were equipped with Troll Heavy Helm, which was also of green quality, so there was not much difference between the two. Black Iron Flying Axe, Green Hardy Wood 1, Iron 3, Cast Iron Blocks 2. Leather 1. Description, within 100 meters, the flying axe is often more useful than arrows. During the fight with the trolls, he saw many trolls who were proficient in using flying axes. But among orcs and humans, this kind of ranged weapon was rare. More commonly, they used crossbows or throwing knives, not axes. After recording all the blueprints, Fang Hao took the remaining rare materials and went downstairs. He stopped a passing maid. Invite all the heroes in the territory to a meeting in the hall. Yes, master. In the Lord's Hall. Fang Hao sat on the white bone throne. Sitting below him were all the heroes who stayed in the main city. Nelson, Dimitrija, Angia, Black Sword, Great Wall, Heavy Arrow. 6 heroes in total. I just received definite news that there has been a civil unrest among the troll tribes in the Bloody Mountain Range. I plan to dispatch troops to attack the Bloody Mountain Range and eliminate the threat to the north in one fell swoop. Fang Hao explained the situation in the Bloody Mountain Range and his thoughts. He shared everything with the heroes present. After a brief silence in the hall, Dimitrija began to speak. My lord, the terrain in the Bloody Mountain Range is rugged. If our army enters the range recklessly, it could pose a considerable risk to the troops and could make supplying impassable. Dimitrija expressed his concern, which was also about the map. Don't worry about that. I have obtained a map of the Bloody Mountain Range. The undead army attacks with minimal supplies, which can greatly alleviate the burden, Fang Hao explained and opened the map from the Book of Lords for everyone to see. The undead army didn't need sleep and food, so the main supplies transported were arrows and equipment. This greatly reduced the burden of transport. Also with the map, marching shouldn't be a problem. After all the heroes had seen the map, Dmitrija started speaking again. My lord, with the map, there is no problem in pacifying the bloody mountain range this time. With the strength of the territory's army and the map, even if the trolls weren't in civil unrest, there would not be any issue in pacifying the bloody mountain range. Therefore, this battle was not very risky, it's only a matter of time. Good, I will distribute some tasks. Fang Hao looked at everyone present and continued, Black Sword, Heavy Arrow, when you are done, ride the Bone Dragon, go to the Bloody Fortress, and count the necessary equipment with Blackthorn, prepare enough supplies. Yes, my lord. Black Sword and Heavy Arrow stood up and took the command. Both of these skeleton heroes possessed tactical proficiency and commanding skills, so they would have no problem coordinating the supplies. Great Wall, you assemble all the skeleton trolls in the territory. I plan to form a troll shield soldier corps, led by you. You will also go to the Bloody Mountain range to participate in this battle, Fang Hao said to Great Wall. Great Wall stood up, his towering body kneeling on one knee. Yes, my lord. The arrangements are just these for now, does anyone have any ideas? Fang Hao continued to ask. Chapter 379, Skeleton Mantisman. Inside the hall, there was silence once again. Dmitrija asked sensibly, Sir, do I need to go to the Bloody Mountain range? There was still a Tier 3 orange hero in the Bloody Mountain range. Meet Fist Chaos. He posed certain danger. But Fang Hao did not intend to involve Dmitrija or Nelson in this battle. Let's see how it goes. If anything unusual happens during the battle, we can arrange accordingly. Fang Hao shook his head. All right, my lord, Dmitrija nodded and sat back down. The undead army stationed in the Bloody Fortress was 3 million strong. The number of trolls was not that great to begin with, and it would decrease drastically after their civil war. One could say that the undead army had overwhelming numbers, even in the face of the Tier 3 Meat Fist Chaos. There was no threat beneath such massive troops. At most, they would lose a few men. Dmitrija and Angia were needed to protect the safety of Fang Hao. To prevent any issues that might arise from the Faceless Ones. It was uncertain whether their series of actions, in combination with Rebecca, had gone unnoticed by the enemy. As for Nelson, despite also being an orange tier hero, his characteristic lay in being a corpse witch, having the ability to craft skeleton heroes, rather than fighting and leading armies. In the past, when there were few heroes to choose from, but now they had plenty of them. Fang Hao didn't intend to send Nelson, who had just left the Viscera Museum, back to the battlefield. After all, they would need him to continue creating skeleton heroes after the major battle was over. Having delegated his tasks, Fang Hao said, All right, everyone proceed according to plan. If there are any issues, bring them up in a timely manner. Yes, my lord. Everyone saluted and left the hall. After the meeting had ended, Fang Hao again used God's presence to inform Blackthorn, stationed at the Bloody Fortress, and Fireblade, stationed at the Frostwind Mountains, about the situation in the Bloody Mountain range. The Bloody Fortress was manned by 3 million undead soldiers. The Frostwind Fortress also had a force of 1.2 million. Upon receiving Fang Hao's message, they entered a state of readiness for battle. Once the fighting started, they would attack the Bloody Mountain range from both fortresses. After dinner, Fang Hao left the Lord's Manor. The previously calm territory had become extremely busy. One cart after another was transporting equipment from the warehouse. Fang Hao watched the busy skeletons. Not leaving himself idle, he went directly to the skeleton barracks to prepare for the upcoming battle. With a total of 4.2 million soldiers stationed at the two fortresses, there was no urgent need to increase the number of undead soldiers. His first stop was the skeleton conversion pool, intending to see if there were any types of soldiers he needed. As he approached, he saw a mantis man that had been transformed yesterday. Skeleton Mantis Man, Tier 8. The skeleton mantis man, although converted into a skeleton, still retained a structure close to an arthropod in appearance, presenting a rusty reddish color. Standing 3 meters tall, it was as slim as a bamboo pole. The mantis-like sharp head, its jaw teeth moving non-stop, it had long arms with hands and 4 fingers, not mantis blades. Fang Hao looked closely at the mantis man standing in front of him, and in response, the mantis man gave a slight salute. This gesture made Fang Hao slightly puzzled. Intelligence? Do you have intelligence? Fang Hao asked tentatively. The jaw of the mantis man continued to writhe, but it made no reply. Fang Hao issued several commands in succession, but the skeleton mantis man didn't show any sign of exceptional intelligence, just rigidly carrying out the given orders. It seemed that they had just one additional action compared to ordinary skeletons saluting. Fang Hao continued to view the mantis man's attributes, hoping it wouldn't disappoint him. Skeleton mantis man, Tier 8. Faction, Undead. Race features, Undead, hollow skeleton, weak to light magic. Skills, passive vision, standstill leap, lone ranger, weapon master. Innate skills, intermediate mastery of strength, intermediate mastery of combat, intermediate mastery of agility. Passive vision, passive, this unit can detect attacks within a certain range beyond its line of sight. Standstill leap, passive, this unit can jump up to 10 meters in distance and 5 meters in height without a running start. Soft landing, reduces fall damage to a minimum. Lone Ranger, passive, if there are no friendly units within 3 meters of this unit, all attributes plus 80%, an additional plus 10% attack power. Weapon Master, passive, skilled in the use of any melee weapon, equipping melee weapons, triggers the skill which makes multiple attacks. Description: Strickland Mantis Men are innate weapon masters. They are proficient in and adept at using various melee weapons. Some talented mantis men can even naturally release psychic energy. The entire body with passive skills but seems to be quite powerful. However, this Lone Ranger makes Fang Hao's eyebrows furrow in an instant. What the hell? Only if there are no friendly units within 3 meters will the attributes be increased by 80%. That is, only when this skill is triggered, will the mantis people truly reach the standard of Tier 8. However, my tactics have always been to use many against few. When friendly forces are all over the mountains and plains, who will make room for you to display your abilities? At that time, the enemy's base would already be emptied and battles are being cleaned up. It's a bit puzzling why such an attribute would appear. Complaints aside. But as it stands, the Mantis Man is the highest ranked melee soldier that can currently be recruited in the territory. It was also acquired by chance from a fossil, so we can't be too fussy about it. Apart from the skeleton Mantis Man, another melee soldier has been unlocked in the transformation field. The skeleton ghoul was transformed from a ghoul brought back from the orphanage. It was transformed a while ago, but after getting a hero, Fang Hao rarely came near it. It was forgotten for a while. Now open the transformation pool recruitment list, and then remember. Faction, Undead. Racial traits, Undead, hollow skeleton, light weakness. Skills, Abyss Origin, Bite, Claw Strike. Innate skills, low-level mastery of strength, low-level combat mastery. Low-level crawling mastery. Abyss Origin, passive, origin is associated with the abyss. Fighting near abyss cracks, this unit's all attributes plus 50%. Bite, active, like the teeth of a beast, pounds and bite the target unit. Claw Strike, active, launch an attack on the enemy with sharp claws, causing slash damage. Description: driven by their endless hunger for the flesh of humanoid creatures, they lurk in human villages in the dark of night. After undergoing transformation in the skeleton conversion pool, it went from Tier 5 to Tier 3. But its attributes are average, bite and claw strike, it doesn't seem much different from the transformed beasts. With this comparison, it suddenly feels like the skeleton Mantis Man is more practical. After reviewing the two newly unlocked types of soldiers, Fang Hao continued to check the soldiers' types that had already been unlocked in the transformation pool. Skeleton Beast, Tier I, Skeleton Soldier, Tier L, Skeleton Wolf, Tier 2, Skeleton Ostrich Beast, Tier 2, Skeleton Warrior, Tier 3, Skeleton Giant Bat, Tier 3, Skeleton Ghoul, Tier 3, Skeleton Troll, Tier 5, Skeleton Troll Cyclops, Tier 7, Skeleton Mantis Man, Tier 8, Bone Dragon, Tier 10. In this period, not many new types of soldiers have been unlocked. What has been brought back are all duplicates. This time we are going to attack the Bloody Mountain Range. The number of troops is already sufficient. But to make the battles easier, some troops with special skills still need to be recruited. First, look at the recruitment conditions for the Skeleton Mantis Man. After all, it is a Tier 8 soldier. Skeleton Mantis Man, Wriggling Spine 8, Death Trace 5, Star Silver 3, Mist Cloaked Crystal 5. The exclusive material for recruitment is the Mist Cloaked Crystal. Looking at this, the Mantis Man should belong to the fairy race. Checking the warehouse. The rest are plenty, only there are just 12 pieces of Mist Cloaked Crystals. That means, this can be recruited 2 times. Recruit quantity 2, select recruit. Using Hundredfold Amplification, recruited 202 Skeleton Mantis Men. 200 rays of light appeared, and the Skeleton Mantis Men appeared on the open space scattered around. Go outside and stand by for now. Fang Hao immediately ordered. The Skeleton Mantis Men saluted again, and with a push of their feet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several figures leaped high up and jumped towards the city gate direction. In the blink of an eye, none of the Mantis Men could be seen nearby. Fuck, they're fierce. Chapter 380, So You're Here. Fang Hao was a bit surprised by the speed of the Skeleton Mantis Men. One by one, they had sprung into view as if propelled from springs underneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, their figures had vanished. These 8-level beings indeed possessed some advantageous features. Keeping an eye on the direction in which the Mantismen had disappeared, Fang Hao continued to recruit more skeleton giant bats. These bats had proven to be extremely efficient, giving him a sense of using a swarm strategy. Especially now that he had acquired a significant amount of bloodstones on Crescent Heights. Not recruiting more of them seemed wasteful. The current storage of bloodstones was 1,124. He set the recruitment volume to 500. Confirm recruitment. Hundredfold enchantment triggered, recruited 50,500 skeleton giant bats. 50,000 skeleton giant bats appeared in an instant, dimming the sky as they spread their wings and settled around him. Stand by outside, Fang Hao continued to issue the same command. Upon hearing the command, the skeleton giant bats turned around and flew straight out of the city. With the giant bats gone, Fang Hao proceeded with recruitment. Hundredfold enchantment triggered, recruited 101,000 skeleton minotaurs. Hundredfold enchantment triggered, recruited 60,600 one-eyed skeleton trolls. Fang Hao successively recruited skeleton minotaurs and one-eyed skeleton trolls. The minotaurs possessed the skill Frenzied Charge, which was an excellent for breaking enemy formations. And the one-eyed skeleton trolls, a 7th-level creature, had 2 levels higher than regular skeleton trolls, adding more manpower to the troll shield formation called Giant Barricade. By now, Fang Hao had taken control of Crescent Heights and the Frostwind Mountain Range, acquiring a steady supply of beast teeth and bloodstones. Although the production rate of these 2 materials was slow, it alleviated the material recruitment problem for the 2 camps of species. On the contrary, the number of troll stones he had was still limited. He could only recruit 60,000 soldiers. Fang Hao continued ordering these troops to stand by and went toward the city gate himself. As he exited the city gate, he saw an army of bone-white soldiers, densely packed together, devoid of any equipment. They were orderly grouped together according to their troop types, waiting for their next command. During this time, Giant Barricade approached quickly, carrying his heavy shield. "My lord, all the skeleton trolls remaining in the main city have been assembled," Giant Barricade stated, placing his heavy shield aside. "How many?" Behind Giant Barricade was the assembled army of skeleton trolls, most of which were 5th-level skeleton trolls and a small number of one-eyed skeleton trolls. They were armed with axes and wolf fang clubs. However, all of them were wearing the 3-piece troll heavy armor set. "My lord, there are approximately more than 200,000 of them," Giant Barricade answered after pondering for a moment. The number was so large that it was impossible for Giant Barricade to provide an exact figure alone. Of course, Fang Hao only wanted a rough estimate for the purposes of equipment production. Adding the newly recruited 60,000, the total is close to 300,000, stated Fang Hao. Fang Hao first produced 60,600 sets of armor and axes for the newly recruited one-eyed skeleton trolls. He then positioned them into the troll formation. Afterward, he proceeded to retrieve the blueprints for the troll heavy shield. The production was set to 3,000. Hundredfold enchantment triggered, gained 303,000 troll heavy shields. Boom, boom, boom. Shield after shield, as massive as door panels, appeared in the air before stacking up around the surrounding vacant area. While the troll heavy shield was not as large as the one giant barricade carried, it was still pretty big. The height of the shield was nearly 3 meters with a width of approximately 2 meters, it was considerably heavy. A bracket was attached to the back of the shield, meaning it could be unfolded to stand in front of the holder, forming an insurmountable wall. Troll heavy shield, blue. Category, shield. Defense, level 3 defense. Ability, giant rock barricade. Giant rock barricade, durability plus 80%, attacking opponents face a 5% movement speed reduction and 10% attack speed reduction. Description: the best defense is to make your shield bigger and thicker. When it is as large as a city gate, will your enemies be able to lift the battering ram? Even a blue quality item came with an ability, which was quite rare. The additional giant rock barricade ability was fitting to the properties of the shield. Not only did it increase the durability of the shield by 80%, but it would also slow down any enemy attacking the shield. The extra durability meant that the shield was highly resistant to damage during enemy attacks. Once the trolls brandished the heavy shield, Fang Hao discovered that their way of use differed entirely from the sword and shield tactic of the human camp. Upon picking up a heavy shield, the trolls would put away their axes. They moved with both hands holding the shield. They didn't move with a shield in one hand and a weapon in the other, unlike humans. Fang Hao moved on to producing throwing axes. Giant barricade, I plan to equip the skeleton trolls with throwing axes. How many ACS do you think each of them should carry? Fang Hao asked. My lord, generally 3 or 5 should suffice, replied Giant Barricade. Throwing axes were not like arrows, there was no need to carry a large quantity. Since the throwing range of the axes was rather short, they were usually hurled when the two sides were close together. Carrying more would be cumbersome and impede mobility. Fine. Fang Hao agreed and began the production of throwing axes. He set the production to 9,000. Confirm production. Hundredfold enchantment triggered, 909,000 throwing axes acquired. Boom, boom. Innumerable throwing axes fell from the sky. They littered the open area around them. Giant barricade, see that the equipment is distributed, directed Fang Hao, looking at the equipment scattered all over the ground. Yes, my lord, responded Giant Barricade with a nod, before commanding the skeleton trolls to pick up the weapons from the ground. Chapter 381, So you're here. Having finished dealing with matters on the giant wall, he continued to the site where the skeleton minotaurs were on standby. He made armor and weapons. Then had his maid call Angia and Dimitrija. He assigned Angia to command the skeleton minotaurs, and to equip them. Fang Hao, along with Dimitrija, once again made their way to the stationing spot of the skeleton mantis. 202 skeleton mantis were standing still on the spot. Their heads moved slightly as the two approached. They gave a feeling of being a smidge smarter than ordinary skeletons, but not by much. These mantises have special attributes. They are proficient with various close combat weapons. What do you think we should equip them with so as to maximize their combat power? Fang Hao asked Dimitrija. There wasn't much choice regarding armor. Despite their smaller size, they were close to the height of skeleton trolls. They could actually wear the trolls' equipment. However, due to their proficiency in close combat weapons, Fang Hao found it difficult to make a choice. My lord, since they're proficient with all kinds of weapons, we can equip them with white steel two-handed swords. Dimitrija thought for a while and said. He was familiar with all the weapons used by the troops within the territory. The infantry had green black iron knight swords, and cavalry were also equipped with green single-edged knives. Only the white steel two-handed sword and white steel daggers had achieved blue quality. But daggers weren't suitable for large-scale battles, so Dimitrija suggested the white steel two-handed sword. Fang Hao nodded. He too had thought of the two-handed white steel sword, but he wanted to hear others' opinions. Now that Dimitrija had said it, he didn't need to be too troubled over this. All right, it will be the white steel two-handed sword then. Fang Hao decided on the gear and began making armor and white steel two-handed swords for the skeleton mantis to equip. The army's equipment process lasted until deep into the night. After completing the equipment process, the giant wall with nearly 500,000 troops marched overnight towards the Blackthorn-held Blood Fortress. On the other side, Bloody Mountain Range. Under the unified command of the Rockhead tribe, the Troll Alliance army all the way to the lair of the Bloodthroat tribe. The Alliance army, on the north side of the Bloodthroat tribe, established a camp for the final rest. Raw wood and stones were made into simple defenses. The enemy's skulls were hoisted high on wooden poles, filling the surroundings. The trolls set up tents. In iron buckets, they lit bonfires and roasted the remains of creatures. The trolls huddled around the fires, waiting for the food to be roasted, while chatting with each other. To the trolls, battle was their daily bread, death was not so terrifying. Only the humans, serving as slaves and backup food following behind the trolls, shivered in the corners. Inside a huge tent stitched together from several beast skins. The leaders of the Troll Alliance gathered in the tent. After reporting the casualties of each tribe, they began to discuss the next step of the plan. Rest one more day tomorrow and launch an attack on the Bloodthroat tribe early the next morning. As long as we can take this city, even if Chaos comes back, he won't have the power to turn the tides. The leader of the Rockhead tribe, Bagath, said in a deep voice. What on earth is Chaos doing? He wouldn't suddenly come back when we were attacking, would he? One of the troll leaders said, seeming uneasy. Meet Fist, Chaos, the most powerful hero among the trolls. The reason they dared to attack Bloodthroat this time was because they got news that Chaos wasn't in the tribe. Otherwise, no matter how many trolls they had in their alliance, they would not dare to attack Bloodthroat. Haha! Everyone can rest assured about this. The last battle posed a great threat to Chaos by the undead. He has taken offerings to our holy mountain. He won't be able to return in this short time. He doesn't even know what's going on here. As long as we proceed as planned, there will be nothing he can do when he comes back. Bagath laughed heartily and said. Our holy mountain? Chaos believes in that legend. Heh! Just some tricks to deceive the tribesmen. The battle with the undead not only dissatisfied us but also caused a lot of dissatisfaction within Bloodthroat. Making a trip with offerings, coming back to claim some sort of omen. Common tricks. Bagath sneered. Everyone was familiar with this set of tricks. In fact, people present have taken up the leadership position by relying on this method. Hearing Bagath say this, the others were also relaxed. Haha! Chief Bagath is right. These are just Chaos's little tricks, but he must not have expected us to destroy his tribe while he was out. Yes, even if he returns later and is powerful, we won't be afraid of him with just a few remnants. The troll leaders also felt at ease. Bagath laughed loudly again, continuing, after taking down Bloodthroat, we will launch an attack on the undead, break through that fortress, and we can leave this desolate place. Outside is full of human villages, our tribes won't have to worry about going hungry anymore. Hearing Bagath's words, everyone expressed longing. The Bloodthroat tribe had blocked the exit, but they had heard from others. Once they left this mountain range, outside were human villages with almost no combat power everywhere. The living environment was not as harsh as here. Speaking of humans. Chief Bagath, the army is seriously short of food. Those humans you brought, you don't really intend to raise them, do you? A one-eyed troll leader suddenly spoke. When this man finished speaking, the rest of the leaders in the tent all looked at Bagath. Chapter 382, So You're Here 3. Bagath nodded. His tone nonchalant, he said, just some reserve food. Since we are out of food, go and choose half of the humans to serve as a meal. The remaining half will be tomorrow night's dinner. With only one good eye, the troll's face lit up upon hearing Bagath's instructions. All right, I'll go pick some out right now. Once he finished speaking, he grabbed his wolf fang club and left the tent right away. In a corner of the campsite, there was a tent composed of ragtag items and pieces of beast skin. It looked less like a tent and more like a storage shed for miscellaneous objects piled up on the edge of the camp. Within the small warehouse-like space were more than 100 humans, cramped together. The humans were dressed in tattered clothes, their bodies greasy and their faces drawn with exhaustion. In the center stood a man not distinguished by his clothes, but by the steely glint in his eyes. A look that refused to surrender. Has everyone gathered? Su Yang asked in a hushed tone. Yes, sir, everyone is here, one person replied, tightening the entrance to the tent further. Su Yang nodded, reaching underneath piles of clutter to pull out several bundles. Unraveling the bundles, he proclaimed, these trolls will eat us sooner or later. Tonight, we are escaping. His words caused a flurry of chatter. Su Yang had mentioned escape before, but it was easier said than done. Caught in the act, they would likely be butchered and thrown into the pot for stewing. My lord, can we really escape? Those monsters are watching us carefully, one villager voiced out in a whisper. Yes, I've made preparations. If we all move together, we can definitely escape. Besides, if we stay, they'll eat us tomorrow. Regardless, we must risk it, said Su Yang as he unveiled what's inside the bundles. Leather armor and weapons, and batches of round, yellow cakes of bread. The golden sight of the bread caught everyone's eyes, their throats collectively swallowing. But they also registered surprise. When had Su Yang prepared all these supplies? Everyone take a set, put it on quickly, and then we'll leave here, Su Yang urged. After a brief hesitation, everyone sprang into action. Several individuals took the bundles of leather armor and began to distribute them out. Soon, everyone was suited and booted. Once everyone had their armor and weapons in place, they all sat down, silently waiting. They would escape when the night grew deeper, through a gap they had previously arranged. The room was eerily quiet. Only the chirping of nocturnal insects filtered in from outside. Just then, a low curse echoed from outside. Damn it, where did these humans go? Upon hearing this, everyone inside the tent stiffened. SHH. Su Yang swallowed, signaling everyone to stay quiet. Peeking through a gap in the tent, he saw a muscular cyclops troll searching around, a bloody iron hook in hand dragging at his feet. Seeing the hook, Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. This was a hook for hanging food. He recognized the troll's use. By now, the cyclops troll's intentions were almost too clear. He had come to choose acting his dinner. As Su Yang was preoccupied with thoughts of a proper strategy. Ding! Suddenly a sound rang out behind him. One of the villagers shaking hands had caused his weapon to knock against a stone. Su Yang glanced back towards the entrance, and there he saw the cyclops troll looking back at them. Across the troll's hideous face spread a malevolent grin. So that's where you're hiding. Chapter 383, Advance Attack. Clank. The iron hook scraped across the ground, creating a disturbing noise. Everyone in the room turned ghostly pale in an instant. Now that the troll had seen them in full armor, it would undoubtedly kill them on the spot. Peering through a gap, Su Yang watched as the one-eyed troll approached bit by bit, his face terribly pale. The attack on Bloodthroat was supposed to happen the day after tomorrow. The troll shouldn't have made a move on them today. What on earth had happened? But now was not the time to consider these matters. He drew his iron sword from his waist. On the other side of the tent, a hole was cut open. He spoke in a low voice, "You all go first. If he finds us, we fight to kill him." While speaking, he began to remove the armor he had just put on. Oh, the farmers responded, nodding subconsciously. The peasants' loyalty wasn't so low that they would disregard orders from Su Yang, even in the face of danger. Go, quick! Su Yang urged again. The peasants crawled on the ground, one by one crawling out through the slit they had made. The sound of the dragging chains grew louder and closer. The one-eyed troll had reached the tent and was about to pull the tent flap open. Su Yang scrambled out hastily. Before the one-eyed troll could speak, Su Yang preempted him, "What's up, do you need something?" His solitary eye fixated on Su Yang, he rasped, "Why is it you? What are you doing here?" To a troll, all humans look rather similar, virtually indistinguishable. But Su Yang's distinct black hair and black pupils were recognizable to him. In previous meetings, Bagath had invited Su Yang to attend and collect resources for the army. Clan leader Bagath asked me to tidy up the odds and ends here. Did he send you to help me? Su Yang asked curiously, all while blocking the entrance to the tent. Where are the others? The one-eyed troll continued to ask, his single eye sweeping around. What others? Are you here to find someone? Where are the other humans? How come there are no others around? Inquired the one-eyed troll, swallowing hard. Bagath held Su Yang in high regard. The troll didn't want to risk eating him. He wanted to find other humans to satisfy his midnight snack cravings. Oh, I sent the others to help build equipment at the camp. Do you need help? I can arrange for some people to help later. Su Yang dusted off his clothes casually. The one-eyed troll surveyed the silent surroundings, feeling that something was amiss. He bent down, his giant eye directed right at Su Yang. Then, he sniffed curiously and asked, what's that smell coming from the tent? It's so fragrant. What are you hiding? Nothing at all, maybe you've misjudged the smell. Su Yang frowned. Damn reptile, you've hoarded food. The troll roared in fury, slapping Su Yang on the body and flinging him 2 meters away. Immediately, he pulled open the tent flap and crawled in. Su Yang pushed himself up, clutching his left arm with a pained expression. That slap had instantly caused a piercing pain in his arm, possibly breaking his bones. Damn it! Why was he so unlucky? It seemed a fine plan. Only for this brute to show up out of nowhere. Moreover, he had no way out now. Watching the troll crawl into the tent, he clenched his teeth against the pain. And followed him in. The tent was empty. Su Yang glanced at the cut in the tent. Under the moonlight, he barely made out some shadowy figures hiding. This is a storage tent for miscellaneous items. There's no food here. Su Yang said softly. Even after being hit, he didn't dare rebuke the troll. Even though he was often by Bagatha's side, it didn't mean he was of higher status than the troll. Something's not right, I did smell something. Like a hound following a trail, the one-eyed troll kept sniffing its surroundings. One-eyed trolls were a subgroup of trolls. He had less perception, his eyesight was poor, and his sensitivity was diminished. But the troll in front of him seemed to have a keen sense of smell. He continued to claim that he smelled food. It might be the smell of roasted bread. The one-eyed troll kept sniffing, his gaze straying towards the slit in the side of the tent. Hee. So it's here. Let's see what you miserable creatures are up to. The one-eyed troll sneered as he bent down and stuck his head out of the hole in the tent. As soon as his head was out, he saw a human standing on a stacked pile of wood. With a large rock in his arms, he leaped down, aiming for the troll's head. You dare! Thud! A muffled noise was heard as the rock landed squarely on the troll's head. The rock shattered, and the troll's lone eye rolled back into his head before he fainted. He's unconscious, sir. We should leave now, a farmer suggested. Su Yang, clutching his injured arm, emerged from the tent and shook his head. Trolls recover very quickly. If he wakes up before we get away, we're doomed. We have to kill him. A fierce light flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Kill? Kill a troll. Hurry, grab that iron hook and chain and bind him up. Stuff the iron ball from the warehouse into his mouth, so he can't scream. Su Yang swiftly gave the commands. Everyone acted rapidly, binding the unconscious one-eyed troll and gagging him. Su Yang took a deep breath and plunged his sword into the troll's neck. The pain jolted the unconscious troll awake instantaneously. His eyes were filled with shock and rage as he began to struggle violently. Chapter 384, Advanced Attack 2. A tremendous force instantly sent the few farmers holding him down sprawling. But they were completely tied up and unable to make a sound. Su Yang quickly stepped forward, slashing with his sword again, and shouted. Quick, let's finish him together, then we can leave here. Thud. 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 The people swarmed up and directly turned the troll in front of them into a sieve. The troll was dead. The night had also deepened. Su Yang lit a knoll candle, wrapping a piece of cloth around the middle part. After everything was done, he dismissed everyone with a wave of his hand. Let's go, we are leaving this place. Leading the people, they bypassed several dozing watchmen. They slipped out through a dug tunnel prepared beforehand, disappearing into the night. In the latter half of the night. Whoosh! The miscellaneous goods warehouse in the camp suddenly caught on fire. As there were many flammable items stored in the warehouse, when the trolls discovered it, the fire had already spread. The neighboring warehouses and tents also caught fire. The fire engulfed the entire camp. The trolls roared loudly, moving their stuff while trying to put out the fire. Bagath looked at the fire's source, then at the chaotic camp. His face turned exceptionally grim. Have you seen those humans helping to put out the fire? Bagath stopped a troll and asked coldly. No, they must have burned to death inside. The troll responded. All right, go and put out the fire. Yes, clan leader. Just as the troll left, the other troll leaders quickly walked over from their respective places. Chief Bagath, do you suspect those human vermin did this? A leader asked coldly. It seems, those humans escaped. Bagath had already determined that it was the humans' doing. Or rather, it was Su Yang's doing. Those submissive farmers wouldn't dare to set the warehouse on fire when running away. Damn, I'm going to bring them back and kill them all, a troll said angrily. Bagath held back the troll who was about to leave. He shook his head and said, we will settle scores with them after this. Call everyone to be alert for enemies going to attack the camp seeing the fire. Also, convey the order to attack the Bloodthroat tribe when dawn breaks. Attack at dawn? Everyone hasn't rested well, someone commented. Bagath looked at the raging fire in the camp. After the fire, there will be loss in food and supplies. We can't afford to rest another day. Tell everybody, after conquering the Bloodthroat tribe, everyone can rest properly. Although the troll army was not in total chaos, it certainly lacked the order of a human army. The storage of army provisions was as messy as their camp. It was all right when nothing happened. In this fire, the majority of the supplies were burnt. One more day of rest, and the army would go hungry. Hearing Bagath's words, the other leaders understood as well. They nodded, all right, we will siege the city tomorrow morning. Go ahead. The crowd dispersed, passing on the news to their individual clans. Bagath watched the raging fire with a serious expression, feeling a bit irked. If he had known earlier, he would have directly killed all the humans. The next day, early in the morning, Fang Hao had breakfast, then brought Angia and Dimitrija on the bone dragon directly toward the bloody fortress. From the sky, they could see the white bone army waiting at the base of the fortress, as well as the bustling orcs. The bone dragon landed in front of the fortress. Blackthorn and the other skeleton heroes quickly walked over to personally greet them. My lord, Blackthorn and the others saluted. Fang Hao and the others dismounted from the bone dragon. Have all the items that the army needs to carry been listed? The day before, Black Sword and Heavy Arrow had already arrived at the fortress. They had counted the number of troops, as well as the items and tools needed for this battle. Fang Hao arrived the next day to manufacture the listed equipment. My lord, we have completed the tally. Blackthorn handed over a piece of parchment. It listed the names and quantities of the equipment. The items needed for this operation, along with the arrows, and various other tools. The largest quantity was for arrows. A total of 5 million was needed, even taking into account the arrows already stored in the fortress. In addition to arrows, there were carts, iron axes, spare ropes, etc., a total of more than 20 different items listed. Fang Hao didn't waste any time and moved to an open space. He then opened the Book of Lords and began to construct them. In a large burst of light, various tools were produced. No wonder they say warfare is all about spending money. Were it not for the rich mineral resources of the Cold Wind Mountains, even with the Hundredfold Amplification, he wouldn't be able to sustain the consumption of the undead army. After the required tools were produced, Blackthorn continued to arrange manpower to organize the tools. Everything was loaded onto carts by categories. The skeletons began to pack up the arrows and tools, while Fang Hao and the others directly went to the headquarters. Once everyone sat down, Fang Hao continued, Blackthorn, you're most familiar with the bloodthirsty mountain range, this operation will be commanded by you. Black Sword, Giant Wall, Heavy Arrow, the three of you will be the generals. Blackthorn might not be the most powerful, but he is the most knowledgeable about this area. Although Giant Wall retains most of its memories, it does not have command proficiency. Therefore, after much deliberation, Fang Hao decided that Blackthorn is the best fit for this task. Yes, my lord. All four of them stood up, nodded, and took their orders. All of them were skeleton heroes, with 100% loyalty. They would carry out any command given by Fang Hao unconditionally, and he did not have to worry about their loyalty diminishing. Well, this operation is Fang Hao was about to continue when hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. A slightly plump, pink pigman wearing brown leather armor walked in briskly, flanked by several gnolls. Fang Hao recognized him at a glance. It was Petty, the pigman clan leader he hadn't seen in a long time. After taking the stamina potion, Petty's physical condition had improved. Not only did he reach the third tier, his appearance had changed somewhat as well. His skin was still pink and plump, but his features had started to show signs of becoming more human-like. Fang Hao saw Petty, and Petty also saw Fang Hao. He quickly stepped forward to salute, Lord, Miss Angia, gentlemen. Petty was always considerate and greeted everyone. Well, Petty, what brings you here in such a hurry? Fang Hao asked directly. Petty immediately said, "My lord, the scouts we sent out have returned." He looked at the gnolls behind him. "Tell the gentleman about the information, do not leave out any details." One of the gnolls stepped forward. "Gentlemen, this morning, we noticed a group of trolls launching an attack on the Bloodthroat tribe. They are numerous and have prepared catapults and siege ladders among other equipment. The Bloodthroat side is currently holding firm. Their counter-attack weapon is a crossbow-like device that can pierce through several enemies with each attack. Oh, and we did not see any flying troops or cavalry on either side." The gnoll finished in one breath and then exhaled deeply. Fang Hao didn't have a good impression of gnolls, but he couldn't deny their commendable scouting and tracking abilities. Upon hearing the gnoll's report, Fang Hao's brow furrowed instantly. Weren't the Troll Alliance supposed to attack Bloodthroat tomorrow? Why were they attacking today? There must have been some change in plans. Fang Hao didn't ask Su Yang, since his information might not be as accurate as the scouts. Their combat starting earlier is also a good thing. The sooner both sides use up their forces, the earlier his own men can set off. Can you estimate the number of forces on both sides? Fang Hao continued to ask. The gnoll revealed a troubled expression, hesitated for a moment. "My lord, we did not dare to get too close, but we roughly estimate that there are at least 200,000 to 300,000 attackers, while the Bloodthroat side has only tens of thousands." "Good, you've done well. Once the war is over, Commanding Officer Blackthorn will reward you," Fang Hao said to them. Hearing Fang Hao's promise, joy instantly appeared on their faces. "Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord. All right, you can go rest for now. Petty, stay for the discussion of our strategy," Fang Hao continued. "Yes, my lord." The scouts left the room, while Petty sat cautiously on the side. Petty had signed a slave contract with Fang Hao and could be trusted. Next, they examined the map again and confirmed the operational plan. Blackthorn and others left to organize the troops. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon. "I wait for your victory," Fang Hao whispered. Blackthorn and the others saluted again, swung their hands in a grand gesture. "Move out." The undead army marched out of the bloodthirsty fortress and directly into the mountains. They continued on as far as the eye could see. Chapter 385, Tile Trouble. 3 million undead soldiers, majestically passing through the fortress. Moving towards the depths of the bloody mountain range. Fang Hao stood on the city wall, watching the departure of the army. For this attack on the trolls, he had arranged the skeleton heroes Blackthorn, Black Sword, Giant Wall, and Heavy Arrow. As for the defense of the fortress, Petty and an undead army of 700,000 were left in charge. There was a slave contract between Fang Hao and Petty. He could be trusted. Moreover, there was only one route from the fortress to the bloody mountain range. That is to say, if the trolls wanted to attack the fortress, they would encounter Blackthorn's army of 3 million. The possibility of bypassing the army and directly attacking the fortress was extremely small. Even to say, impossible. But to be safe, nearly 700,000 undead soldiers were left with Petty to prevent any mishaps. "Petty, I'm leaving this to you. This is a sound transmitting shell. Report to me immediately if there is any danger," said Fang Hao as he handed the shell to Petty. With both hands, Petty accepted the shell and assured, "Don't worry, master. I will complete this task." This should be the first time Petty had command over such a large army. His chubby face turned even brighter pink, full of excitement. Fang Hao smiled lightly, "Don't be too nervous. The likelihood of trolls coming all the way here is very small. Even if some do make it, they will only be scattered deserters. Pay attention to your defense and there won't be any problems." "Yes, my lord." Petty nodded earnestly. Fang Hao looked down at the city again. The long line of the undead was still moving out. He then took Angia and Dimitrija, and rode the bone dragon back to his territory. By the time he returned to his domain, the day had grown dim. After dinner, Fang Hao lay in the hot spring, his head resting on Ira's smooth and plump thigh. Munching on the fruit fed by Ira, he watched the chat in the area channel. Even though everyone in this world was living a hard life, gathering together could relieve a great deal of stress, and lighten the atmosphere. These days, people in the channel had started to buy clay tiles. And everyone now knew that clay tiles were materials for upgrading the City Lord's mansion from level 7 to level 8. Although few could upgrade their City Lord's mansion to level 7, most people still planned to stock up in advance for their future upgrades. Fang Hao was surprised at the speed of the people who started to buy clay tiles. He had only upgraded to level 8 a few days ago, yet it seemed that the others were not far behind him. He immediately checked his stockpile of clay tiles. He had 3,200 tiles. That was enough for him to upgrade to level 9. Damn! Qiu Zhishang is such a rip-off. One clay tile for one piece of equipment or a rare material, he's treating us like idiots. Sigh. Don't mention it. He's the only one in the channel with the blueprint for a kill. Of course, he's going to sell it for a high price. But he can't just sell it like this. I asked, the quantity of clay tiles needed for level 7 to 8 is 1,200.1200 pieces of equipment, who can afford that? People in the channel were discussing about the clay tiles. Although Fang Hao joined later, he quickly understood what was going on. Qiu Zhishang was the one who wanted to exchange a piece of equipment for a clay tile last time. After being rejected by Fang Hao, he started selling clay tiles in the channel at the same price. So far, no one else in the channel was selling clay tiles. Clay tiles were made by firing clay and required in large quantities. The price of one tile for one piece of equipment had caused an uproar in the channel, but they had no better solution. Soon, Qiu Zhishang saw the discussion in the channel and responded. We are all savvy people, so there's no need for pointless talk. If you have a blueprint for a clay tile building, you wouldn't necessarily be better off than me. The price is set. Instead of complaining, you should focus more on gathering materials and equipment to exchange for the clay tiles. As soon as these words came out, the channel fell silent. Getting a special blueprint and becoming rich overnight were not uncommon events in this world. Though people thought Qiu Zhishang was a cheat, if someone else got the unique blueprints, who could guarantee that they wouldn't be the second Qiu Zhishang, or even worse? However, the atmosphere in the channel was still normal for now. Fang Hao's fair prices had helped many people to overcome difficulties. The channel even advocated for mutual aid. After the brief silence, someone retorted. Soon others will get the blueprint. I'll see what you do then. Exactly. The blueprint isn't exclusive. It's just a matter of time before others get it. Right, if others don't, Lord Fang Hao definitely has the blueprint. Let's buy our clay tiles from Lord Fang Hao. Qiu Zhishang scoffed, humph. I thought you were going to say something important. So this is it. To tell you the truth, a few days ago Fang Hao was discussing the price with me. He's probably saving up equipment right now. For now, whoever has a higher level has an advantage. Don't you want to work hard and become the boss of an area? After saying that, he even sent the screenshot of his chat with Fang Hao to the channel to prove the accuracy of his words. He only kept the part where Fang Hao asked about the price and thought it was a bit expensive, without the beginning or the end of the conversation. See? Even your beloved Lord Fang Hao will buy clay tiles from me. He's just gathering equipment. Now, the higher your level the bigger your advantage. Are you not willing to work a little harder to become the boss of an area? Qiu Zhishang sent another message. Upon seeing the screenshot, the channel became a bit chaotic again. The number of people who had been criticizing together instantly dropped a lot. Even Fang Hao was going to buy clay tiles from Qiu Zhishang. But while Fang Hao could afford the equipment needed for the exchange, they couldn't. If the price was set one piece of equipment for one clay tile, most of them wouldn't be able to upgrade their territories from level 7 to level 8. Instantly, everyone was filled with a sense of hopelessness. Fang Hao's brows furrowed deeply as he watched the chat in the channel. Even though he didn't agree with Qiu Zhishang's way of trading by emptying the other party, he also didn't want to interfere in this matter. He had thought that if the price was so high, everyone would just not buy it. But he didn't expect Qiu Zhishang to accept the chat records of the two while omitting some parts. With his spouting nonsense, it seemed like Fang Hao was also willing to buy bricks from him. This could mislead others. With such a high price for the bricks, Fang Hao was indirectly an accomplice. His image that had been maintained all along could be destroyed by Qiu Zhishang. Fang Hao thought for a moment and directly listed 500 bricks in the channel. The price was 50 slices of rare materials for one brick. And he said, I won't be buying bricks from outside. The brick kills in my territory are already producing bricks and will sell 500 bricks every 5 days. However, the efficiency cannot keep up. Those who are not in a hurry to upgrade can wait. The quantity will increase later, and the price will drop. The material for bricks is clay. It's not worth anything. The main consumption is time. Moreover, Fang Hao still had to take care of the materials needed for upgrading subsidiary territories, and he can't sell in large quantities. But he could take this opportunity when the bricks are scarce, to exchange some rare materials. Seeing Fang Hao's listing and remarks, the channel instantly boiled again. Damn! Big Brother Fang Hao is on the rise. This is my last message privilege of the day. Big Brother is awesome. Chu Ji Shang, you crook, even if it's the same price, I will buy from Big Brother Fang Hao. Big Brother is awesome. One message after another, talking about how awesome and powerful Fang Hao was. Chu Ji Shang stared blankly at the scrolling screen in the channel, his face turning white instantly. This was clearly his business, why did Fang Hao benefit from it? Fang Hao's asking price was also high, clay isn't worth much. But with his arrogant words just now, Fang Hao's price seems very reasonable. In this way, I'm afraid nobody would want to buy his bricks in the future. So all the bricks he's saved up will be stuck with him. Fang Hao, you won't die a good death. Chu Ji Shang smashed the clay cup in his hand on the ground and cursed loudly. Fang Hao was relieved after seeing the matter resolved. Although he didn't fear the others in the channel, he also didn't want to be used by anyone, destroying his own reputation. The territory is fixed, and as their territories continue to expand, they would inevitably encounter each other sooner or later. In this world, these people are like fellows to him. He didn't want to appear in front of others with a bad reputation. Splash! Fang Hao sat up from the pool, causing waves of water to splash around. Master, are you going to rest? Ira picked up the towel and gently wiped the water off his body. First upgrade the city lord's mansion, and also call Angia out, let's sleep after the upgrade is completed. Fang Hao waited for Ira to dry him. He wrapped a towel around his waist and walked directly out of the city lord's mansion. Standing in front of the city lord's mansion, he checked the requirements for upgrading to level 9. Level 9 City Lord's Stone Tower, sturdy wood 10,500, stone bricks 16,000, iron 1,100, metal parts 900, bricks 1,800. At this time, Ira and Angia also came out. The City Lord's Stone Tower was empty. Fang Hao directly confirmed the upgrade. The light instantly enveloped the City Lord's mansion. The area of the stone tower expanded once again, with the outline of a tower appearing on the right side in the light. The upgrade lasted for half an hour. Once the light faded, the upgrade was complete. This time, the area of the City Lord's mansion expanded once again, and a hexagonal tower appeared on the right side, symmetrical with the left side. Level 9 City Lord's Stone Tower. City Lord, Fang Hao. Ability, Production/Gathering plus 4%, Soldier Movement plus 4.5%, all attributes plus 5%. Existing building, Level 8 Underground Cemetery. Level 8 Stables. Note, core building of the territory. Materials required for upgrade, sturdy wood 25,000, stone bricks 40,000, precision stone bricks 5,500, smooth stone flooring 800, iron 2,100, cast iron blocks 800, metal parts 900, bricks 3,000. Upgrading to level 10 not only increased the amount of materials required, but also introduced several new ones. It seems that reaching level 10 would present a new bottleneck. Alright, Ira and Angia, you can go back and rest, said Fang Hao. At this time, the excitement in Angia's eyes had replaced her initial drowsiness. Looking at the expanded City Lord's mansion, her face was full of excitement. Hurry, Ira! There are so many rooms on the second floor, I'll help you move up there. Angia pulled Ira and rushed directly into the City Lord's mansion. Chapter 386, Carpet Bombing. Nightfall. Bloodthroat tribe in the Bloody Mountain Range. At this point, the troll allied forces had breached the tough city walls and were chasing the remaining enemies within the city. Bagath sat on the throne in the clan leader's great hall, with a cheerful expression, enjoying the feel of his seat. At that moment, a female troll, 2.5 meters tall and robustly built, was pushed forward. She fell silent to her knees. Bagath looked at the woman before him and felt interested. He rose from his throne, approached the female troll, and ripped off all her clothes, leaving her body entirely exposed to the air. Bagath eyed the muscular troll beauty with thick, black hair on her chest. In his eyes, in addition to lustful desires, lay an endless thrill. After overthrowing the Bloodthroat tribe, everything that once belonged to Chaos would be his, including the woman in front of him who used to be Chaos's most beloved. Looking at the heavy chest of the woman, Bagath's breathing grew heavier. He knocked the female troll down to the ground and started to act. In the hall, a few troll guards seeing this scene, they quietly exited. Some time passed. A troll leader walked into the hall. Noticing the couple deeply engaged on the floor, he paused for a moment. He then calmly said, "Chief Bagath, those bloodthroats, they've built up defenses in the northwest corner and are making their last stand." "How many of them?" Bagath turned and asked. "Possibly over 1,000. Directly attack them with our forces, kill all the men and keep the women," Bagath said without hesitation. Not a single man from Bloodthroat could be spared, nor dared to spare. If Chaos returned, these people would see hope again and rebel fiercely. Chaos was a nuisance enough, they didn't dare risk it. "Understood." The leader nodded in agreement and walked out again. With the leader gone, Bagath once again drew the troll woman from behind the throne to continue what had not been finished. The city of Bloodthroat lay in total ruin. Spilled blood flowed like red streams along the streets. With limbs and debris strewn everywhere, the sounds of conflict echoed around. The troll coalition trampled over spilled blood, seeking enemies in hiding. All men were killed, while women were divided amongst the victors to relax. Until late into the night, the cries of battle gradually ceased, and the city fell quiet again. The enemy within the city was wiped out. Several troll leaders strode into the great hall. By now, Bagath sat radiant on his throne. He asked, "Is it all taken care of?" "Sorted, all men are killed, women are equally distributed among the tribes, let everyone take a breather," one of the leaders spoke. Bagath nodded, without saying much. The character of a troll was even more barbaric than an orc's. Let alone the women from Bloodthroat. Even within the tribe, snatching women was a common occurrence. "Got the casualties count?" Bagath asked again. "My tribe, we have over 80,000 left. My tribe suffered significant losses. We have about half remaining, around 50,000. You lost more?" "I only have a few thousand left." It went back and forth, everyone stating their individual numbers. Listening to this, Bagath had a tally in mind. The heavy assault on the city had also resulted in significant losses for them. Now around 400,000 of the allied forces were left, many of those were injured. Even though trolls had robust bodies, they still needed time to recover. "All right, have the troops start a fire and cook food, rest well for tonight. I have arranged to gather Bloodthroat's wealth, and we will divide the spoils tomorrow based on each tribe's contribution. Bagath is not Chaos, everyone who put in effort will have their share," Bagath continued. Upon hearing Bagath's words, smiles appeared on everyone's faces instantly. Naturally, Bagath would claim the lion's share of the spoils, but they didn't want to exhaust themselves for nothing. Now that they had his promise, they were naturally delighted. "We naturally trust Chief Bagath. IDICAN overthrowing Bloodthroat is just the first step. We still have to break through the undead fortress and get out of these barren mountains." Bagath nodded, "Exactly, once we're done with this nuisance, Chaos, we'll break through the undead fortress and get out of here." "Yes, Chief Bagath is right." After discussing the follow-up plans with a few leaders, they left the clan leaders' great hall. They went back to their respective tribes to start a fire and prepare meals. After capturing Bloodthroat, they had more than enough food to fill their soldiers' bellies. "Chief, I've saved 2 women for you in the house. Their chests are so big, bigger than this spoon." A troll cook stirred the giant iron pot on the bonfire with a huge wooden spoon, bubbling hot with chunks of meat and broken bones in a thick fluid. "All right, call me when the food is ready," the troll leader nodded. Thud. Just as the troll chief was about to enter the house for some pleasure, suddenly, something fell into the pot. The troll cook looked up at the sky filled with dark clouds. He used the spoon to scoop up the object that had landed in the pot, which was still emitting grey smoke from its tail. "What's this?" The chieftain and a few other trolls around him leaned over to take a look. Just as they were ready to curse at whoever threw this in, the white smoke extinguished. Boom! A sudden explosion killed the surrounded trolls instantly. At the same moment, the sky began to drop cylindrical bombs like rain. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed around the city, ravaging the already shattered buildings and streets. Enemy in the sky! Enemy in the sky! One of the trolls saw that what looked like clouds in the sky were flying creatures. These flying creatures were dropping the bombs. The trolls began to flee everywhere, taking cover in rooms to avoid the falling bombs. At the same time, they picked up scattered rocks and started throwing them at the sky. Thump thump thump! The enemy in the sky is really being shot down. Looking at the white bone corpses on the ground, the trolls clearly understood who their enemy was. It's the undead bats. The intensive bombings made the entire city shake as if an earthquake had hit. Buildings turned into ruins, and the places where trolls used to dine became a terrestrial purgatory. Body parts scattered everywhere, trolls desperately sought shelter while letting out painful screams. Bagath stood in the hall, watching the continuously exploding city, his face growing grimmer. What on earth is happening? Could it be that Chaos has returned and the counter-attack has started? Impossible, Chaos couldn't have returned now. And this kind of attack, it seems more like a bomb developed by the dwarves. But why would it appear here, and in such quantities? Enough to flatten a mountain. Don't run around, hide inside the buildings, stop running around, Bagath was shouting loudly. But amid the explosions and cries of his tribesmen, his voice was simply lost. He was wasting his energy. The bombing lasted for half an hour. The entire city had completely become a pile of ruins, with debris everywhere. After the bombing, there was a brief silence, and everyone's ears were ringing. After a good while, the wailing of the survivors could be heard. Quick, tend to the wounded, prepare for battle, Bagath started to give orders loudly. The remaining leaders quickly joined him. Each of them was injured, and 2 leaders were missing. It's the undead. The ones dropping explosives from the sky are skeleton bats, one leader said. Before anyone could respond, a troll rushed over clumsily. He anxiously said, "Something is wrong. There's a large undead army approaching the south of the city." At that moment, everyone's heart dropped. Why are the undead attacking now? How could this timing be so coincidental? No one spoke. They silently headed towards the southern city wall. Upon reaching the top of the city wall, they could clearly feel the ground trembling at intervals. Looking down, under the dim moonlight, they could see the endless army of the undead. Damn it, it's the undead from the north. Quick! Gather everyone to prepare for battle and get all the weapons here. Bagath bellowed, his face grim. The remaining trolls were assembled. Less than 100,000 could still wield weapons. The rest died in the recent bombing. The trolls gathered everything they could move and transported it to the city wall. Looking at the seemingly endless undead army below, even the bloodthirsty trolls started trembling and swallowing hard. If only they had known that the undead would attack the Bloodthroat tribe. They could have delayed their attack by 2 days. Now most of them were gone. How could they possibly stand against the undead? The few remaining dragon-lock crossbows were carried over. Nearly 3 meters long, the crossbow bolts equipped with hooks were carefully loaded, keeping an eye on the sky. The undead had bone dragon troops, they feared that the bone dragons might initiate the attack. All trolls were in a combat-ready state. However, the undead stopped a kilometer away from the city wall. Clang clang clang! The skeleton trolls held their massive black shields above their heads, forming a metallic shield wall for defense. Nearly 300,000 metallic fortresses formed a black barrier. Under the shield wall were skeleton warriors carrying siege ladders. Up on the city wall, seeing the formation below, all trolls up there had a grim look on their faces. Clan leader Bagath, isn't this your rockhead heavy shield? How did they get it? A clan leader sternly asked. Bagath's face was equally serious. He too recognized the shape of the shield. But how would he know how the enemy managed to get it? This heavy shield, the tribe itself had only a few, and those 2 were left behind by the older generation. Stop talking and prepare for battle, Bagath said. Thump! Thump thump! Suddenly, a drumming sound echoed from the undead army below the city. As the drumming sound resonated, a faint energy blanketed all the undead soldiers. Outside the city, the Whitebone army. The undead army had already advanced to a distance of 1 kilometer from the city. Lord, the archers are in position. The shield bearer is ready. Lord Blackthorn, the troll heavy shield is also ready. One by one, messages swiftly reached Blackthorn. Blackthorn nodded, stood up and said, "Strike the drums, attack." Yes. Several orc messengers immediately dispersed, running in different directions. They shouted loudly, "Strike the drums, attack." Thump. Thump thump, thump thump thump. The drummers scattered across the undead camp began to beat the giant drums in front of them. Deep drumming sounds resonated throughout the undead camp. Grayish-white lights spread with the sound of drums, engulfing all the undead units. Undead War Drum. Type, War Drum. Ability, plus 5% to all attributes, Limb Reorganization. Limb Reorganization, under the aura, when the skeleton of an undead unit gets injured, it will autonomously look for body parts of fallen companions to replace its injured parts. Description: the sound of the war drum will resonate throughout the battlefield, immortal warriors will break free from their physical bonds, freely replacing their damaged limbs. Whoosh! After the drumming, the infantry began to charge. Swoosh! Like a roaring hurricane. Arrows went flying over the head of the army, blanketing the sky above the city like a metal net. Chapter 387, Kaur Holy Mountain. A dense rain of arrows, like a giant black web. With a shrill whistling, it covered the skies above the trolls. The trolls, looking up towards the sky, showed an uncontrollable terror in their eyes. Just recently assembled, the trolls began to scatter in chaos once again, fleeing around to seek cover. Those who couldn't dodge in time, directly threw themselves on the ground using the corpses of their comrades as shields. Crackle! In the blink of an eye, the arrows fell, striking the ground, the walls and the bodies of the trolls who couldn't dodge in time. Boom, boom, boom. Under the city wall, the beats of the undead war drums became increasingly urgent. The White Bone Army began their attack. Under the troll's shield in the turtle shell formation, the figures of skeleton warriors darted about. The siege ladders were raised against the city walls, skeleton warriors began to climb up the ladders. Even more undead, like a human pyramid, tried to climb the city wall using their comrades' bodies as steps. More and more undead joined in. Like a constantly expanding lump of clay, rapidly creeping over the top of the city wall. Atop the city wall, the trolls, watching everything happening in front of them, were overwhelmed by fear and a sense of helplessness. Could they fend off so many undead? Even if they just stood there and let the undead kill, they'd probably die of exhaustion first. Quick, aim the dragon crossbows downward and shoot where there are lots of them, Bagath commanded loudly. The lost trolls immediately snapped to attention. Raising their shields, they used planks to block the ceaseless rain of arrows. They operated the dragon crossbows, adjusting the direction. Crank, crank, crank. The dragon crossbows uttered the sound of gear rotation. They aimed at the rapidly spreading mound of undead. Bang! 3-meter-long, arm-thick dragon bolts were launched. Boom! There was a loud noise, the crossbow bolt hit the center of the undead gathering. Shards of earth and stone splintered, numerous undead were instantly killed, bones scattered everywhere. The piled-up mound of bones was immediately scattered, falling down along the city wall. A surviving skeleton warrior raised its head. Its legs were gone without a trace. It moved quickly using its 2 arms, randomly fixed 2 legs onto its body and continued its attack. Crackle! More and more undead got up, randomly assembling their bodies. They could even swap their own skulls, and continue to participate in the battle. Boom, boom, boom. Atop the city wall, dragon bolts were launched one after another, trying to stop the undead's attack. But there were too many undead, even though the dragon bolts had great power, they were scarce in number, so the effect of stopping them was quite limited. Sometime later, the first skeleton warrior climbed up the city wall. It rotated its head, directly charging at a troll. Bang! The war axe swung out from the troll's hand, sending the just arrived skeleton off the city wall again with a strike. But more and more skeletons kept surging up the city wall, leaping toward the trolls on the city wall. Damn it, how can there be so many undead? Bagath cursed loudly while smashing the skeleton in front of him. Last time when the trolls attacked the undead fortress, he heard from those who returned that there were many undead. But he didn't pay much attention. He had seen undead before, in the caves full of dark energy, those could be encountered often. But those were all low-ranking ones, skeletons that would crumble at a touch. Now many could there possibly be? 100,200,000, 500,000 should be enough. In his mind, the reason for the failure of the last battle was still due to Chaos's incompetence. But the scene in front of him gave him a different feeling. Could it be that outside the bloody mountain range, the undead had already taken over, and all living creatures had been killed and converted into white bone undead? Otherwise, how could there be so many undead soldiers? So many people would have to be killed to have this many. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this was the truth. So, outside there were no human villages, no abundant living creatures. They had all been killed and turned into undead. Now, the undead started their attack on the bloody mountain range again. At this time, looking down at the city wall again. The east, west, and south walls were already covered with white-bone soldiers like dense swarms of insects, incessantly climbing upwards. More and more undead were engaged in fights with the trolls. If it kept dragging on, and the walls on the two sides were taken over, they would only die trapped inside the city. Bagatha's eyes were bloodshot, his expression ferocious. The city he just conquered, the position of Chaos he just took over, he now had to abandon it. His heart was unwilling to accept this. Clan leader Bagath, what are you still waiting for? Let's retreat. If not, we will all die here, a troll leader shouted. Bagath looked at the trolls who kept dying under the attacks, looked unwillingly towards the clan leader Great Hall again. In the end, he reluctantly gave the order, take your men, we're retreating through the north gate. We leave this place to them. Hearing Bagatha's command, all the trolls began retreating, no longer entangled with the undead. With the trolls no longer hindering them. In a flash, the Whitebone army surged like a rolling tidal wave into the city wall. The retreating trolls who saw this scene had even more despair in their eyes. They turned around and fled to the north of the city without a care. Squeak! The city wall was breached, the heavy city gate was forced open. Even more undead flooded into the city. Behind the undead, the Blackthorn strode into the city. Master, there are still some trolls fleeing to the north gate, it looks like they plan to abandon the city and escape, a gnoll ran on all fours to report. Chapter 388, Kaur Holy Mountain 2. How many are left? Not many, probably tens of thousands. Blackthorn glanced in the northern direction and said coldly, let the skeleton giant bats chase them down and kill them all. As soon as Blackthorn's words fell, whirl! Dense skeleton giant bats shot up to the sky, chasing towards the north. The trolls, like fleeing soldiers, discarded their helmets and armors and fled towards the north gate of the city. During the day they would do everything they could to charge into this city. And now, they wish they had wings to fly out immediately. To escape this hell on earth. While fleeing, a troll glanced at a passing building. He cried out loudly, Clan leader, our injured tribesmen are all left over there. Even more trolls are severely injured due to the bombardment. All left in a building. Now they are fleeing, aren't those people who are left going to die? Hearing this sentence, Bagatha's eyes were instantly bloodshot and his face was twisted with emotion. He looked back at the Whitebone army that was continuously pouring into the city. He gritted his teeth and said, go, there's no other way. We have to live to bring the news to our tribe. We can't take them with us. We'll keep our lives to avenge them. The undead forces are too numerous. Not to mention the continuous consumption, with their manpower, they simply don't have the capacity to resist the undead. Taking the injured with them is even more impossible. What they can do is to escape and then bring back the news of the undead's invasion of the bloodthirsty mountain range, gather more people, and drive these undead out of the bloodthirsty mountain range. The rest didn't say much either. They all knew that they simply couldn't take the injured with them. People kept running and finally reached the city gate. Just as a few of them were about to open the city gate. Wham! The sound of flapping wings came from behind them, followed by the cries of the trolls. Ah, help! Everyone turned to look. They saw several trolls behind them, being covered by countless skeleton bats. Once again dispersed, they had turned into skeletons. Defense, cover us while we open the gate. The skeleton trolls kept swinging their weapons, driving away the attacking bats. After another batch of people died, the city gate finally opened, and everyone rushed out. But the skeleton bats still pursued and attacked relentlessly, with no intention of letting them leave. Head for the stone forest in the north. Bagath commanded, planning to use the terrain to get rid of these bats. With the city captured, the undead army began to clean up the city. They dealt the final blow to the trolls injured along the road who were crying out in pain. Soon, they found the injured trolls in several buildings. Showing no mercy, Blackthorn ordered the army to swarm into the room. Then transported the corpses out and piled them up at a unified spot. They cleaned up the whole city. The army began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the arrows and weapons scattered all over the ground. Also, they began to fortify the city. Blackthorn led his men into the clan leader's hall. Stepping on the floor, leaving bloody footprints behind. The entire city was like a bloody rain had fallen, with red streams and puddles everywhere. In the hall, Blackthorn saw the sand table of the bloodthirsty mountain range. The sand table recorded the roads within the mountain range, as well as the location of each troll tribe. It was clearer and more detailed than the map Fang Hao had given them. Blackthorn opened the map Fang Hao had given him and began to compare them one by one. Commander Blackthorn, we found a dungeon, where a group of female trolls are imprisoned. One of them says she can offer a secret in exchange for their lives. Blacksword walked in and said. The order issued by Blackthorn was to kill all the trolls in the city. All the undead executed this order, cleaning up the entire city. Only one dungeon was left. Blacksword found the women imprisoned in the dungeon during his inspection. The other party attempted to propose a condition. But whether to spare these trolls depended on what Blackthorn would say. Blackthorn did not hesitate and directly said, "Bring that person in, let's hear the secret she claims to hold. Is it enough to exchange for their lives?" Understood. Blacksword went out again. About 10 minutes later, a ragged female troll walked in. Seeing the skeleton sitting up there, she knelt down on one knee, performing a troll salute. "Speak, let's see if your secret is worth your lives." Blackthorn did not beat around the bush, he directly questioned the troll. A hero forged by the corpse which was devoid of excess emotions, seeing them as unnecessary burdens. So, they wouldn't exhibit the slightest sympathy for your tragic fate. It was all about whether it would be beneficial to the battle situation. "Esteemed undead, I know where Chaos has gone and the location of the treasury here. I hope you will spare us, we pose no threat to you." The female troll still kneeled on the ground, her face serious. The next morning, upon waking up from sleep, Fang Hao received a message from Blackthorn. They had already taken control of the Bloodthroat tribe's city overnight. This news elated Fang Hao. Blackthorn and the others had acted faster than he had calculated. After breakfast, Fang Hao took Dimitrija and Angia with him, directly riding the Bone Dragon towards the Bloodthroat tribe. As the Bone Dragon entered the bloody mountain range, they could see the large city below from afar. However, in every corner of the city, there were collapsed houses, bricks and stones everywhere, piles of rubble. It was like the remnants of a modern city after a dense artillery bombardment. The Bone Dragon landed at the city center. A few heroes quickly walked up to greet them. Blackthorn, after bowing in salute, said, "My lord, we took this city last night. A small squad of trolls escaped from the north gate. A few prisoners were willing to share information. The rest of the trolls were all annihilated." Fang Hao nodded, "Good work." The few of them had entered the clan leader's hall while talking. The architectural style of the trolls highlighted violence and roughness. Everywhere you looked you could see decorations made from the skulls or other bones of various living creatures, used to decorate this hall. Fang Hao went straight up to the throne and plonked himself down on it. He immediately felt a cold sensation on his buttocks. A name list was delivered by Blacksword shortly after. He said, "My lord, from the battle, we obtained 80,000 wriggling spines and over 500,000 pieces of troll equipment, 72 dragon lock crossbow beds, 15 siege towers." Fang Hao nodded, looking at the list in his hand. Blacksword had only mentioned the important items. In addition to the wriggling spines and weapons that he just mentioned, the list also included the materials, food and various gem artifacts in the warehouse. The loot was substantial. "Blackthorn, where's the prisoner you mentioned in the conch?" Fang Hao put the list away and continued to ask. Blackthorn mentioned in the conch that a captive had revealed a secret. This was why Fang Hao made a special trip to this place. "My lord, please wait a moment. I have already sent someone to bring her over," Blackthorn said. After a short while, a tall female troll in ragged clothes was brought in. The female troll lifted her head slightly. When she saw the human being seated, a brief look of bewilderment flashed across her face. He was clearly undead, so how had he become human? But she did not hesitate, kneeling on one knee. "Greetings, human sir." You could tell that the female troll had been treated differently. Broken clothes hung loosely on her. From Fang Hao's angle, you could make out her massive chest and the thick chest hair through the wide neckline. "What's your name?" Fang Hao asked indifferently. "Human sir, I am called Stella. I am willing to become your slave, your most loyal servant," the female troll said quietly. This piqued Fang Hao's curiosity. "I have killed so many of your trolls, you don't hate me but want to be my slave?" Fang Hao asked curiously. The woman had already calmed down. "It wasn't you who killed the members of our tribe, but the foreigners of Bagath. You killed them and avenged us." Fang Hao was surprised. This female troll was indeed clever. She managed to frame Fang Hao, the enemy, as a benefactor of the tribe. "Fine, tell me your secret. If it's helpful, I'll consider signing a slave contract with you." Fang Hao ordered someone to bring a fur blanket and cushioned it on the seat. "Yes, human sir. I am Kaoza's woman. He has gone to Kaur Holy Mountain this time. According to the legends of the trolls, a real giant spirit sleeps there." Chapter 389, Thin Stonework Brick. Kaur Holy Mountain, Giant Spirit. These two words made Fang Hao furrow his brows instantaneously. Fang Hao did believe in the existence of spirits in this world. After all, several idols were honored in his territory, which did indeed add attributes to the area. However, the potential of a spirit slumbering in such arid mountains was something Fang Hao found hard to believe. Slumbering in these mountains. The conditions would be even worse for this spirit than his own. "You're saying that Kaos went to seek the giant spirit to deal with us, is that right?" asked Fang Hao. The female troll, Stella, didn't conceal anything. "Yes, human lord. The last conflict with the undead caused a lot of dissatisfaction amongst the trolls against Kaos. Both inside and outside of the clan, he was heavily criticized. Kaos then took offerings to Kaur Holy Mountain to seek guidance from the spirit. Due to Stella's status, she had more access to Kaos's situation. Kaos, under immense pressure, had faced difficulties which force alone could not resolve, leading him towards seeking the spirit. Furthermore, the reason why the Troll Coalition chose to launch an attack on the Bloodthroat tribe recently. It was because they saw an opportunity to seize their city while Kaos wasn't there. "Does a spirit really reside there?" Fang Hao asked with a hint of doubt on his face. Stella said with conviction, "Every troll living in the Blood Mountains firmly believes that the Kaur Holy Mountain is home to a slumbering spirit. This is particularly true for the Bloodthroat tribe, as their new clan leaders have to make offerings to the Kaur Holy Mountain." Suddenly, Fang Hao felt something was amiss. Didn't the trolls worship the slaughter god? He had found a statue of the trolls' worship of the slaughter god in the tomb of the dragon, and saw a collapsed slaughter god statue in the city just now. Could the slaughter god be the spirit slumbering there? Is the slaughter god the one residing in Kaur Holy Mountain? Fang Hao asked, voicing his doubts. "Not exactly, my lord. The slaughter god is of spiritual importance to trolls because he gives them the courage and strength to win every battle, and the belief that they can challenge the strong. The giant spirit, on the other hand, gives trolls enlightenment and guidance when they are lost," Stella explained earnestly. It seemed these beliefs had been deeply rooted into the hearts of every troll. "Has anyone seen the giant spirit? What does it look like?" I'm not entirely sure. Only the Bloodthroat clan leader has the privilege of making offerings to the gods," Stella answered hesitantly. "So, is there any reward or benefit received in return for these offerings?" Fang Hao continued to probe. "The guidance of the spirit. Kaos will bring back the guidance to share with the rest of the tribe," Stella responded. By this point, Fang Hao had formed his own speculation. The giant spirit could be one of two things. The first possibility was that the spirit did not exist at all, and was invented by the leaders of the tribes to control their people. Whenever they encountered some difficulties, they would use the guidance of this invented spirit as an excuse to give orders. The second possibility was that there was indeed a powerful creature offering some help to the trolls. However, the chances of its existence were very slim, almost non-existent. "Do you know where Kaur Holy Mountain is? Point it out to me." A model of the Blood Mountains was brought forth. Fang Hao rose from his seat and approached the model. Detailed model, Wind Mountain Range. Stella stood up and pointed to a location on the model. It was located to the northwest of this city, quite a distance away indeed. Is there anyone else living on that mountain? I'm not quite sure about this, but I believe there is indeed a tribe that dwells there to guard the spirit from disturbances, Stella continued to respond. With a nod, Fang Hao logged her words into his memory. He proceeded to say, all right, you mentioned that you also know the location of the Bloodthroat treasure vault. Just lead my men to it. Yes, human lord, but I still hope that you can spare me, and the women in the dungeon. We do not pose any threat to you, Stella pleaded once again, giving another curtsy. All right, I'll consider it. The Black Sword led a group of soldiers in and took Stella away from the clan leader's hall to locate the treasure vault she mentioned. After Stella's departure, the hall was returned to silence once again. While standing in front of the model, the Book of Lords released a soft glow and swept over the model. Blood Mountain Range model has been recorded. The complete Blood Mountain Range map can be viewed on the Book of Lords map page. Similar to the previous models. After it was recorded, the map of the entire mountain range was integrated into the main map. All the terrain features of the mountain range, winding routes, tribes' locations were all revealed. What Su Yang had given him was only the straight route map from the Rock's Head tribe to the Bloodthroat tribe. Whereas, the model was a map of the entire mountain range. It was much more precise and clear compared to the map Su Yang had given him. After the map was logged, Fang Hao settled himself back on the throne. He continued to view the Book of Lords. From the start, once he took the clan leader's seat, the system had issued a prompt that he had taken over the Bloodthroat tribe. However, he was discussing with Stella at the time and didn't have a chance to check it out. Bloodthroat tribe has become your subordinate city, you can rename it here, and control all resources of the tribe and affiliated villages. Bloodthroat tribe and the Blood Mountain Range seemed a bit too bloody. After some thought, as he checked the map, this city, located to the north of his main city, could be the first line of defense against the northern trolls. Chapter 390, Fine Stone Brick 2. Fang Hao decisively filled in the unnamed with North Town. After taking down the rest of the troll tribes, this city will be the one that deters all the trolls in the north. North Town is quite fitting. Naming successful. North Town. City level, level 9 original city. Attributes, mining plus 15%, gold coin tax plus 5%, troll tribe replenishment plus 5%, rebellion plus 50%. Description, a city with attributes can bring various different types of enhancement effects, accelerating the construction and development of the city. The city level is quite high. The tax and replenishment are the lowest among the cities they've taken over. Moreover, there's also an added rebellion. Fang Hao specifically looked at it. Rebellion, the residents of the area are difficult to control, prone to riots. Indeed, it's not a good attribute. 50%, that's to say, there's a 50% chance of a rebellion, just like this time the Troll United Army is confronting the Bloodthroat. Even though the trolls in the city were nearly wiped out, the city still needs people to operate. This rebellion must absolutely not be allowed, but how should this attribute be dealt with? Fang Hao was thinking inwardly. The system prompt continued to appear. Blueprint unlocked, Precision Stone Processing Plant Construction Blueprint, Large Stone Quarry Construction Blueprint, Dragon Lock Crossbow Bed Manufacturing Blueprint, Troll House Construction Blueprint, Troll Warrior Training Ground Construction Blueprint. Quite a few blueprints were unlocked with a level 9 city. Precision Stone Processing Plant, Wood 3000, Tough Wood 1800, Stone Material 2200, Stone Bricks 1200, Iron 420, Metal Parts 120. Description, through processing, stone bricks can be made into higher density precision stone bricks. A factory for processing precision stone bricks. This made Fang Hao immediately happy. When the manor was upgraded to level 10, this kind of material, precision stone brick, appeared. However, he did not expect that on the second day he had already received the construction blueprint and could arrange for workers to process it. This was just what he needed. Continuing on to the second blueprint. Large stone quarry, wood 4200, stone material 3500, stone bricks 1500, iron 820, Metal parts 500. Description: large stone quarry area. Large stones can be mined into stone bricks. Stone material collection efficiency plus 15%. The mining efficiency of the quarry remained at 15%, but it added an attribute for finished product mining. Large stones can be directly processed into stone bricks without requiring secondary processing. This also reduced the consumption of manpower and time. Moreover, this kind of quarry was suitable for the mountainous and rocky area of the Bloody Mountain Range. They would never run out of stones to mine. Next blueprint also excited Fang Hao. Dragon Lock Crossbow Bed, 8th rank equipment. It was actually the manufacturing blueprint for the Dragon Lock Crossbow Bed. He clearly remembered that it was this kind of crossbow bed that had cost him 3 bone dragons. Not only can it attack aerial targets, but it can also be used as a ground crossbow. It can be said that the power of this kind of machinery is extremely powerful. The last Troll House Construction Blueprint and Troll Warrior Training Ground Construction Blueprint. Fang Hao was not very interested anymore. The Troll House could be used to build houses suitable for trolls. The training ground could recruit a 5-tier Troll Warrior, which Fang Hao was not really interested in. It consumed troll stones and a huge amount of food on a daily basis, not as good as skeleton soldiers. After checking the blueprints, Blackthorn walked in from outside. He opened his mouth and said, "Master, I interrogated a few corpses, the content they said doesn't differ much from the female troll, we can confirm that what she said is all true." After Fang Hao's conversation with the female troll, Blackthorn also left the hall. He used the Speak with Dead skill to interrogate 2 troll corpses. The corpses are unable to lie to the user of the skill. Except for not knowing the secret of the treasury, the rest of the information was the same. This can also prove that what the female giant said was all true. Good, I understand. Fang Hao nodded. Half an hour later, Black Sword led the female troll back again, and several undead warriors followed, carrying treasure chests filled with gold coins. There were a few thumping sounds as they were placed on the ground. From the weight, it was determined that there were a lot of gold coins. "Master, this is Chaos's treasury, and this is the war loot gathered from various tribes over the years," Stella said again. Fang Hao curiously looked at the female troll. She had a tall figure, robust physique, especially her large chest and dense chest hair were eye-catching. "You've told me everything so easily. This woman troll who calls herself Chaos, so easily spilled everything. Human Lord, I am only a gift sent from a small tribe, and I am not as loyal as you might think." The female troll continued calmly. Stella was born in a small tribe. She was presented as a gift to appease Chaos, and was sent to the Bloodthroat tribe. Because of Stella's appearance, which was indeed compatible with troll aesthetics, she was chosen by Chaos to stay by his side. However, this did not change the fate of Stella's small tribe. Within a few years, the tribe was wiped out in the internal conflicts among the trolls. Even though she lived in Bloodthroat, but her status was nothing more than an accessory to Chaos, and she felt nothing for Chaos and Bloodthroat. She was just living numbly. Now the undead have taken over the city. She does not want to die. Nor would she risk her life to keep those secrets. The female troll's tone remained flat. Only when she mildly hesitated did she pause slightly, and no fear could be perceived from her. "I am not as loyal as you might think." This was quite straightforward. "Okay, I agree to sign a slave contract with you. If you can ensure that the women will behave and not make any trouble, I can spare them," Fang Hao said directly. Women and men are indeed very different. Men, when given power, easily breed greater ambitions, but women rarely encounter this situation. Fang Hao did not mind wasting a slave contract on her, even if she did not satisfy him. He could kill her. "Thank you, Lord, I will manage them well and won't cause any trouble," Stella promised. Her expression remained unchanged. Fang Hao took out a blank slave contract. The female troll quickly slid her finger and pressed it on the top. The contract emitted a light, enveloping the troll's body. The contract was signed between them. "Troll Stella's current loyalty to you is 72 points. A loyalty of 72 points was not bad at all. All right, remove her shackles." 2 undead warriors immediately came forward and removed the leg cuffs and handcuffs from her. Stella flexed her wrist, lifting the fallen clothing back onto her shoulder. "You go and change your clothes," Fang Hao continued. Although everyone was not very interested in the female troll's body, this dress style was a bit inappropriate. "All right, human lord." Stella nodded in thanks and turned to walk towards the right side of the room. Fang Hao casually collected all the money boxes on the ground. A total of 2.72 million warfire coins, over 7,000 gemstones, and nearly 1,000 pieces of gold. Kayuza's wealth was beyond what Fang Hao had imagined. He had assumed that these trolls, with their exposed breasts, didn't have much money, but it turned out there was such a large sum of wealth. After storing everything, Fang Hao continued towards Angia. "Angia, search carefully, see if there is anything valuable, don't forget to find the treasure chest." "Okay." As Angia responded, she summoned a few skeleton warriors and ran up the stairs. On the other side, Bloody Mountain Range, Stone Forest. At this time, Su Yang led his 120 villagers out of the cave. Using the map in his hand, he began to move outward. Everyone moved silently, cautiously observing the surroundings. Suddenly, intensive footsteps were heard from the front, approaching rapidly. Hearing the footsteps, everyone immediately tensed up. Were their maneuvers spotted, and the trolls were coming to capture them? "Hide, quick!" The people instantly dispersed, hiding among the surrounding boulders. Rustle! At the same time as everyone was hiding, dozens of trolls, looking back in panic, desperately fled. Their bodies were full of scars, and they looked like deserters. Su Yang frowned at the sight, waiting until the trolls were a certain distance away before he intended to come out. But as soon as he took a step, he immediately backed off. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A series of roaring sounds were heard. Several mantismen with heavy swords on their backs stood on the stone pillars. The mantismen glanced in the direction of the fleeing trolls. They stomped their feet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! They immediately jumped out, stepping on the stone pillars, disappearing in the sight instantly. Holy crap, ninjas! Chapter 391, Temple of Thousands Gods. Undead. As Skeleton Mantis turned away, a surge of unease gripped Su Yang's heart. It was indisputably a member of the undead army. Wasn't it said the undead only established a fortress in the south, without making any move to attack the Bloody Mountains? Yet, why did it suddenly appear here? Considering the equipment of the escaping troll, it was clear he belonged to the Troll Alliance. Wasn't the Alliance launching an attack on the Bloodthroat tribe? Why were they being hunted by the undead? What on earth happened that led to this unexpected situation? Usually, the undead were rigid, awkward soldiers, right? Why was this one so agile? With the troll's retreat, and the undead's pursuit, Su Yang's mind was muddled. "Sir, should we proceed?" a trembling voice uttered nearby. It came from a peasant. Su Yang glanced at the map, then in the direction where the troll and the undead had disappeared. He finally answered, "Lead everyone back to the cave and block the entrance. I'll go check out the situation and decide what to do." Clearly, the battle ahead was no longer just between the Bloodthroat and the Troll Alliance, the undead were now involved. No matter which side, they couldn't afford to provoke any of them. Being discovered would lead to severe consequences. Obviously, something unusual had happened. "All right." The peasants responded and turned back in the direction they came from. Once they had left, Su Yang hid in the original location a while longer. After a moment's thought, he cautiously headed towards where the undead and the troll vanished. He had barely walked for 10 minutes, when suddenly he felt squishy stickiness under his feet. He glanced down, only to find it was thick, red blood. Su Yang immediately hid behind a large boulder. Looking ahead, he saw troll bodies laying in pools of blood. As expected, the undead were indeed hunting trolls, and they must be high-level ones, given the ease they took down these trolls. Su Yang hid quietly again for a while. Only after ensuring there was no immediate danger, he hurried to the troll bodies, rummaging through their possessions. He could trade these items back home for a few days' worth of supplies. It would enable them to sustain quite a while longer in the cave. Save me," a certain body suddenly moaned in pain. The sudden sound startled Su Yang, causing him to whip out his knight's sword, pointing it in the direction of the voice. A troll lying in a pool of blood was looking at him. The troll was a pitiful sight, with both arms severed and an enormous, ghastly scar on his chest. Only a troll's vigorous vitality could enable him to speak in such a condition. Had it been any other species, they would have become corpses. Seeing that the troll's arms were both gone, Su Yang grew a little bolder and approached, asking, "Wasn't the alliance advancing towards Bloodthroat? Why are the undead pursuing you?" He hoped that this dying troll could answer his question. "Save me," the troll replied hoarsely, still begging for help. Su Yang sat down near the blood-covered troll. "How can I save you when I have nothing on me for treatment? He is our clan leader. He must have potions on him. Please help me," the troll weakly glancing at another body. The second body was not only beheaded, but also cut across the waist. Its entrails mixed with the blood, the person sure was dead beyond any doubt. Su Yang's expression changed. He went straight to the body, squatted down and started searching. Sure enough, he found a healing potion, a beast tooth necklace, and several warfire coins. Looks like he was indeed the head of a small tribe. Su Yang clenched the healing potion in his hand and put away all the other items. Then he returned to the injured troll. The immobile troll's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope at the sight of the potion Su Yang held. But instead of giving him the potion, Su Yang sat down beside him. This sudden change made the troll anxious. He could feel his life slowly fading. If he did not receive treatment soon, his bleeding would surely kill him. "Help me, please," the troll pleaded loudly. Su Yang sat down next to the troll, holding the healing potion in his hand. He asked, "This is my loot. Why should I give it to you?" "You," a flash of fierce violence appeared in the troll's eyes. Su Yang, he knew him. The insignificant human who clung to Bagath and flattered the trolls. Just like a comical buffoon currying favor with the trolls. Now he dared to talk to him in this manner, practically courting death. But the troll also understood his situation, that he didn't have the physical condition to snatch the potion from his hand. "What do you want? We were allies before," the troll said. He was not stupid. He planned to get hold of the medicine first, then deal with Su Yang. Su Yang weighed the potion in his hand, pondering for a moment before saying, "Let's make a deal. Answer a few of my questions. If you answer well, I'll give you the potion. How's that?" The troll had no other choice. He could only agree. "All right," ask quickly, "I am in tremendous pain." "All right, when did you start attacking Bloodthroat, and how's the battle situation?" Su Yang asked the first question. "We launched an attack on Bloodthroat early yesterday morning and successfully conquered the city," the troll answered through gritted teeth. Chapter 392, Temple of All Gods 2. "So why are you here?" The troll glanced at the human, then continued, "The undead attacked us. Everyone died, so we fled here." "What about Bagath? Is he dead?" Su Yang asked further. "I don't know, we fled separately. I don't know what happened to him," the troll replied with growing frailty. "Oh," Su Yang uttered, then continued, "What's the situation at the Bloodthroat tribe? Is it possible to go there?" "Ha! Ha ha, you want to go out? The outside has already been overrun by the undead. There's nothing like a human city anymore. Everything has turned into undead, and you still want to go out?" The troll laughed at Su Yang even in his weak state. Su Yang was just as naive as them before. He still thought that the world outside Bloody Mountain Range was better, not realizing it had already transformed into a land of purgatory. It's a pity they found out too late. The undead has already launched an attack on the mountain range. Hearing the troll's words, Su Yang fell silent. He vaguely understood the situation, but wouldn't believe the troll's words outright. The numerous voices in the regional channel revealed the existence of humans, orcs, and dwarfs. It's unlikely they all were killed and overtaken by the undead. Clearly, this troll was scared silly. Likely, it's all in his head. And there's no need to mention the battle between troll armies of the Bloodthroat tribe. Both sides were fighting tooth and nail, oblivious to the dagger in their backs placed by the undead. However, Su Yang was intrigued. What a coincidence that the undead launched another attack just as the alliance seized the city. Are the undead keeping watch over the Bloody Mountain Range? Suddenly, Su Yang thought he was onto something, but he was left slightly confused. While sitting on a stone and pondering, a sound suddenly echoed from the depths of the stone forest. Su Yang's countenance shifted. He instantly dashed to the side, hiding behind larger rocks again. "Save me, you promised to save me." Whoosh! 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 Once again, skeleton mantismen wielding giant swords appeared. They squatted or stood around the corpse. The mantis glanced at the pleading troll on the ground. The giant sword swiped through the air. Thump! The troll's head instantly separated from its body, rolling into the distance. The skeleton mantis affirmed the death of several more bodies in the puddles of blood. Ensuring none survived, they swiftly propelled into the distance. Towards the Bloodthroat tribe. Su Yang waited for over 20 minutes. Not until he was sure nothing was amiss, did he dare to stray from behind the rock. He looked at the severed head with wide-open eyes, staring back at him. He could easily kick it away. He ripped all the war loot from the bodies. Carrying large and small bundles, he returned to the cave they were hiding in. It seemed they would have to hide in the cave for a considerable amount of time. North Town, Clan Leaders Hall. After Angia's search, boxes of goods were brought down. Besides golden and silverware and night stones, Angia also held a skull adorned with golden teeth in her hands. Judging by the skull's morphology, it likely belonged to a human or orc. "What is this?" Fang Hao asked. Caressing the top of the skull, Angia responded, "I feel it's rather artistic. If we bring it to the auction at Lyss City, perhaps we can sell it to those gullible nobles." Ever since she attended the City Lord's auction in Lyss City, Angia learned that any odd object, so long as it's associated with art, can fetch a good price. Even though she isn't exactly sure what qualifies as art, she felt the skull had a strong artistic vibe. Fang Hao examined the details on the skull. Skull remnant. It possessed no special attributes or features, and the only thing of value were its gold teeth. Useless. If we could sell skulls to the nobles, wouldn't we have already made a fortune with all the skulls we have in our territory? Fang Hao stated. What? You make it sound less artistic now. Angia, holding the skull, instantly lost interest. Glancing at the golden teeth, then I'll just keep it as a room decoration. Decorating a room with a skull? Fang Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. She wasn't afraid of anything indeed. Who uses a skull for decoration? Pull out those golden teeth and toss the skull out. Fang Hao motioned for her to dispose of it right away. Don't we have enough gold and silver accessories for decor? Why on earth would we want a skull? You keep arm and head bones, how's me wanting a skull different? Humph. Angia mumbled under her breath, but still broke off the golden teeth with a crunchy noise. She tossed the golden teeth into the loot box and casually threw out the skull from the front door. Once Angia tossed the skull, Fang Hao returned his attention to the shiny box on the floor. Besides the boxes full of loot, there was another flashy silver box in front of him, notably the platinum box that only transmigrators could open. This was the third time Fang Hao obtained a platinum box. The first time was when he occupied Skull Crusher tribe at the Frostwind Mountain Range. The second time was when he took over the Blood Castle at Crescent Heights. This was the third instance, at the Bloodthroat tribe in the Bloody Mountain Range. From these experiences, Fang Hao had noticed a pattern. These three places were not particularly fierce battlegrounds, but they were all stronghold cities in their respective regions. As long as you overtook the stronghold of the leading tribe, you'd get a high reward and a map. Just like killing a minor noble is never as profitable as killing a king. Chapter 393, Temple of All Gods 3. Fang Hao came before a platinum treasure chest. After praying a few words in his heart, he directly opened the chest. Obtained, Blueprint of the Overlord's Power Chest Armor, blue, Blueprint of the Overlord's Power Gloves, blue, Blueprint of the Overlord's Power Helmet, blue, Blueprint of the Overlord's Power Boots, blue, Blueprint of the Overlord's Fury Battle Axe, purple, Blueprint of the Slaughter God Statue, blue, Totem of the Giant Spirit's Body, purple, Blueprint of the All God Temple, orange, 372 Troll Stones, 899 Warfire Coins. Various colors of light flashed. Fang Hao caught sight of an orange light in an instant. The fact that the imagined dark gold light had not appeared left him somewhat disappointed. He first checks the orange blueprint. Level 1 All God Temple, Sturdy Wood 3200, Fine Stone Brick 3000, Cast Iron Block 420, Metal Parts 1200, Traces of Prayer 12, Traces of Deity 5, Rich Essence 22. Description: when the Lord's Mansion reaches the Stone Castle level, it can build the All God Temple, listen to the guidance of the gods, and the attributes of the statue in the temple will be enhanced. All God Temple. The temple should be a place to put statues of gods. But this shouldn't be enough to reach the orange level, should it? Can building a house for a god increase the level to orange? Fang Hao felt that it would be more practical to give him a military building instead. Moreover, even though the existence of the gods was confirmed, he didn't feel any devotion. After the excitement passed, Fang Hao continued to look at the blueprints. Overlord's Power Chest Armor. Category: Chest Armor. Defense: Level 4 Defense. Set Effect: Armor Durability plus 50%, Attack Power plus 5%, Hit Rate plus 15%, Movement Speed 5%. Description: The brutal troll lord led his overlord's army to conquer this land and enslave all living creatures. It seems that this overlord's power set belongs to troll's equipment. Also, with its blue quality, the defense has reached level 4 defense, which is quite high. With additional set attributes, it can be considered top-tier equipment. He continues to look at the second weapon blueprint. Same name. Overlord's Fury Battle Axe, Purple. Category: Battle Axe. Damage: Level 5 Damage. Ability: Ignores the living creature's natural scale armor. Description: The Overlord's battle axe is raised high above the head. With a heart-wrenching roar, the blade cleaves through the dragon's throat, and blood floods the altar. The Overlord's Fury battle axe should belong to the same batch of equipment as the Overlord's power set. But for the defense set, equipping the basic 4-piece set is enough for it to take effect. The battle axe need not be equipped. This purple battle axe has reached level 5 damage, and it also carries an effect that ignores the scale armor of living creatures. The scale armor of living creatures is a racial feature. Dimitrich's racial attribute includes scale armor, which is the scales on his body. Like dragons and crocodiles, these creatures all come with scale armor. The description mentions that the battle axe cleaved through the dragon's neck, which confirms the attribute of ignoring scale armor. This Overlord's power set, paired with the Overlord's Fury battle axe. It could form a mighty troll army. Next is the blueprint for the Slaughter God statue, which he already has, so he doesn't look at it closely. The last reward is a scroll filled with special symbols. Body of Giant Spirit Totem. Category: Scroll. Description: Records the method of drawing the body of Giant Spirit Totem. Chapter 394, I actually suspect one person. The appearance of the totem scroll was not much different from that of a skill scroll. However, when held in hand, no hint of being able to learn from it appeared. Could it be that this type of scroll still required me to learn it by myself? I untied the thin hemp cord holding the scroll, and spread it flat. The scroll was filled with densely written words, symbols, and patterns. The patterns were complex markings drawn on a human back, somewhat resembling a tattoo. Perhaps it was because of the reward from the treasure box, the outlined patterns were incredibly clear and orderly, giving the impression of a modern print. Next to the pattern was an enlarged version of the markings and some explanatory notes. I, Fang Hao, had previously studied the notes of the demon doll for a few days. I could tell that the markings on the scroll had a lot of similarities with the array markings. Perhaps they had some sort of connection with the array markings. Professional knowledge, Fang Hao couldn't understand, but he could understand some of the descriptions above. A totem can be understood as sealing, applying, and invoking. That is, the power is drawn beneath a human skin in the form of a totem, and this power is released when needed. And this totem of the body of giant spirit. It seemed that it could borrow the power of the giant spirit god for some enhancement of oneself. Fang Hao didn't understand too much, but one thing he was certain about was that this was akin to a passive skill. Although somewhat special. Since Nelson was studying array markings now, it could be given to him for research. Collecting all the blueprints. He also immediately put away the totem scroll. Lifting my head, I found that the female troll had already changed into a linen outfit and had returned. She was quietly standing below. Fang Hao turned to look at them and said, "Black thorn, black sword, giant shield, heavy arrow, and stella, I will turn this place into an undead camp. Based on this city, you will launch an attack on the tribes in the Blood Mountain range." When the Book of Lords was upgraded to level 5, a new feature city transfer was added. In other words, the original affiliated city and the affiliated city could be exchanged with each other. If you want to convert an original affiliated city into an affiliated city, you only have two choices: Human City and City of Undead. But if you want to transfer an affiliated city into an original affiliated city, there are more choices, including human, orc, undead, blood clan, and trolls original affiliated cities. The difference between the two should be related to the types of cities that have previously been occupied. Fang Hao was not satisfied with the attributes of this city. The bonuses it provided were not high, and there was 50% internal strife. Moreover, most of the trolls in the city had been killed, rendering the added attributes useless. Rather, it would be better to turn this city into the second city of undead. This would also facilitate the subsequent battles against other trolls in the bloodthirsty mountain range. Hearing Fang Hao's proposal, all the heroes nodded slightly. Lord, if we turn this place into the city of undead, we can greatly reduce the time and efficiency of occupying the bloodthirsty mountain range. Blackthorn stepped forward and spoke. Turning this city into the city of undead could be of great help to future battles. The rest of the heroes had no other opinions. The female troll Stella's face changed a little, but she didn't stand up to oppose it. Fang Hao, as the victor, had full disposal rights over the city. Even if she protested, there was nothing she could do. She could only hope that the city of undead would not have any impact on them as living creatures. Good. Fang Hao agreed, opened the Book of Lords, and clicked on the city transfer on Northgard City. Do you want to transfer the original city Northgard City? Yes. Please choose the city transfer camp human camp undead camp. Undead camp. A beam of light covered the entire city. Transformation completed. Northgard City's next transformation countdown, 29 days and 59 hours. This ability has a countdown, which means that this city cannot be transferred again within a month. The light faded away. The properties of Northgard City have changed from a level 9 Trolls original affiliated city to a level 9 Undead's affiliated city. Fang Hao got up and walked out. Let's go and have a look outside. Everyone followed Fang Hao out of the hall, and outside the door was an empty city. The originally collapsed, broken buildings had disappeared, leaving a large area of vacant land. Resources were returned at a 50% ratio, directly stored in the warehouse. This was the advantage of a transmigrator's city. Everything was digitized, and upgrading and demolition were also very fast. Fang Hao led his people to the camp area, opened the Book of Lords, and built some usable buildings like the warehouse, blacksmith shop, arrow tower, and magic tower. Then he built the skeleton conversion field. Blackthorn, arrange for people to transform all those bodies. Fang Hao said to Blackthorn. The dead bodies of the trolls from this battle were piled up like a mountain. The number of dead bodies from the Troll Alliance and the Bloodthroat tribe was astounding. After being dealt with by the Bone Dragon's death breath, only a mountain of white bones was left. Originally, the transformation required to be carried back to the main city, but it wasn't necessary now. The transformation on the spot could also allow them to join the battlefield sooner. All right, my lord, I will arrange for it immediately. Blackthorn delegated the task, and immediately there were undead soldiers throwing batches of corpses into the skeleton conversion pool. The countdown for transformation began. Then, Fang Hao constructed some additional troll dwellings for Stella and the other trolls to reside in. Now, Stella couldn't live in the city lord's mansion, she had to live outside. Chapter 395, I actually suspect one person too. Having finished with the buildings, Fang Hao began to create equipment for the upcoming battles. He opened the Book of Lords. Power of the Overlord's chest armor, iron 12, cast iron pieces 6, thick leather 10, flax 15, spun thread 22, metal parts 25. Power of the Overlord's helmet, iron 8, cast iron pieces 3, thick leather 5, metal parts 12. Power of the Overlord's gloves, power of the Overlord's boots. Quantity to be manufactured, 3000. Hundredfold amplification triggered, obtained power of the Overlord's armor set 303000. The original skeleton troll was still wearing the 3-piece troll suit made by Fang Hao. Even though the power of the Overlord's armor set had good attributes, Fang Hao had no plans to replace the original equipment just yet. The production of 300,000 sets was for the newly converted trolls and as reserves for upcoming battles. Wrath of the Overlord's battle axe, cast iron pieces 35, fine iron 12, metal parts 8, essence of destruction 2. The production of the battle axe involved using fine iron and essence of destruction. Fine iron is an advanced material of iron resources. The territory currently had no production methods for it, but after a long time of exchange with the Aborigines through the channels, there was a storage of 172 units. Essence of Destruction is a rare resource. Although there is a certain reserve, it is also quite valuable. Fang Hao set the production quantity to the maximum, 14. Confirming production. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, obtained Wrath of the Overlord's Battle Axe 1414. A large number of weapons piled up on the ground before him. The Blackthorn and others continued to command the skeleton soldiers to sort and categorize the newly produced equipment. Fang Hao moved to another empty ground. He continued with production. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, obtained Iron Arrows 10100000. Hundredfold Amplification triggered, obtained Fuses 202000. Crossbow Bed Lock Dragon. Pieces of equipment piled up all around the open space. The female troll Stella stared wide-eyed at the incredible scene before her. Thinking of the fact that he could command the undead, orcs, and lizardmen at the same time, the identity of this human might not be as simple as it appeared. Troll Stella's loyalty to you increases by 20 points, current loyalty 92. The sudden prompt made Fang Hao glance at the female troll. She was seen on her knees, continuously kowtowing to him and murmuring something. Stella, Fang Hao called out. Stella rose to her feet and walked briskly to Fang Hao, then knelt again. Release all of your people, tell them that they won't be punished if they work honestly. If anyone dares to have any crooked ideas, not only will I kill them, you will also be punished, understand? Fang Hao continued. Yes, Divine Lord, Stella shuddered and quickly responded. Divine Lord? Fang Hao did not explain further. It seemed that Stella's sudden increase of 20 loyalty points was due to a misunderstanding of his identity. All right, off you go, from now on call me Lord. Yes, Lord. Stella responded and lowered her head to quickly leave. She headed towards the direction of the dungeon. In the afternoon, Fang Hao and Blackthorn, and the others, confirmed the plans for the upcoming battle based on the map. After entrusting all matters to the Blackthorn and the others, he returned to the territory with Angia and Dimitrija. Upon returning to the territory, it was already past 7 in the evening. After telling Ira to prepare dinner, Fang Hao headed directly to the Viscera Museum to find Nelson. Upon entering the hall, a chilly sensation greeted him. The place was far more effective than any air conditioning. The second floor of the museum was not closed, and Nelson could be seen drawing symbols on a skeleton arm. It seemed he was practicing the content from the DM doll notes. Hearing footsteps, Nelson looked up slightly. Lord. Nelson rose and said. Scholar Nelson, I have obtained another totem-type runic figure. He said, and took the totem scroll out from his storage space. Oh? Let me see. Nelson took it and began reading it with serious attention. Very soon, Nelson put away the scroll. He began to speak. Lord, this totem is not difficult. Do you want to get this totem tattooed? Does this artifact have any special effects? Fang Hao continued to ask. This totem is also a kind of rune. It seals special powers into the bodies of living creatures, which can be invoked when needed. Nelson explained the function of the totem. So, what power does this have? Fang Hao continued to ask. The level of this totem is not low, the effect introduced is also very good, providing an enhancement to both magic and physical strength. It would benefit you greatly, Lord. Nelson explained softly. As expected, it was similar to a passive skill. That's to say, this type of totem, when tattooed on the back, functions like the Keelan tattoo of Mr. Bottleneck. It can add some special effects. Sounds pretty good. It sounds good, can you do it? The tattoo was a reward from a treasure box and it was beneficial. There was nothing to doubt about its security. Even though he rarely fought personally, this world still had many dangers. Extra life-saving methods were necessary. Nelson nodded slightly. I need to do some research and practice, then I will notify you, Lord. Okay. Fang Hao responded and did not further disturb Nelson. He walked straight out of the museum. After returning to the Lord's mansion and having dinner. Chapter 396, I actually suspect one person. After playing a game with Ira, he promptly fell into the realm of dreams. The deep of the night. In Lyss City, a dim basement. In the middle of the room, there was a giant circular wooden table with a nightstone hanging over it as a chandelier. The dim light made the entire space mysterious and shadowy. 12 people in black robes were gathered around the circular table. Their cloaks concealed their figures, masks hid their faces. There were many empty seats around the table, indicating that almost half of the regular attendees were missing. The figure in black at the head of the table began to speak. "All right, whoever has completed their tasks can hand them in." The people present seemed quite familiar with the process. 3 of them pulled documents from their cloaks, having gathered intelligence, and handed them to the leader. The figure at the head, the leader, stowed the documents into his clothes, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Out of the 12 present, only 3 had reports. Again, the leader in black took out several assignments. Then he said, "I know everyone has been cautious lately, but our duties still need to be fulfilled. Look at the assignments for this time, and anyone who thinks they can complete one should take it." A pile of data was spread out. Everyone started to pass it on and look through it. "I should be able to manage the arms factory assignment," a figure in black robe claimed, speaking thus before directly taking the assignment into their hands. "I can take on the task of capturing the transmigrator, but I do not have a suitable place for interrogation. If anyone has a secure location, we can cooperate and split the merit equally." As soon as this man spoke up, another quickly chimed in. "I've just dealt with a hidden location. We can cooperate there." "All right, tell me the location, and I will detain and escort him there once I catch him," he replied. "Agreed." The man who offered up the location hastily wrote down an address on a piece of paper and handed it to the one who accepted the task. Tasks could be taken singularly or completed in cooperation. Taking them on alone upped both the difficulty and the reward. Cooperation reduced the risk but also made it easier to investigate one another's identities, thereby raising a different kind of danger. It was not as if the lack of a face meant your information became worthless. Shortly, all the tasks were handled and assigned. The whole room fell into silence once more. At this point, someone spoke up again. "The city lord's house has been increasingly stringent in their search for us, and they also have a highly capable team aiding them. We must solve this problem. Indeed, half of the usual attendees at our circular table are already gone. None of us can be sure if we'll be the next one. I believe we should prioritize this matter, at least find out the team investigating on her behalf. If anyone has any leads on this team, I can arrange for someone to get rid of them. Or we could just eliminate the city lord. There wouldn't be any need for an investigation. You're being a bit presumptuous. If she could be killed, she would have been dead so many times over already." Everyone started speaking up again, each taking a turn to voice their thoughts. Discussions were mostly revolving around their worry for the city lord and their fears of being the next to be removed from the round table. Even if the city lord wouldn't kill them, the other faceless ones would. Once they were caught by the city lord, the other faceless ones would get rid of them immediately. Then, when everything seemed chaotic but no solutions were to be found, the leader suddenly spoke up. "Speaking of this mysterious team, I do have suspicions about someone who fits the profile of a person who might be able to assist her." All eyes turned to him. "Who is it?" "It's that newly arrived merchant in the city, Fang Hao." Chapter 397, Blackfoot Cat joins. Fang Hao? Upon hearing this name, all those present were slightly taken aback. This young man with black hair and black eyes, who created designs for Rebecca and ran a hot pot restaurant and clothing store in the city, was quite ostentatious in his dealings. Everyone directly or indirectly had heard this name. But he was so high profile and not a local, people didn't suspect him. "Isn't that lad from outside the city? How could he possibly be trusted by someone from here?" someone raised a doubt. "Yeah, and going by appearance alone, this lad is one of the transmigrators. It's quite unlikely to be him. I've investigated Fang Hao. His coming and going from the city lord's mansion only pertains to taking some business orders. He hardly knows anything about Lyss City. It's unlikely it's him," another person commented. "I received some special news. Fang Hao doesn't like women. Despite his clean looks, he actually likes men." Everyone began to discuss and speculate based on Fang Hao's known details. Even though Fang Hao frequently entered and left the city lord mansion, it was not believed that he was aiding Rebecca. The man in black at the head, upon hearing everyone's conjectures, softly clapped his hands, halting the noisy discussion. He began to speak. "I have some more detailed information. This Fang Hao has registered a mercenary group at the task hall. This means he has a team of his own, fulfilling the conditions to aid clan leader Rebecca. Upon hearing this news, the people present fell silent. They had not uncovered anything about the mercenary group. Everyone fell into contemplation, but someone soon raised a question again. Fang Hao is an outsider trader, having his own convoy is normal. Judging him based solely on this point seems a tad far-fetched, somebody countered. Outsiders merchants need to escort their merchandise. Besides hiring mercenary groups, they would also have their own transportation squads. Registering as a mercenary group during their free time, to supplement their income, was a practice of many. Another person began, I also went to investigate the mercenary group a few days ago. I didn't discover this lad's name on the register, which led others to recall the mercenary group. Capturing the nameless one was not an easy mission, a trustworthy team with significant combat power, provoking necessary changes. Some thought about the mercenary group. But after searching high and low, there was no significant clue to be found. The leading man in black responded, there's no way to find any information related to his mercenary group in the task hall anymore. This is why I suspect him. Having heard this information, everyone once again fell silent. The persons capable of hiding their mercenary group's information were indeed few. The reason to hide was indeed worth the crowd's suspicion. With this, Fang Hao seemed even more suspected by the crowd. I feel like we can capture this fabric merchant, we could prove whether he's connected to this matter and also conduct the transmigration investigation, someone proposed. I suggest we kill him directly. Regardless of his relatedness to this issue, we should dispose of him right away, another person exclaimed. No, Fang Hao has built up quite a reputation in the city. I received news that he just recently made a large donation to the temple. His death would have a huge impact on the city, another stated. Then what should we do? He's already under suspicion, but we can't kill nor capture him, someone asked. As people started to voice their suggestions, each without an ideal solution. The leading man in black spoke again, all right, enough chatter. Since we suspect him already, we must conduct a detailed investigation. I will count this as one task, whoever can accomplish it will gain the corresponding reward. Having said this, the man in black pulled out a blank order and swiftly scribbled down the task details on it. He slid it into the center of the round table. The noisy room once again quieted down. People looked at the order in the middle of the table but none made a move to take it. After a while, a rather stocky man in black spoke up, I wouldn't mind investigating this Fang Hao. However, I can't guarantee whether he will end up dead or alive. All right. If it turns out to be him, whether he lives or dies is not important. Fine. I will take on this task, agreed the man, and then took the order. In the time that followed, everyone discussed the city's situation and exchanged the information they had gathered. Until late at night, the small secret meeting gradually came to an end. People started leaving one after the other, and the shadows in the corners of the room started to stir. After hesitating for a few seconds, it followed the direction the lead man in the black robe had taken. Next morning, Fang Hao woke up from his dream like any other day. After exercising around his territory, he had just returned to the Lord's mansion when he saw Lori and an old Blackfoot cat orc sitting in the great hall. My lord, Lori quickly stood up to salute. The elderly orc shuddered and also followed suit. Bending down, he saluted, my lord. This old orc was the clan leader of the Blackfoot cat tribe. After hearing Lori's account, he followed him to this territory. That he saw the undead soldiers covering the mountains and plains made his fellow tribespeople feel uneasy. But due to their trust in Lori, they still followed him into the city to meet the city lord. However, they marveled at how the ordinary young man before them had any connection with the undead they saw outside the city. Chapter 398, Blackfoot Cat joins too. It gave off an unreal feeling. Seeing Lori return, Fang Hao also relaxed a bit. In these past few days, Angia kept saying that Lori was not good at riding and could fall to her death, or she could fall into a river since she wasn't very tall and couldn't touch the bottom. Fang Hao started to worry, tormenting himself with the idea that Lori could encounter some danger on the way. Now that she had returned safely, his apprehensive heart settled down. His gaze fell again on the elderly Blackfoot cat. The elderly Blackfoot cat, about 1.3 to 1.4 meters in height, wore a grayish linen attire and had a tree root walking stick in his hand. It looked like he was the clan leader of the Blackfoot cat tribe. Good, you're back safely. Make yourself comfortable. Fang Hao also settled himself comfortably in his seat. The two rose to their feet. The old man carefully sat down on a chair. Meanwhile, Lori picked up a glass, fetched 2 cups of fruit wine from the cellar, and placed them in front of the old man and herself. Lori, why did it take you so long? Fang Hao curiously asked. Letting Lori ride the bone dragon was not only to avoid danger along the way but also to save time. Yet, Lori was gone for more than a week. If she hadn't returned soon, Fang Hao would have sent people out to look for her. Don't get me started, my lord. It's all because of that damned Blackstone tribe. If it wasn't for being cautious of them, I would have brought everyone back much sooner. We wouldn't have had to endure the harshness of the road, complained Lori, swinging her small legs. Cough, cough. The old man gave a light cough and shot Lori a stare, indicating her to stop talking unnecessarily. Fang Hao also caught the implication. It seemed that the migration of the Blackfoot cats was due to some conflict with the Orc tribe. Tell me more about your disputes with the Blackstone tribe. Fang Hao looked at the two. Before Lori could answer, the old man was the first to speak. Lord, we used to live near Tasco City. Some conflicts arose between us and the Blackstone tribe. Out of desperation, we thought of moving to a new place to look for a stronger lord for protection, said the old man as he set his walking stick aside, knelt down, and bowed deeply. Even though Fang Hao's territory seemed dangerous, it was undoubtedly powerful. It held a formidable military strength that a lot could fear. Only Fang Hao had the capacity to offer them protection and not be threatened by the Blackstone tribe. Is the Blackstone tribe very powerful? How many members do they have? What caused the conflict between you two? Fang Hao expressed the questions he had in mind. Having assured Lori, Fang Hao would naturally not drive these people away. Even so, he needed to know who he was about to face off with. My lord, the Blackstone tribe is a large orc tribe with tens of thousands of robust members. During a previous hunt, the young members of our tribe accidentally entered the hunting range of the Blackstone tribe, leading us to be oppressed by them all this while. Helplessly, we thought of migrating to survive elsewhere, the old man explained. In the end, he didn't forget to add, but rest assured, Lord. The actions of the Blackfoot cats have always been covered. We have been very cautious all the way, and we have definitely not brought you any trouble. That's how it tends to be with the orc tribes. Without fixed rules, the tribe with more strength and robust members would have absolute say. If your village lacks strength and has a small population, you would have to be at the mercy of powerful tribes. If you were dependent on a reasonable larger tribe, that would still be bearable. But if you encountered an unreasonable one, your village would be done for. Not all races could be like the Blackfoot cats, decisively abandoning their original village and seeking a new settlement. Hearing the old man's words, Fang Hao instinctively glanced at Lori who was standing aside. Lori was simple-minded with a straightforward look on her face and she couldn't lie to Fang Hao because of their contractual binding. Seeing Lori's calm demeanor, Fang Hao knew that the old man was telling him the truth. He wasn't afraid of the Blackstone tribe with just tens of thousands of members. If they dared to chase them here, they would only be courting death. Fang Hao didn't press the matter any further. Opening the topic, he said, have you chosen a settlement? The lands at Crescent Heights are fertile, and the population is scarce. It seems quite suitable for living. On hearing this, a joyous expression flickered across the old man's face. Just as he was about to agree, Lori jumped up like a startled cat. No, no. We'll just find a place nearby, said Lori, keeping on giving hints to the old man. The old man also immediately perceived the issue. Keeping up with Lori, he said, yes, we can establish a village nearby. Our village's population isn't large, so a vast place isn't needed. All right. The few of them discussed about it while looking at the map. Finally, the two of them chose a location in the northeast direction of the main city, where the Knoll camp was situated. That place was the location of Fang Hao's first battle after arriving, and after he had killed the Knolls, the camp had been vacant. The location was fairly good, and all the buildings were ready-made. There wasn't much problem with the Blackfoot cats wanting to develop a village in that area, especially since they only had a population of over 200 people. Once the location was chosen, Fang Hao allocated some resources to them. Lori and the elder took their people directly to the site of their new village. After breakfast, Fang Hao still had some work to do. He went straight to the industrial zone, opened the Book of Lords, and found the blueprint for the Precision Stone Processing Factory. Precision Stone Processing Factory, wood 3000, tough wood 1800, stone material 2200, stone brick 1200, iron 420, metal parts 120. He found an empty piece of land and chose to build it right away. A flash of light rose instantly, piecing together the outline of a precision stone processing factory. When the light dissipated, the factory appeared before his eyes. Precision Stone Processing Factory. Placement, Workers 0/10. Raw material, stone brick 2. Producing, precision stone brick. Description, through processing, stone bricks can be made into denser products, precision stone bricks. Fang Hao immediately brought in 10 skeleton laborers and tasked them with working in the precision brick factory. The skeletons immediately got to work, moving stone bricks from the storage facility to the factory for processing. Precision stone brick is a material required for the upgrade of a level 10 Lord's Mansion, which also means it will be used in large quantities for future building upgrades. Whether for his own upgrades or for sale in the channel, the demand is significant. Fang Hao simply went ahead and built 20 more processing factories to increase production simultaneously, for the purpose of increasing the speed of precision brick production. After building the precision brick processing plants, Fang Hao went to the quarry area and constructed 5 large-scale quarries. He demolished all the original common quarries, and transferred the workers to the large-scale quarries for stone gathering. Upon completing the construction of these 2 new blueprint facilities, Fang Hao increased the number of tile kills to 50 to improve work efficiency. Only when he had finished arranging everything did Fang Hao return to the Lord's Mansion. With nothing to do in the late morning, after studying books in his room for a while, he used God's presence to check on the construction status of the Blackfoot Cats village. The Blackfoot Cats aren't tall, but they're quite active. The buildings in the village had already been cleaned out, and the village elders were instructing several male Blackfoot Cats to repair the broken village gate. Actually, they had ample time. They were safe thanks to the protection of the fief. Nothing posed a threat to them there. There was no need to worry about the Blackstone tribe, let alone any fearsome wild animals that wouldn't dare come close to this area. Whether they installed the village gate earlier or later made little difference. However, the swift actions of these Blackfoot Cats did catch Fang Hao's attention. Most of the adult Blackfoot Cats had reached a level of 5 or 6. What's more, like Lori, they had the ability to scale walls and leap over rooftops, displaying great agility. They seemed to be an excellent choice for a scouting troop, capable of gathering special intelligence. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He disengaged God's presence, got up, and opened the door to see Ira standing outside. "Master, Scholar Nelson is waiting for you outside." "Oh, okay." Fang Hao then went downstairs and out of the Lord's Mansion. Outside, Nelson was silently waiting on a bench. Upon seeing Fang Hao come out, he stood up and said, "My lord, the materials for the totem are ready, and we can start drawing at any time." Chapter 399, Body of Giant Spirit. Fang Hao gave the totem scroll to Nelson last night. Even though the undead do not need to rest, he was surprised that they researched the totem scroll thoroughly in just one night. He thought that Nelson would need at least 2 or 3 days of study to come up with results. "Don't you need to practice a bit?" Fang Hao asked with some worry. Nelson's tone remained calm. "The totem clearly notes the drawing method, it's not particularly difficult." Fang Hao understood Nelson's reasoning. The scroll does not record knowledge but the solution. As long as the solution is sketched, that's enough. Fang Hao finds this solution acceptable as well. Reward scrolls from treasure chests, much like skill scrolls, are designed to make it easy for transmigrators to operate. They're naturally not too complicated or detailed. If Nelson now says there won't be any issues, then there won't be any. "Good, let's start drawing now," Fang Hao said. Nelson nodded slightly. "Please follow me, sir." After saying this, he turned and walked towards the Viscera Museum. Silent, Fang Hao followed behind. Both of them entered the cold Viscera Museum. They crossed the main hall and entered the second level of the museum. The second level is a secret room. On regular days, this is where Nelson processes corpses and makes skeleton heroes. Whenever work commences, the door to this secret room would be closed. It only opens again after Nelson finishes his work. In the center of the secret room is a waist-high stone bed, next to it are 3 shelves filled with various medicines and tools. Sir, you need to remove your upper garments and lie down on this stone bed. Nelson placed his staff aside and began sorting through the bottles and jars. Fang Hao felt as though Nelson was about to dissect him. Thinking this, he still removed his upper garment and laid bare-chested on the stone bed. As soon as he laid down, a bone-chilling coldness came over him. This kind of coldness felt as though it was freezing his soul, not just the coldness from the stone. Despite this, the issue wasn't significant, it was bearable. Sir, the materials for drawing the totem, including basil, silver bloom, regrowth powder, and giant spirit blood, I got from Dijin in the Trade Alliance store this morning. Nelson casually stated. Fang Hao listened quietly, he had never heard of these materials before. They sell blood in the store. Fang Hao was drawn to the giant spirit blood. The giant spirit blood was found in the warehouse, it must be a war trophy you brought back. Nelson replied. The war trophies in the warehouse were definitely ones he had brought back. But as for this giant spirit blood, he genuinely had no recollection of it, perhaps it was just buried under some items and he hadn't noticed. Nelson ground several herbs, smashed an amber gem, and the fresh red liquid sealed within dropped into the container. After a round of mixing, the ink required for the totem was prepared. Nelson picked up a silver needle prepped to one side, moved next to Fang Hao. Sir, you might feel some pain. If it's too severe, the orc girl has an analgesic drug that can alleviate the pain. The orc girl with the analgesic must refer to Red Fruit, who was studying herbalism. It seems she was a quick learner too. She was already able to create an analgesic. That won't be necessary, I'm not as delicate as I look. Fang Hao patted his bare back indicating Nelson to proceed. Nelson didn't hesitate. Holding the silver needle with his skeletal fingers, he began the needlework. His finger transformed into phantom figures, quickly pricking Fang Hao's back like a sufferer of Parkinson's disease. In just a flash, tens of needles had punctured a small part of his skin. Blood stained Fang Hao's back. Ouch, shit. Before long, Red Fruit was kneeling at the side, continuously wiping sweat off Fang Hao's forehead. Even after using the analgesic, the pain only subsided a bit, still causing Fang Hao's forehead to bead with sweat. The swollen and bleeding area gradually revealed lines of symbols. Half an hour later, the drawing of the totem was finally completed. Gained totem Body of Giant Spirit. Body of Giant Spirit. Ability, Giant Physique, Body of Giant Spirit. Giant Physique, Passive, Stamina plus 80%, Strength plus 50%. Body of Giant Spirit, Active, after activating, a giant spirit projection appears that imitates your actions against the target. The projection has 300% of your attack power with 100% of all damage dealt, replenishing health, lasts for 15 seconds. At the moment of completion, Fang Hao received a system prompt. The Body of Giant Spirit has 2 types of abilities. The first is Giant Physique, a passive ability that enhances your body as soon as the totem is drawn. At this point, Fang Hao could clearly feel his muscles tightening, stronger than before. The second, Body of Giant Spirit, is activated manually to take effect. But it's quite a powerful ability, it mimics your actions to attack. Moreover, all the damage dealt will fully replenish your health. It's an unbeatable ability in battle, the only drawback is its short duration of just 15 seconds. Now that the totem drawing was complete, Fang Hao sat up from the stone bed with a pained grin, a fresh wave of pain sparking on his back. Sir Nelson, is drawing a totem always this painful? Fang Hao touched his back, his hand covered in blood. Chapter 400, Body of Giant Spirit 2. Nelson shook his head slightly. You're the first living creature to lie on this stone bed, I cannot give you an accurate answer. Well, okay. It seems that he is the first living person that Nelson has drawn. It's not bad to be able to complete the drawing. Stepping out of the Viscera Museum, Fang Hao was lying on a bench with his bare upper body, invoking God's presence on a passing skeleton warrior. Immediately, he could observe his own body through the skeleton warrior. Looking at himself lying on the bench, his back is already swollen in a large area, slightly raised with the pattern of the totem. However, the totem does not have any color, that is to say, it will not be exposed like a tattoo and be discovered by others. This is also good, as if it were exposed, it would be too conspicuous. If someone recognizes the totem, they would be prepared during a battle. Having no traces at all can be considered as a hidden move of his own. After checking on it, he cancels God's presence. The skeleton glanced around in confusion and continued the work it had been doing. How does it feel? Nelson also stepped out. Fang Hao touched his chest and abs, I feel like my body has improved. However, Nelson shook his head slightly, the physical body is weak, only the immortal remains, my lord, why care about these useless bodies? Well. Indeed. Let's find an open space to test the power of the totem and see what effects it has. Fang Hao agreed and proposed to test the ability. They walked out of the city and found an open space. Fang Hao stood in the middle of the field and immediately cast the body of giant spirit. Woo! Light blue energy rose from Fang Hao's body. The next second, a huge blue semi-transparent figure appeared from behind Fang Hao. The blue projection was 5 to 6 meters high, with a strong body and arms, but its face was hazy. Fang Hao looked at the blue projection and pulled out his longsword. The body of giant spirit mimicked his actions, morphing a giant longsword in its hands. Fang Hao chopped with his longsword. The longsword of the giant spirit also struck out. Bang! Leaving a huge scratch on the ground. This made everyone there open their mouths wide, looking at the scene in front of them unbelievably. No one thought that the large projection could also cause physical damage, and the power was so great. Even the ground was scratched, if it was hacked on a person, it could probably blast them into pieces. Fang Hao was also surprised in his heart. Immediately after storing the shield and hiding the longsword, the giant spirit also did the same, the longsword in its hand disappeared, and it turned into an energy shield. It seems that its actions are synchronized with Fang Hao. The body of giant spirit can only last for 15 seconds. Fang Hao once again put away the shield and took out the Starfire wand. The body of giant spirit also had a similarly designed wand in its hand. If it can mimic melee attacks, he wondered if it could also mimic spells. Fang Hao thought in his heart and directly condensed fire arrow. As expected, a spear, made from fire elements, also gradually condensed in front of the body of giant spirit. However, this fire spear, proportional to its size, was more than 2 meters long, more like a javelin. The wand pointed forward. The 2 arrows flew toward the target one after the other. Pop! Fang Hao's fire arrow was embedded in the tree trunk, sending up a plume of burning smoke. Boom! The flame spear of the body of giant spirit, however, blasted out a large pit in the ground and set the ground on fire with a boom. Seeing that the effect of the body of giant spirit was about to end, Fang Hao once again summoned the flame spider. In front of him immediately appeared 6 flame spiders the size of wash basins, and the body of giant spirit released the same spell. Although there were also 6, the flame spiders had grown to the size of a bull, their entire bodies radiating fierce flames. Before Fang Hao could command them to attack, the 15 seconds for the body of giant spirit were up, the blue figure disappeared, and the 6 bull-sized spiders dispersed with it. Only the spiders summoned by Fang Hao himself remained, waiting for orders. Fang Hao swung his magic wand, and the summoned spiders immediately scattered. After testing the power of the body of giant spirit, Fang Hao revealed a satisfied smile. It can be said that the effect brought by the totem had exceeded his expectations. The conjured body of giant spirit was like his second body, not only able to mimic close-range attacks, but also able to condense the same spells. Moreover, the power and effect were 300% of his own. Fang Hao felt that this totem scroll had surpassed the level of purple and was close to the power of orange skills. At this time Nelson and others also approached. "Sir, how do you feel?" Nelson asked softly. "The totem is excellent and very powerful, it's just my back is a little sore." Fang Hao reached out to scratch his back lightly. "Sir, this is your first time using the power of the totem. Naturally, there will be some discomfort. After the swelling on your back recedes and you use it several times, you won't feel this kind of pain anymore," Nelson began explaining. That's right, the swelling on his back probably hasn't subsided yet, so some pain was normal. "Does this totem have any limitations? I mean, will it wash off when I bathe?" Fang Hao turned and left with a few of them towards his territory. "That's not going to happen, but sir, you need to be mindful to use it at regular intervals to stimulate the effect of the totem," otherwise the giant spirit blood could be expelled from the body. Nelson explained while following by his side. So, how long do I need to deploy it? Fang Hao continued to inquire. I can't say exactly, but once every half a month shouldn't be a problem. Nelson replied again. Nelson would not deceive him, and he was the only intellectual in the territory. Besides, using it once every half a month wasn't difficult. It simply required finding a deserted spot to apply the totem and release 1 or 2 skills. All right, I understand. Fang Hao nodded in response. They all went back to the city. Nelson returned to the Viscera Museum to continue studying the demon notes he held. Fang Hao also went back to his room to continue studying the book Fire Python Odai. As evening drew in. After dinner, Fang Hao went back to his room to rest. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, a notification sound came from the Book of Lords. Fang Hao sat up instantaneously and opened his storage space only to see that it was the sound-transmitting shell Rebecca had given him. Placing it next to his ear, he immediately heard Rebecca's voice. Come to the city, they're at it again. Her message was pretty brief but quite clear. It looked like Rebecca had found out about another operation by the Faceless. Fang Hao tucked the sound-transmitting shell away and laid back down to drift off to sleep. Next day, dusk. Zeus City, City Lord's office, study. Fang Hao sat in the chair, silently watching Rebecca try on clothes. This trip, Fang Hao's storage space was filled to the brim with various clothes and accessories. Apart from the clothes custom made for Rebecca, the rest were prepared for display and sale at the grand opening of the clothing store. Days passed and the refurbishment of the clothing store was nearly completed. Did you design this one too? No textile shop in the entire city has as many ideas as you. Rebecca looked at her reflection in the mirror and began to speak. It's just a few simple modifications, nothing particularly special. You're clearly talented, there's no need to be humble. Rebecca asked again, I'm very satisfied with these, how much are they? Fang Hao chuckled lightly, replying, Madam Rebecca, my clothing shop will be opening in a few days. Could I perhaps invite you to serve as our store's brand ambassador? Of course, as a token of gratitude, a set of each new product from our store will always be sent to you for your free use. Oh? Rebecca was momentarily taken aback as she immediately turned to stare directly into Fang Hao's eyes. A twinkle of doubt in her wide eyes. Fang Hao was no fool and was very astute. This guy better not be trying to swindle her. Yet she still curiously asked, what's a brand ambassador? If you like this novel and want more chapters, please subscribe.